You are, mate. Tell you what. All I need is my mascara though, but I don't know where it is. Did I leave it in the car?
I don't know.
Have you got my keys?
No. Well,
I found that. Thank you. Oh no.
hello. What? I'm just saying hello. Hey, Schmick, Tina.
What have I done?
With what?
I had the makeup stuff, and now I don't know where I put it. Oh, it's right there. God, I'm weird. Yeah.
Yeah. Hands up now. Hands up in the air.
Puppy, are you behaving? Are you being a good boy?
For now.
Morning, good boy.
Two minutes.
Oh, you are doing both?
Yeah, we said that.
Oh, I thought you said you weren't going to.
You didn't listen to me.
Because I only... No. Oh, I can't bear this one. Woo! That is very loud.
Yeah, it's just because it's the intro thing.
Why is that not our intro music? Hey, hey. Can you turn that background music down just a tad times? Even or in my ear. How is it on stream? Cam quality here, ADHD.
Good job, Taco.
That's better. Welcome in. Wait, can you, now I'm too high. Now I'm very,
You must have sat up or something. Yes,
No.
because you were hunched over before. Now you're sitting up.
because now now, come on, Simon. Come on, Simon. Shouldn't you have learned that by now? Welcome in, friends. Who have we got in here? I've got 15 people. Got 15ers. 15 of us. Fucking hell. Mel, I really hope... Oh, bye. Hi, Mel. That's probably about the same height that I am when we're sitting next to each other too.
Hi, Erin.
Si, have you met Erin? Yeah, exactly. God, Simon.
It's a full-time job, Schmick.
You know, I want to... I'm a little too small now. This is, I feel like, Mel, would you say, okay, is this just my OC, is this my OCD getting the better of me, or is that a part of an, because Mel, I feel like you know a hell of a lot more about ADHD than I do, because I'm kind of new to the party, in a sense, new to the party, new to the awareness of the ADHD party.
I know a fair bit about ADHD. However, I'm also fairly new to the party. A
Yeah.
little bit longer, I guess, than you. But
Yeah.
when I found out, I went the ADHD route and found out everything there is to know and more. And then went to my psychiatrist with 7 pages written out of questions, thoughts, concerns, and notes.
See,
So,
I'm not one to write them down. I just think I will remember them all. And
no, I get really. That's where and that's the neurodivergence banner or umbrella, if you like. Is that different flavors, Erin?
different flavors. We're not all the same.
Flavors. Well, not all strawberry and vanilla. Yeah.
And you know what? I got, shiny with my questions. Meeting Erin is a full-time job site.
Meeting her.
Yeah. I think I literally just, as I was quickly giving myself some mascara so I didn't look like too much death. I remembered, I thought about something that triggered me. I don't know, not triggered, like something that I thought is actually probably a pretty perfect start to this conversation. Something that was said to Simon about me. Did Mel disappear, or is that just in my view?
I'm here.
There you go.
I think.
No, Simon's fiddling with stuff.
I'm just trying to adjust some
Fiddle away.
things.
Yes.
This is a marriage. We're all consenting adults.
Exactly.
Now, obviously, I'm not. There's no. I'm not gonna dock somebody in. Mel's audio too low compared to Erin. Okay, because it's coming
We'll
through.
love that.
How can we fix that somehow?
You can boost me if you right click on my name in Discord itself.
Oh. Please hold.
You may have already done this last time. It
Use
may
the volume.
just be that I'm too quiet.
Oh.
Keep talking.
Keep talking.
Yeah. I'm talking. Hello. Testing.
How's that? Is that better?
Better? Worse?
I'll hold for your delayed responses.
We'll wait.
I could also be like, talking way. Wife 2, wife 3, mic check 1, 2.
Yeah. Wife 1, wife 2.
No, wife 1's not here.
No. Wife 4 might be. You never know.
There's always time.
So apparently I'm still too high. So you can probably just turn me down. Would that be happier for everybody? Is everybody happy now? Turning me down, you jerks.
Are you drinking sangria from 3 days ago? I love that.
It said it would last at least like 3 to 4 days in the fridge.
I mean, it's wine. I don't see what could possibly go wrong.
Exactly. And it's like
Like,
mixed
what,
with...
it ferments and now it's more wine. Like, I don't see a problem with that at all.
Thank you. And because it's got like the sugar and the fruits and stuff, it's like, it's not just, like I couldn't like say, open a red bottle of... My question is, who gets to eat the fruit?
Boozy fruit is the best.
I'm looking... Twitch says, are you talking to me? What?
What?
I'll be there. Oh.
No, don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. This is your banana.
Simon, what do you... Can you explain to people what you... Simon's looking at something. I think it's a tutorial, and it's literally got Twitch in the chat saying, "Are you talking?"
These chat settings.
And I thought he was talking. I thought that was Twitch in the chat talking to us. I'm like, yeah, right. What? Twitch is actually going to come in and say hi.
Wine lasting is not a concern to me, Taco. I don't like red wine, so... or, no, I shouldn't say that. I've never found red wine that I did like, so...
Really? Wow. We need to Have you
I
tried?
don't like wet things that make my mouth dry. It doesn't work.
Have you tried
I don't like it.
Lambrusco?
No.
It's like the sweeter, sparkly red wine.
Yeah, I'll have to try. It's so hard. I can't drink a bottle of red wine by myself. So next time you come visit, we'll have... I can't drink a bottle of anything by myself.
I can. It's
one drink, I'm smashed. We know this. We've seen it in person, live.
This is true. But, you know, it depends on what it is. If you had, like, say, like, the Vox thing that I have, like, which is basically like the Cointreau thingy, or, like, you could have, like, Midori or, like, Malibu or something. Yeah, that's easy to smash. That's easy to, like, mix. Huh?
I can put up an angry face.
Yo. Okay? Huh?
Oh, it's got a little angry face.
Why are you putting up an angry face? When wine has a funny taste smell, you pour it over a plastic cup. What do you mean?
Plastic wrap, as in cling film.
Oh, plastic wrap.
Where'd you get come from?
Why?
I don't know why I read cup. Yeah, what do you mean? Why do you pour it over plastic wrap? But hang on, wouldn't it just... I have so many questions. What? I'm confused. I'm so confused by that. Because it removes the chemical bits that give it the bad taste. Really? So what, like you say, maybe lime...
That sounds like a wives' tale. I don't know if I believe that. I'm going to need that tested.
I will test that. It's because, you know, like what you said, I can't drink an entire bottle of wine. Usually it's like, you know what's fucking annoying? I wish that wine came in like... You can get some of the cheap, like the not great wines in smaller bottles, in single, like, glass bottles.
But it's all the shit wine.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's shit wine. And I'm like...
Wine.
You know, I'd rather them, it'd be great if they could sell them in smaller portions for like one person just wants to have 1 or 2 glasses at dinner. Because then otherwise you open it up and sometimes I'm like, I have wine. I'm like, that's all I feel like right now. And then you waste a whole fucking bottle. And I don't deal with that well at all.
I think if you were like a glass a night person, it would be okay. But like, I'm not. I'm like a glass and then I'm good for the next couple of months. Like, I really don't drink that much. So I just don't then drink. Like, I basically don't drink in my house.
Yeah.
I don't think at all unless we do something and then I go downstairs and get like something. But yeah, I barely drink. Because I have other activities and medications and alcohol doesn't interact well with them. So I try to be.
There you go. Pretty sure I saw small bottles of Passion Pop. Really? Because I only
but also
the big
Passion
one.
Pop's low volume enough that I could drink a bottle of Passion Pop.
Oh shit, yeah. It's like Riccadonna.
Yeah.
Do it,
It's
Taco.
Cotty's cordial.
I have the university study link if you'd like that. Oh
you know,
no!
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, no, actually,
Okay.
I changed my mind because I've looked at clinical study things and I don't understand any of it. I'm like, I tried to look up clinical studies about the vocal cord injection stuff and the healing process last night, and I didn't fucking understand a word of it. I'm like,
I understand them, but oh no, I'm not going to delete it. Don't
leave
let
it there.
me. I did a lot of deleting yesterday.
yeah. Oh, let me guess. Did you go through a browser?
No. I was talking about the interrogation about Simon shaving last night.
Simon shaming?
About my what?
What? Which part?
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I was making a mod joke.
What were you shaving? Oh.
It was one of those ones where it's like, if I have to explain it, then I don't want to.
Yes.
So
That's right. Afternoon, Aussie Angie. Hannah, how you doing? Midnight, sup? Simon shaved his what? Nothing. Hi, Lurkin.
nothing happened.
After my obvious digression, yeah, Neens! Hey, Neens is on kick.
Names.
Hi, Neens. We're talking ADHD. So, Neens, you're a fellow ADHD, aren't you? Recently, made it to the kick side. Nice. We're doing both today. I'm not really that. I'm not supposed to. I'm not supposed to say that, but we don't get paid attention at the best of times, let alone them coming in to check what we're doing. To be honest.
It's also loud now, so
So basically, what I kind of wanted to say about when Simon. So we had someone in our lives, someone close to me who's I think we were at a birthday, and do you remember what they said to you
About what? Sorry.
about me being over emotional or something?
Yeah, just.
Is that what it was?
Basically, yeah.
Essentially saying something along the lines of, she's a lot to deal with, isn't she? Like, she's over emotional. She's really over emotional. And Simon just turned around and said something like, no, she just hasn't been with anybody who understands her. And I thought that's a really important kind of place to start, is that, holy loud.
didn't expect that to be that loud for me. But,
Simon, can you turn that down?
we got spooked.
That was loud. Feeling that.
I'm overstimulated.
Yeah. But it was one of those environments that, and I kind of.
We have nightmares about those seagulls.
Simon,
Jesus.
all the noises
please.
are loud.
Simon.
Because I had to turn Mel
Help.
off with the main thing.
The noises are so loud. He's like, hold on. But the other thing I wanted to say, it is fitting, right? Like, and I grew up experiencing, and I feel like, and it's in films and it's portrayed in media, it's portrayed on TV shows, in all our entertainment avenues. Like, it's always portrayed that the males, like when you're married, it's like, ball and chain, and kind of like you always, when the guys are with the guys, they're always complaining about their wives and how head fucked they are and all that, and how for girls it's like always, the guys are always forgetful and they're insensitive and all of those things. And I hate that. And sometimes, to be honest, I do default to that and I don't like that. I hate that. When I've been with friends in the past and they're bitching about their husbands, and I'm like, I feel like I have to make up things, or I say things sometimes just to I don't want to sit there and be like, Simon, I shouldn't say I don't want to sit. I feel bad saying that we have a great relationship and that we understand each other, and I don't experience the same things that other people do, because I feel like they're going to be like, do you know what I mean? And it's like,
Yeah.
It was so refreshing. I remember when Simon told us that this particular person just saw me in that light and was like, it's that whole, guys just like, let's bitch about their wives and we're unhappy and stuff. And Simon's like, no, that's not it at all. She doesn't have someone that understands her on that level. Like, it's, and I feel like that's the whole thing about ADHD, especially, or mental health in general. Like, it's people's lack of understanding or awareness about it and what it's like, that makes them just default to, they're over emotional, or they're just this. It's like, no, it's not about that.
Exactly. And you spend your whole life trying to not have that experience. You know, like you spend so long being told that you're over emotional, being, you know, oh, you need to do A, B, C thing to fit in or mask, I guess is the famous word in the neurodivergent community. Like you spend so long trying to appear normal, and that's really exhausting. And so when people call you out for not appearing that way, when you spend so much energy trying to appear that way, and clearly just for like 1 second you've slipped, and call it, it's devastating because you spend so much trying to fit in and trying to seem normal when you're not. It's really hard. That's why you need people like Simon to be like, actually no, we're not. What we're not going to do is that.
Yes. And it's like that thing. It's that.
Thanks, wife 3.
You're welcome. I was going to say husband 2, but I don't know where the first one was. It's really funny because I can actually see Simon. I'm not looking at the stream. I'm just looking at the Discord.
Yeah, it's like I had a thought and now it's gone.
This is probably the one day where that's okay. That's kind of the whole point, right?
Yeah. I mean, like,
luckily.
Did you get misdiagnosed as well? So I know one of the things we talked about was how we got kind of diagnosed with it and how that whole process, which speaking of, actually tomorrow I got a call from the medical clinic today going, just confirming your appointment tomorrow at 7:30. I'm like, no.
30?
What do you mean? Like 7:30? What do you mean? And then, like, you know, the call, like, so where I've got the, I forgot what she got, Copeland's assessment, and I was like, no, isn't that on Wednesday? And you're supposed to call my husband and my mum. And they're like, no, so tomorrow, they're like, yes, that happens on Wednesday, but on tomorrow, someone's going to call you, the person's going to call you first and have a chat and do the Copeland's assessment, then she'll call your mum and the 2 contacts on Wednesday. I'm like, okay. I'm like, cool. So I'm kind of still in the middle process. So were you misdiagnosed before? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. For 10 years. Well, you know, my whole life. So, I mean, and we'll get into this, but the short of it for me was I always had a lot of signs of neurodivergence, and looking back, I so desperately had ADHD.
Can you explain?
Would you like me to define neurodivergence?
Yes,
neurodivergence is an umbrella term that sort of captures all of, so I believe it's ADHD, autism, OCD, and dyslexia.
Yeah.
From memory. There's probably others in there as well, smaller ones, different, sort of less major, but those are the major ones. And so it's just neurology, divergent.
Yeah.
So it's the just kind of the umbrella term for all of those things, and that way it sort of allows people who A, may not be diagnosed, or B, you know, have a combination of things, which I certainly do, you just have a word for that. And a lot of the qualities in those things are similar. You know, autism and ADHD have so many similarities, OCD and autism have so many similarities. So it's nice to just have that word that just means all of the things that make my brain the way it is.
Yeah.
Which is different or divergent from neurotypicals. So you'll hear neurotypical, neurodivergent.
Yeah, right.
Neurotypical being like a normal person, although, you know.
Is anybody really normal? Like, what do we call
like
normal anymore?
I think we all have traits of various, you know, things.
I agree.
The same way you can be depressed without having depression.
Yes.
So, but yeah, so it's just an umbrella term, and it's kind of interchangeable. I use the word neurodivergent a lot because it encompasses, instead of going ADHD, autism, OCD, which are the 3 things that I have.
Yeah.
I think it's easier than spouting all those out every time. So, but yeah, I mean, like, I was clearly very neurodivergent for my whole life, but the interesting thing is my brother, who's 2 years younger, was way more visible in his neurodivergence.
Yeah.
And he's 2 years younger, and so the focus was there, and I was the book kid, you know, I was head deep in a book, quiet, well behaved, didn't like have clear behavioural issues, and so it wasn't noticed. And
we find that a lot with females though. That's the thing, right? At that age, especially that long ago, like not that long ago as in like that long ago, like as in, you know, in our 10, 20 years ago, like that was the whole thing. It was, you know,
boys had ADHD. It really wasn't, and that's why there was such a surge during COVID of diagnosis in women of ADHD, because suddenly you take their normal working environment, and either they come home to work from home and go, this is amazing because I'm by myself, or this is terrible and I can't do this. And either way, it makes people sick.
Yeah.
And that was certainly the case for me.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, definitely lots of signs. But then when I moved out at 18 and went to uni, I developed really, really bad anxiety. Like just crippling, thought I was dying in my sleep, couldn't sleep, would like be awake for days until I passed out on the floor just because I was like, oh, I'm going to die.
And that only kind of started coming out when you moved on to live on your own?
Yeah, is where it really, like, for some reason got triggered. I think probably, you know, change of structure, university being really different to school.
Yeah.
New social surroundings, new people, no familiarity with my family, those kind of things.
Is it a form of that control as well? Like, as in that when you're at uni, you're, like, at school, you've got a teacher basically, like, and your parents probably like going, okay, this is what you got to do your schoolwork, you got to do this, and like people being kind of on it. Yeah. Whereas at uni, it's like it's fed for yourself.
They still weren't. I still definitely struggled at school.
Yeah, right.
It was different, and you don't know anyone, and it's new people and new teachers all the time every semester. So it's just so many things.
All those things.
But once I got to uni, it got really bad to the point where I went to a doctor and was like, I need help. I have no idea what's going on. I'm just like not coping.
Yeah.
And was diagnosed with anxiety.
Right.
And put on anxiety medications. And that started a 10-year cycle of every anxiety medication under the moon. And it would just, I would be put on a medication. They would increase it and increase it and increase it until I went back and went, I feel like I'm drugged. We need to try something else.
Yep.
Repeat. And that was the case until, you know, like the beginning of 2022, really, when I just went, I've had it, and pulled myself off of all of them and realized there was just no difference.
Right.
So I was on all the drugs that, you know, like while hopefully they're safe and didn't do any damage, it's still medication I didn't need to be on.
Yeah.
And then towards the end of 2022 was when I stumbled across some TikToks that were like women with ADHD, and one of them was Olivia Lutfeller, who I would really recommend. She's an incredible creator. But I went through all of her TikToks and was just like, holy shit. Because I've got brothers with autism, and I've got one brother with very severe autism. And obviously I'm not like that. That's not me. I'm not reflected in that. Particularly with ADHD, I just went, oh my God. And I went, shit. And so I went to a doctor. Like, I went and got a brand new doctor because I didn't really have one here.
Yeah.
I went, I have ADHD. And he went, okay. Like, I'd asked around a group of ADHD women in Melbourne. Like, there's a really great Facebook page.
Yeah.
And gone, someone recommended a really good ADHD doctor. Went and saw Dr. Tim, and I love Dr. Tim so much. And he started then the process for me, and I was diagnosed a couple months later. At the time, there was far less of a wait list, so I went to a psychiatrist and was diagnosed pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And then through that as well came the sort of autism side, which is fairly minor. It's mostly ADHD, but there is definitely some autism there, and OCD, which is the OCD bit is the sleep issues. So.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, but I was misdiagnosed for 10 years, so.
Yeah. I feel like, so the first time I got diagnosed with major depression in 2014. And it's so funny because so many people, when I know I've posted or we've talked about it, and people have jumped on and put in the comments like, you've got major, like, just have no idea at all. And it's because I'm an extrovert depressive. Like, I need people, which is why COVID was so freaking hectic for me. But you know, medications did nothing. It's like, and I just feel it's the same thing where I feel like I'm drowning. Like, in people don't see, it's when I'm on my own, and I've got nothing but my own thoughts to chew at myself, and my own self deprecation. Like, it's deprecation. No, that's the right word.
No, that's the right word. Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking, I'm like, that's not the poop thing, is it? No, that's defecation.
That's defecation, yeah. Defecation is like putting yourself down.
Yeah, and that's just what that does to me, and like being on my own, and like, COVID was like the worst thing that could possibly have happened to me. And whilst obviously we made a good community streaming online and everything, it was the off-screen time. As soon as we went offline, the world crumbled for me. And it was, you know, the discussions with doctors about, like, you know, I remember a doctor kept saying to me, you need to call a psychologist. You need to have counseling. You need to have sessions. And I've had sessions in the past. I remember I found a really good one when I was a lot younger and going through really tough breakups that just felt like the world was ending, like for me. And just I found it really hard to cope. And I think that was probably the biggest thing was the cope. I didn't have the right coping mechanisms. It was with a really toxic relationship with a guy who was just like cheating on me all the time and put to the point. Well, I think that's where it kind of started. It's the where I didn't think I was good enough to like the what do you call it? Like the mental put downs and the cheating on me, and then like me feeling like my word was like it was over. But then as soon as I started kind of getting myself back together, he'd come back into my life and be like, I missed you, I made a mistake. But it was that cycle until eventually I was just like, I can't anymore. I can't do this. And I went straight to a psychologist, and she gave me an amazing metaphor that helped me pull myself back together. She was like, this relationship for you, I know I'm digressing a little bit, but I'll bring it back into a little bit. She's like, it's like you've stood on a nail and you've got a nail in your foot, you can just walk around and have that nail and just leave it there, and it's going to it might not be as painful, but it'll throb. It'll be there. The pain will be there all the time. You can just pull the nail out and it's going to hurt like fucking hell, but it'll heal and it'll get better and then you'll be able to walk again. And I'm just like, and that was my start on realizing of the depression. I think because of why am I so torn up a bit like this? Why did I let someone do this to me? And then that turned like just was like from there on. I think I've had it for probably a long time even before that, but that was the start of the psychological head fucks. And then, from 2014 basically being told you've just got major depression because I had, suicidal thoughts, but never would I ever go through with it because it's in me. And that's a really hard one to answer whenever a doctor asks, are you having, like when you're talking about depression, do you have suicidal thoughts? I'm like, I don't know how to answer that because I don't want them to think, I'm a risk of harming myself because I'm not.
Yeah.
But yes, I have those thoughts all the time.
Mm-hmm. I would always say to doctors, I was like, I'm too anxious to die and too depressed to live. But they combat each other. So neither one is ever going to, I'm never going to live properly, but I'm also never going to hurt myself.
That's a great way. I never thought of it. That's a great way of putting that.
Yeah. I think as well, we're fairly neurodivergent people have to be very self-aware. We've had to be because no one else is aware of us. We have to be very self-aware. And so for me, I've always gotten to a point where I can identify it and go, oh, this isn't good. I need to go get help right now. I think before it ever gets to that point. What's the difference between suicidal and intrusive thoughts?
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question.
For me, and I have a lot of intrusive thoughts, that's like the OCD. So OCD for me is intrusive thoughts. Obsessive compulsive disorder. So obsessive thoughts, intrusive thoughts, compulsions is acting on them or behaving in a way to counteract the obsessive thoughts. You can certainly have intrusive thoughts and be suicidal at the same time. For me, the difference is intrusive thoughts are more anxiety than depression tendencies. So trying to think of examples. I'll get intrusive thoughts a lot where I'm like, oh, there was a bang, I'm being robbed. And then instead of a normal person who would go, oh, the cat just knocked over a broom. Or
is that what you say intrusive thoughts is? Like overthinking where I think that I'm going to get a fucking snake in the walls and it's going to kill my dog.
You rationally know that that's not going to happen. In the same way you rationally know the plane you're in is probably not going to crash and you're safer in a plane than in a car. But you still can't help but have those thoughts. Your brain is going, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I should call my family right now because they probably all just died. It's those really visceral things that you wouldn't usually say out loud because it's everyone would think you're mental. And again, I think that's where people have a misunderstanding of intrusive thoughts because some people are like, oh, intrusive thought, I should go touch that thing, that would be silly. No, intrusive thoughts are very dark. And ruminating is very much part of it, keeping in mind. And again, I'm not a psychological professional. I do have.
But you have. You've studied this though. Mel's.
But I also don't want to be the voice on mental health. Please see professional.
Hi.
About these things we need to, but
We should probably, we always disclaimer, it's like, this is just an open discussion. This isn't suggesting if anybody has any mental health, like, this is like, don't, like, get your help and go and see your own professional. Don't take anything we say
and if anything, take what we say as proof that you should go see a professional, because I think it's benefited both of us greatly.
Yeah.
You can ruminate on intrusive thoughts.
What is that?
Like dwelling, like kind of making them worse by giving in, or not giving in, because I don't think that's the right word, but like sort of, allowing, or it's not even allowing. It's,
I have a habit of doing that.
Dwelling. Me too.
Like, where I can't get it out of my brain. Just so, like, no matter what, like, everyone's like, just don't think about it. It's like, that's like, yeah, okay. That's like telling a child, don't touch that. It's like,
I just stabbed you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
like you can't. It's hard.
The more I try and tell myself,
I would say that intrusive thoughts are probably the most detrimental to my mental health.
Yeah.
Of the things that I experience.
Yeah.
They're the things that have the biggest impact on my day-to-day life. Like for me, ADHD definitely had an impact and made it really hard for certain things, but I developed some really good coping mechanisms to the point where most therapists were just like, oh, you're kind of already doing all the things we would have told you to do. And I'm like, I know. Because I found them from other therapists who were giving general advice on the internet.
Yep.
But the intrusive thoughts, there's so little you can do sometimes about them that it's like, and they're so impactful. For me, sleep is a big one. It's just like, and I think trauma impacts these things too, of course. But yeah, so I hope that answers those two questions.
Yeah.
But I think intrusive thoughts can include suicidal ideation, but it's kind of different to me. I think a lot of the time you're aware it's an intrusive thought, but you can't stop the physical reaction you have through panic.
Yes.
Again, there are coping mechanisms for me with like the intrusive side of things. Like really hot shower does the trick for me.
Does it really?
Sitting on the floor of a shower with really hot water.
Actually, yeah, I do the same.
Yeah, I do the same when I have a migraine. I actually learned this from it making me feel better when I have migraines. It's like one of the only things. But yeah, I found that really helps. Your cushion wants to keep watching the stream.
Nice. That is so funny that you say that though, because like there are times when like I'll probably be crying. I just want to literally sit down on the floor of my shower with the friggin' thing like all over me and cry, and I feel better. And I'm like,
you feel better. I do it until I calm down. I take off my watch because sometimes for me my heart rate can be like a panicky thing because I also have like another condition that like impacts that, something I can like I guess obsess over.
Yeah, if you go, my heart rate's up, then it makes you even more.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, or it's low, or like that can be a thing that like freaks me out a little bit, even though most of the time it doesn't bother me at all. But sitting on the floor of the shower, really hot water, and that's how I learnt how I was telling you about the shower orange?
The orange.
Yeah, it started with Coke Zero, like a really cold Coke Zero in the hot shower to like just like the hot and the cold really helped. I love being in the shower. Yeah, I don't cry in the shower usually, but I don't cry. I don't usually cry during like those kind of meltdowns. I'm pretty internal.
It's just me. I'm just like the stereotypical film scene where there's one with like Ace Ventura when he realizes he's like, Einhorn is a man, and he like sets his clothes on fire and runs to the shower naked and just like, like obviously that's not my trigger thing, but like I always imagine that scene of him just sitting in the shower crying, and I'm like, that is literally me. Yeah, and I'm like, I mean that person that will sit I will be in the shower and I'll just cry.
I think it's also a space where you are alone most of the Don't drop the orange in the shower. Don't drop the orange. No. But trust me, put an orange in the fridge, cut it into little, and then take it in the shower. Trust me. Don't knock it till you tried it. I don't want to hear any shower orange slander until you have had your shower orange, and then come talk to me.
No.
Yeah, in Australia we use oranges instead of soap.
Oh God, we're gonna start a whole new trend.
I mean, no, because the whole reason I eat an orange in the shower is because they're sticky and I don't like the texture, which is so autistic of me. But anyway, I digress. I think a part of the shower thing as well is it's like, even though I live alone, it's like the one place where you are like typically alone. It was like that for me when I lived at home.
Yeah.
No one is coming in. Like, you can just feel and you don't have to mask and you can just like have a breakdown.
Oh, maybe
like
for you.
Okay, look, I do have a husband who lives across the country, so this all works out.
No, I mean, like, I have a very, like, there is no privacy in my house or like where I grew up in my family. Like, there is no, this is my room, respect my privacy. That never existed in my house. So I would have family that would just come in and be like, hey, I'm like,
But the shower was always fairly safe. I think because I was the only girl.
Yeah.
I had brothers, and so it wasn't like, it was
they're probably like,
my
I do
dad.
not want to see
And
my
this was
sister like
my
that.
dad, not my mum.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so my dad was the kind of dad who was like, I'm going to pretend that, periods don't exist, and I'll buy you tampons if you ask, but I don't do it ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a euphemism in this instance. Wait, which one's the euphemism part? Oh.
Yeah, that would be a real waste of an orange. You got to be really careful.
Well, that could be like a pie. Like, never mind.
I mean, it would smell great. Anyway, I digress.
Yes.
Solo shower time to cope with having a shitty brain is great. Would recommend.
You know, it's also very good.
Beverage.
It's also very good if you're renting a place where they cover the water bills.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That time's extra special. But we don't have that.
I don't have that luxury.
No,
my water is included in my power, and my power is about $170 a month.
Oh yeah, tell me about it.
It's fine.
Well, it's the same as like because we've been looking at rental properties. There's like including water. I'm like, doesn't matter that it's a dump. It includes water.
Apply. Out the back with the sprinkler, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
but those things, I think it helps you emotionally regulate.
Sometimes, yeah.
Like sometimes with the sensory overload or like a meltdown, as opposed to, and that's something to cover, a meltdown versus a breakdown, very different things. But like when you're having a meltdown and you're overstimulated, like having a hot shower, I think that takes your focus. It's like how they tell you to like, bite something when you're in pain or whatever. It's like,
or sometimes it helps when people do the squeeze the stress ball. Sometimes that helps. But
it's just like a different thing you feel that isn't what in your brain and what you're feeling and what is causing the breakdown or the meltdown.
Do you think this just popped into my head? Is it a form of now? Like, how do I need to try and forgive anybody. Forgive me if I'm wording this wrong, because I'm probably sure I'm going to say it wrong. But like, speaking of like things like how to build a sex room, like maybe not BDSM, but like the pain versus pleasure things, like how sometimes a bit of that pain, if it's too hot, sometimes can help relieve those. Is it a bit of that kind of thing too?
Yeah, and from memory now, someone will know better than me, but I'm fairly sure I read about this while I was in uni. People who are neurodivergent tend to be more likely to be into kink.
Yeah.
And there's two parts to that. There's the sort of pain pleasure part. There's like
Simon's
that
not
element
hearing
of like that's okay.
I think Simon's only hearing the part that I'm saying versus the. Oh, you can hear it.
Coming through. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, don't worry. It's BDSM. You're fine. You go.
We're
just wife 2, wife 3 talking about.
Well, if it's that, you need to include the husband, don't you?
No, you're fine.
No.
Sorry, go ahead.
There's the pain and pleasure part. So there's like the sensory part. Sorry, there's the pain and pleasure part, which is like a whole thing. But then there's the sensory part. So it's like you take, there's people who like to be, like the tying up or the blindfold or whatever that like takes away some of the sensory part. And then I think it's also the control part.
Yeah.
It's that I don't have to think about, particularly on the female side, like if you're the submissive in a BDSM, relationship, you don't have to think. Someone else is making the decision, so you're not overthinking, so you can actually relax and enjoy it, as opposed to spending the whole time, but do I look okay, and what am I doing, and am I all right, and then what are they thinking, and what am I, like, all these things that rack through your brain at 100 miles an hour in sync with each other that can really make sex kind of actually not that enjoyable for people who have that experience, because you're experiencing them all at the same time in your head, and you just cannot actually relax. And so that's why I think, I guess it's 3 parts, but it makes sense to me. And I think that the hot shower thing falls in the same vein.
Banner. Yeah.
I think I've heard discussion about whether it's sort of self-harm in a way, but I think it depends how you use it.
Yeah.
And I think it's the same for kink, although I guess they're very different things. I think it's about, how you're using it, and are you using it as a coping tool or as something that's, self-inflicted. Yeah. So,
It's funny that, like, even you saying that with it's the whether you call that intrusive thoughts as well, the whole am I this, am I that, like questioning everything, like that. It's so funny, like, to come from, like I said, I was diagnosed like having major depression from clear established social rules and sensory play.
Yeah, BDSM.
Like, I am that person that, and they were like, it's major depression. Like, I got misdiagnosed with that for so long, and it was because that's all, like, they were like, oh, you're not showing signs of an ADHD. You're not like even though I am, like, I think I've gotten more that.
Not
because
a 6-year-old boy.
Yes.
And that's
I'm not trashing the house.
Correct.
Even though
understanding of ADHD is always like a 12-year-old boy. What would a 12-year-old boy running around a classroom throwing chairs at the teacher?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, well, I don't have ADHD.
Yeah.
No, you're just not 12 years old and a boy who hasn't got any emotional regulation because they're 12.
Yeah. And it's that whole, even that, like, there are so many people in the world that are like, just like, oh, no, you're not ADHD. You're just lazy. That's not a mental health issue. You're just lazy. It's like, I can't I'm just like, it's like, it's the same thing that, and I get so upset when people are like, oh, so I had my counterpart in when I worked overseas, rest of her soul, bless her soul, she was my counterpart, and when I worked, and she ended up going on cruise ships, and she committed suicide, and they found that she had major depression. She ended up hanging herself in, which was I couldn't even go. We had friends from the same cast that actually had a thing in Melbourne, like, and like, all got together, and I couldn't even go. Like, I wanted to, and I got dressed up, and I couldn't physically leave my house. I was so head fucked about it. And I found online, and then I just started like going ADHD detective mode online, and found somebody who knew her because she was originally from Queensland, who had a radio show, and was like, brought it up, actually was like, talked about her, and was like, it's such a sad thing, like, she was upset and she committed suicide. People, like, if only you just realize, you're going to be sad for a day, but you'll get over it. Don't go and kill yourself for it. I was like, I was so insulted and got so mad over that, because I'm like, depression isn't you're sad right now. Yes, you have circumstantial depression where something bad happens and you go through a bad experience, and that's circumstantial depression. But then to turn around and fucking throw it like at the wall, like, and say like that people who are dealing with this day in, day out without an event happening that's causing depression, palming it off as, oh, that's just, you're sad today, you'll be fine, just be happy, just choose to be happy. I'm like, it's not as simple as that. Same with ADHD. It's not as simple as, oh, I'm just being lazy in this. I literally can't get out of bed. Like, and that's the misunderstanding of so many people that are palming it off as just being laziness. Like, and there is a way with medication, obviously, to help us. And I think I know that we're becoming more aware, but it's just, there's nothing more annoying than being thrown, and probably that's what comes with my misdiagnosis. And I got misdiagnosed for so long because it was just maybe, oh, you're this, and then like the amount of times when like medication wasn't working, it was just because I was over emotional. Like, you think about things too much. You're thinking too in depth about it. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm actually thinking extremely logical about it, and my brain just has the power to be able to go, okay, so I start here and I go down a rabbit hole and I go, but hang on, what's the root cause of all of these issues? Okay, now I figured out what the root cause is. Like, that's why we're good lie detectors. But yeah, like, I don't remember where my point was, but misdiagnosis.
That stuff is really damaging, and like, I've always said, and it's hard because you want to educate and you want people to improve because we need that to happen. But I've always, that my attitude towards that, so that I don't get very viscerally angry, is just to be like, good for them. If that's what they think that depression looks like, thank God. Like, good for them.
Yeah.
Because they'll never have to understand. They'll never, like, they clearly have never had it, and they'll never have to have it. And so, lucky them.
Yeah.
You know, because
that's a great way to think about that.
To be ignorant enough to not know what it's really like.
Yeah.
That's what it's really like to have ADHD, because it's not just, I'm not lazy. It's not just like, I don't want to, what have you seen?
Taco's like, I could feel Mel picking up the chair to throw at this scenario you're describing, Erin.
And that makes me laugh, because my reaction was more like, peace. Like, good for them that they don't have to understand how fucked up it is to be in my head. Like, lucky them.
Yeah.
I've come a long way from my rage about people's attitudes towards this stuff, because it's really hard. I'm really lucky. I work for a miscellaneous company that is very, very good.
Yeah.
And let me like spearhead some neurodivergent awareness in our company. So I'm very, very lucky on that front.
Yeah. Do you see in me like a younger, an earlier version of yourself when you were probably fresh to that, when you had that rage kind of thing?
Yes and no. Like, the rage is still there. It's just that
you've learned to deal with it.
Like, I've got enough. I give myself enough to go through without also having to take on other people's ignorance. You know, I think part of that for me has come from, one, doing a lot of not-for-profit work, but two, like, started more with like the LGBT, not P. I don't know what the P stands for.
Sorry.
How dare you use the sixth sign? Never again.
I put them all in. Okay, this is gonna. I put all the cutlery inside the pot that had the soup, because I wanted it all in, like, not everywhere. I want to put it all in this one thing and to soak together. And you've just emptied it, all of it, haven't you?
And when did you do that?
A couple of days ago.
Right. So when you actually have to wash that, you take that out and put it all in the sink.
No, you just tip the water. Was there water in it?
I tip the water
You just tip the water and then you just fill the pot up and then put the stuff in it.
So what's the difference of that, or actually filling the sink up with water and stuff?
Because it keeps it in there together.
Isn't that what a sink does?
Wife
I'm
three.
on Simon's side here.
Wife three, help.
I can't. I'm on Simon's side, because I don't like putting my hand in the cold water, because it's a sensory thing. Like, if there was water in that pot and it had the cutlery in there, I would never ever put my hand in there to get the cutlery out. It would live there forever.
It has to be emptied, so you can wash it.
It has to be emptied.
Whatever, you guys don't know what you're talking about.
I have a dishwasher for this exact reason.
What you did makes sense to soak it, but when you're washing it, you then empty it.
It's fine, you go ahead. You do you.
This brings up an interesting thing, though, because I, as part of masking, or I guess coping strategies, I can't leave. Like, I have this fear that if I don't, I leave a shirt on the floor, or I leave something in the sink for a couple of days, my life's going to fall apart. Like, that's it. I'm gone. Everything's fallen apart for me. I'm, going to become, some sort of crackhead with no job. And so I am, and that's part of the OCD, I am meticulously tidy. You've not seen my house, but meticulously tidy. Like, I do laundry every day. I do my dishwasher every day. There is never a pot in my sink for longer than about half an hour. Like, I'll eat the meal and then immediately, if I'm not stacked as I go, it will stack just after I eat. Hi. Hello.
Yeah. My
It's
mum
an
wishes
ending.
I was like you, I guarantee. But isn't that like a messed up thing?
But
Is
it's
it
at
like...
your detriment. Like,
Yeah.
it's really, like, it can impact my life, because, and that's why
Really?
I always work from home on a Friday.
Okay.
Because then I can, run the vacuum and do the laundry and stuff, and then I don't spend my whole weekend doing it.
See, that's funny that you DX'd Audie here.
Diagnosed autism.
What's DX'd? Doxing?
DX is diagnosed.
I'm like, doxing? No, that's not right.
Medical
Right.
shorthand.
Gotcha. See, that's so, and this is what gets me. We were talking about this the other week about the whole laziness versus ADHD misunderstanding. And we figured out, I was like, if you find a lazy person, someone who's just lazy, they are more than happy for people to come into their house when their house is a fucking mess and a pigsty and they don't give a shit. I would have a meltdown. If someone
I
was
would
coming,
die.
yeah, me too. But I have a problem where I hate being, when I was a child, my mum will say that, I was that OCD that were like, if my room was pitched like so insanely clean. And I would have, like, even mum tells a story about how when I had little socks, white socks with frills, I had a full meltdown one day when one sock was a little bit higher than the other. And I was like, Mum, you need to fix this. Like, I had a full meltdown over it. As I've gotten older, it's gotten worse. I don't know why. I don't really understand the why. But I think that this is why I exit a situation, I don't come home. Like, if my house is a mess and I feel like everything is because I'm on a Saturday night, say the house is clean, and I'm like, what do I wear? I had it planned out all in my head what I was going to wear, but for some reason that day I decided to have anxiety about how I looked, and I felt like I looked fat, or I felt like look I looked this or that, or this wasn't looking right, so I put it on and I felt like I looked disgusting. So then I'd go through all my costumes, I couldn't find anything that looked right, and have a meltdown over it. Then my room would be a pigsty, and then I'd disappear for 3 days. Like,
Yes.
I would literally sleep in
Same.
my car and just not come home. And so, like, poor Simon, like, I don't think my parents quite get it, because I went home and disappeared for like a day or two, and they were having a full meltdown that I wasn't coming home. And I'm like, I'm fine. I just need, and they're like, where are you? My dad's like, I can't sleep. You need to come home. I'm like, I'm an adult. I'm fine. I just need to, I'm having a moment. And that's, I don't know why. As much as I hate living in mess, sometimes my brain just looks at it and I go, I just can't, and I leave.
You can't. And, and that's part of the sort of those things that I guess maybe that's where I look at you and see me a while ago, because I had that. That was me when this was probably like 2017. And obviously I didn't know at the time, but Chris Mack.
Thank you for the sub. Did you see what Tucker? Never would have guessed Erin was ADHD, and huge props for having the dialogue chat. Thank you. Wait, really? Wait, I'm not sure if you're being...
That's sarcasm.
Oh, okay.
Because I said lol after.
And then Taco's like, sub goal, Sai gets a gardener.
Taco is on the gardener phase that we were on when the gardening happened, because Taco's only just found it. And so Taco's a bit hyper-fixated on being my gardener, and unfortunately that role has been filled. Blue shows up to my stream or Dan's stream to post me a paragraph dialogue of the latest garden update, and they are fucking phenomenal.
Why haven't I seen this?
I reckon I can find you one. Hang on.
Oh, Simon. What's STR?
I don't know that one.
Verimit, what's the STR?
I love how I forget to do things that I do. User Blue.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, it's Taco, right?
Yep.
Messages. Okay, here we go. This is the latest one, and they have themes. So Taco shows up in my stream at 7:25 p.m. Hey Mel, like totally. So I was just checking out your garden, and it is like so totally flourishing. Your hedges are so trimmed, and your orchid trees are so pruned. Like, major props. Our crops are like so thriving, and I even saw some butterflies fluttering around the flowers. It's so totally lush and green. I'm sure you're super excited to start harvesting your delicious aubergines and melons soon. But in the meantime, just sit back and enjoy the beauty of your flourishing garden, girl. And then gone. Disappears. No further comments. That was it.
I love that he's totally embraced this. And I still have to send out his prize. I still haven't got around to it.
I think Blue is the only one who would have won that as my gardener and gone, I'm going to come and talk to you daily about gardens.
Yep.
Blue sees me. I get like, and it's always pre-prepared. Like, I can tell that Blue has gone and done this beforehand.
Yep. That is awesome.
It's not like just been written into my chat. It's copy-pasted, and it makes me so happy.
That was a good. I'm glad that the first person that we originally chose wasn't there to claim the prize, and then we defaulted back to Blue.
I'll always.
It was so meant to be.
I will always wonder who Nigel Thornberry was. Because it was very, very good. But like Blue was meant to win that, because Blue's the only one who would take it and not like.
Yeah.
For how filthy it was made to be.
Yeah.
Blue's the one who was like, actually, no, I'm going to take this very seriously.
Yeah. Oh yeah, jade plants. My mum just destroyed ours at home where I used to live. Like she pulled the plants out. I'm like, Mum, but she didn't like it. Whatever.
It's okay. Her place.
Yeah, we just live there. She's fine. So I wanted to go back to because I did, like I always do, digress severely.
We do.
Back to how I ended up actually getting diagnosed. I thought I had so many, like there were so many things. I always, White Erin, White Rin. Oh, there. I'm a Sai. You look so much different. Did you get a haircut or something? No, this is Mel. It's Mel Bean. Simon's
Famous third wife of Simon.
third wife. Yes, we're on a tricycle.
Hi.
I always got, so especially during like lockdown, like I had my doctor at the time in Melbourne was like, Erin, you need, because I had like, we talked about kind of the what was it, the suicidal thoughts versus intrusive thoughts, and this is why I always had a hesitation. I always had to say, yes, I've had suicidal thoughts, and to say to the doctor, but I would never do it. I can't stress enough, because I would feel so guilty as to leave the mess, like, because yes, I am over emotional. I have the ability, I'm a serious empath as well, which is I feel like being an empath can be a curse, because I can't help but imagine, I put in place where exactly what it would be like to be that person, and imagine to the core of me what it would be like, and embody all those emotions, and I break. And I'm like, I couldn't do that to somebody else. I know that I have people that care about me, and I couldn't put them under that. And imagine having to like
go through what you go through as well, like,
and go through all my stuff and like put all my problems and my debt and my everything onto somebody else. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And then she was like, you need to go and see. She's like, I'm like, yeah, I will. And my inability to just
realize how much it's affecting your life.
Yeah, but the ADHD factor of like how hard it is for us to go, okay, I got to go home and I got to pick up the phone. I've got to look up. She gave me a list of these names and numbers, and I'm like, yep, I will do that. And then get my car and I go, or actually, and I go down a rabbit hole and I think I've got to do this. So I never get around to it. And it's always, Erin, you got to do this. You got to do this. Yeah, I'm getting around to it. Just back the fuck off. And it's so hard.
Pathological avoidance of tasks. When someone, like, you could be in the middle of doing something and someone goes, oh, you're doing blah. Okay, now I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
Hey, can you do this? That was the next thing I was going to do, but now I'm not going to because you've asked me to.
Yeah.
Pathological demand avoidance, that's called.
Is it?
It is terrible. Yeah, it's part of all these things are getting named. So pathological demand avoidance is it's like someone asks you to do something and now you don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Or like it just ruins it completely.
That's like my tax.
Or you're doing something a very specific way and someone goes, have you considered maybe doing it this way? And you're like, no, I don't want to fucking do it at all. And it's no longer got the dopamine for you because someone's given an opinion.
Why? My mum, I feel like that's actually a perfect example, that my parents used to always think all my life that I'm just trying to be argumentative and then I'm doing this. And I'm like, it's not that at all. Like, or I'm trying to disobey or be, just because I've said it, you don't want to do it that way. And I'm like, well, like, yes, but it's not out of a bad place. It's not because, it's, yeah.
Yeah, no, totally. It's the same. And it's also like the autism bit for me is the specificity. So if someone goes, can you organize this bookshop?
That is my favorite word, by the way.
Color coordinated? Do you want it tall to short? Do you want it? And I'm like, I need more thorough instructions.
Yes.
And can you please organize this? Can you please, like, it was like that at work. And it would do my boss's head in that I would constantly be rearranging things because I'm what's happening in my brain is I'm trying, failing, and going, that doesn't work, let's try it a different way, that doesn't work. But to everyone else, it's like, now I don't know where anything is because you keep moving it.
Yeah.
So there's more, general instructions don't work. I need plan, I need understanding. It's like, it's the same for you with this. Let's do this stream. Right? Unless we make a really specific plan for it, it's not going to happen.
That is so spot on.
I'm very cognizant of that because, frankly, like, there's a reason why only 15% of neurodivergent people are in permanent employment. I'm one of them. And that's a very very lucky, but it's also at my own detriment.
Yeah.
To an
Yeah.
extent. I've had to put in place so many things so that my life doesn't fall apart, because it will fall apart so fast.
Hang on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Exactly. I am so glad for that. Like, it really will fall apart so quickly if I don't, like, constantly have structure, and I, like, have to get up and have a routine and do the same thing every day, and I can't get up too late on a weekend, or it fucks my sleep, and if my sleep's gone, then my coping's gone, and if my coping is gone, then, like, it spirals out of control so fast. It always feels like you're just holding on by a thread, and if it snaps, you're fucked.
Yeah.
There's just nothing to do, and that's a really scary place to be in. It's really scary to, like sometimes I'll walk past homeless people on the street and go, I feel like I'm one step away from ending up there, despite having a very lovely home and a job that I love and friends that care about me. It still feels like I'm less than a second from becoming, you know, like a drug addict with no family, and I'm a gambling addict. You know, like all of these things, it just feels so close, even though it's really not.
Yeah.
And the worst thing that would ever happen to me is I ended up, you know, having to stay with family for a while I got back on my feet, which has happened before.
Yeah.
And, like, I'm so far away from that. I have a very good job. I've been promoted 3 times in the last, like, I'm doing well.
She's doing excellently well.
It also feels very close to just, like, losing everything all the time.
Yep.
And it's a really scary place to be in.
I feel like I've lived on that cliff for a really long time. And maybe that's the process of, like, getting this going through this diagnosis and this journey of, like, all the extra things that have to be done, that I have to go, all the assessment stuff that I'm going to go before I get assessed for the medication to help myself. But I feel like I live on that. And funnily enough, I actually fell down a cliff when I was 9 years old and split my head open. 155-foot cliff straight down. It's like literally the inclination of it was like this, straight down. And split my head open. So I feel like I've metaphorically lived on the edge.
I'm worried about all of the head trauma you've experienced.
Well, I know that's too serious. Like I've broken my skull twice now. Like what? Like I don't know what to say. I don't know. Like no wonder.
We're very accident prone, but like that's part of it too. But I feel like the best metaphor I've heard for ADHD or autism is like you've got a full cup and you've got one little, like, you know, those little pipettes like that you like suck up water with. You've got one of those and you're desperately trying, or like a syringe, and you're trying to like remove water, or a little teaspoon from the cup.
Yes.
Whilst someone's filling it with a hose. Like, and you're just desperately trying to like empty, and that's like the cup is your brain, and it's like you're just spending your whole life trying to stop this cup overflowing.
Yeah.
And
that's a great
there's
metaphor.
all these things we do. We have these coping mechanisms. We've got medication. It's like, but that's why ADHD burnout is so intense. And I've just been through this, like, I think very clearly to nearly everyone around me. Like just too many hoses filling my cup. I shouldn't do this particular movement.
Simon!
No comment on if I literally clipped Dan doing that recently, so now I'm fucked. But so many hoses that you just can't empty the cup, and if it overflows, the burnout from ADHD is so much more severe than someone's normal.
Yeah, sorry, you saw what I just saw?
Yeah.
It's not still stuck. What?
Taco, is there a pebble in your head?
And yeah, standing ovation for Mel doing amazingly.
I'm just going to turn off my heater because it's just gotten very warm.
Simon! That's so loud. The sounds are so loud.
No, it's on the same volume as Mel, so I need to individually go into every little
okay,
thing.
that's okay, don't worry.
Turn it down.
Don't worry
I'll just do this one.
Just no more sounds. We'll make them by hand.
We'll just make the single clap as...
We can just clap together. Golf clap.
Golf.
I've never been to the golf, but I imagine that if I was at the golf.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Like, it's taken a long time to grow this out. I tried really hard. I was like... And then just pooped really instead. It's getting there.
Yeah. But yeah, the burnout of ADHD is so intense, and that's actually, I always thought that was depression, and so I would treat it like depression.
Right.
It's not depression.
Yeah.
And so I would go through these burnout periods where it's like work was really intense, and then something happened, and then something happened, and then I woke up one day and I was just like, oh, I can't.
Yeah.
And you break.
Yeah.
And when I burn out and break, it is just like, so this happened to me very, very recently, and I feel like I've only in the past like 2 weeks kind of gotten out of it. But like I was crying 3 times a day at the office. I was crying in bathrooms. I was wearing waterproof mascara so that I could work after knowing that I would cry.
Does that work?
Like, yeah.
It does. I feel like I've never found one that works. Either that or it's just I can't get it off.
I have a Maybelline one that is so waterproof that like I have to sit down.
Mel.
Yeah.
You should know. Maybelline, they're not good.
I know, but I had it.
They're not cruelty free.
I know they're not, but I've also had this mascara for many years.
Okay, fair enough. And it's still okay.
I don't wear this stuff very often. I have like 4 mascaras and I just circle through them. But anyway, I've got this mascara. It's very, very waterproof. And I wear it when I know that I'm going to cry, which is most days. I cry most days. That's just kind of like my emotional, that's how I output the water from the glass.
Yep.
It's by crying.
That's one of your hose options.
One of my hose options. Yeah, I have lots of hose.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. You're one of my hose.
Giselle hose. I am one of your hoes. I'm now your wife. So I feel like that's enough. That's like lead hoe.
You're like lead hoe, top hoe.
Yeah, it's like in musical theatre. What is it like the dance captain?
Dance captain.
Captain.
Yep, it's pretty much what you are.
Hi, Nocturnal. Welcome in. First time chat. While I'm saying
hi,
captain.
Thank you for coming on in. I suck with burnouts because I get annoyed with myself, I'm the same, make me more stressed and end up making myself more sick, making the burnout last longer. And I'm the same.
And that's something I had to learn.
That is a cycle.
Like I took a week of mental health leave about 3 weeks ago. But you
had a lot going on.
I had a lot going on, but a lot of what was going on was my inability to cope with things that are going on.
Yeah.
Work was very busy, but the thing about work that was getting me was there was a lot of change happening.
Yes.
And I need a lot of time to cope with change.
I think we all do, right?
But I need 3 to 5 business days to process it before I can be resilient again and go, okay, cool, this is happening, let's go.
Can we halt for that? I love that you've given it an actual 9 to 5 process. 3 to 5 business days, not including the weekend.
All the time. That's my favorite phrase. Like when something's taking a while, I'm like, well, it'll be ready in 3 to 5 business days. Say it all the time. That and famously are like my 2 Mel catchphrases. Mel describing hoses. Great. Can't wait to look at that later.
What's Mel describing? What is that?
Taco took a clip.
Yes.
Yeah, like if the printer's being slow, I'm like, I'll have that to you in 3 to 5 business days.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm going to steal that one as well. Mel will be like...
But, yeah, I had a lot going on, but being neurodivergent didn't help with that. Grief as someone who's neurodivergent is very, very hard. And it's something I've out because we're really good in a crisis. And so during the time where most people are actually grieving, we're just actually picking up everyone else's pieces because we're always in a crisis, but always at that 10, whereas most people are at a 5 and then grief takes them to a 10 and they're panicking because we've got to do this and we've got to do this and I don't know, and we're very calm.
Yeah.
And it's usually not until after a funeral or after everyone else is done with that initial piece that we start out.
Grieving.
It was certainly the case for me when my cousin passed away. He was quite young. The first time I cried was at the funeral.
Yeah.
And the whole preceding time, I'd just been in organisation mode.
Yeah.
But so anyway, I had a friend pass away and I had a lot of other stuff going on, and I was sitting at work and I just broke and I just couldn't do it. Past me would have gone, need to be strong, just need to work through this. Me now, with the understanding of my brain, realised that if I was sitting at work, what was going to be happening is I wouldn't be doing any work and I would be sitting there feeling really fucking bad about it. Everyone would still be expecting me. They wouldn't be expecting as much of me because I'm going through it, but there would still be an expectation that if I'm at work, I am working.
Yeah.
And so I mental health leave because I'm like, you know what's better than sitting at my desk feeling bad about not working is if I'm not there, no one's expecting me to be there.
Yeah.
So I don't have to feel bad about not doing anything. I can just go and do what I need to do and be with the people I need to be with.
Yeah.
The flip side of that is that you risk isolating yourself, and that's really hard too. And so I had to work I didn't have to work very hard. I just, had.
Do you mean like that because you took mental health leave, say, what was it, a week, that you risked falling into that slump, for lack of a better word, or falling into that like if you take a week, it may end up being, I can't come back into work next week, and you may fall into that cycle. That's probably a better word to use. That.
Yeah, there's part of it. Like I found it very hard to come back to work after that, and in a way, it detrimented me. But more just like it's forced people time when you're working. So you're at the office, you're around people, even if you're on Skype or Zoom or Teams or whatever you happen to use. There's still a social element to it, and when you're grieving, it's very easy for a neurodivergent person to just go in the shell.
Yeah.
And I tend to do that. If I'm really going through it, you just won't hear from me. It's like if I'm really angry, I go quiet.
Yeah.
Like if I'm fake angry at you, I'll be like, oh my God, how did you do that? I'm so upset. If I'm actually pissed off, you will not know.
Yeah.
I will just like, like the Homer into the hedge meme, me, gone. Just ghost. You'll never hear from me if I'm pissed off. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get that. You just go MIA. And be like, nah, not dealing with that. No worries. Thanks. And Platypus is totally all good.
Yeah.
Verimit says, Mel, we're the best workers, most conscientious than most, and very devoted to our work.
We are.
I think that we're
Absolutely.
like that on a larger scale. Like not just with our work, in terms of with people. I mean, I know I'm like with my friendships. I think, when we go quiet, that's a serious stage. Yeah, I'm like, don't talk to me.
But that's actually when you need people to talk to you. Sometimes I think, like for me, if I go quiet, like please check on me. Yeah. And I do with all my friends. I do it regularly. Like if I don't hear from someone, or they're meant to be somewhere and they're not, or like if you had planned to stream and then didn't do it, I would be checking in.
Yeah.
Like, and if you're like, I'm fine, I just need to be by myself, cool. But like that's when people go quiet. Check-in. That's when I'm like, that's my check-in flag. I will always do it because we have to look after each other. Like
that was my break. Yeah, that was my break. I just quickly smooth pudding. I really hope you're okay, because that's a very scary place to be in, and I really hope. I hope that what we're doing can help open people up to not feel alone, because I worry that can happen. Like when people are in that headspace, they feel alone. Please never feel like, that's why I think what we're doing. I'm happy that we can openly speak about this, because sometimes you just feel like, especially with the ADHD thing and that being kind of relatively new, especially to females of our age, like people you can feel very alone because it's the lack of awareness of that, of what we're going through. And I think that's coming back to my diagnosis. I feel like that's when I went to my doctor and was like, I actually think I have ADHD, because I found different forums and read into what ADHD actually looks like for a female, and the stories people were telling. I'm like, me, and I started reading articles, and I'm like, maybe that's what it is. And it can be like the depression is me being misdiagnosed with having depression is because depression is a symptom of the ADHD. Once you treat the ADHD, it'll help the depression.
One or two things happen, and I think, yes, you're right. In some case, like I think from maybe half people, it makes it better.
Yes.
And then I think there's for some, like for me, once I started treating my ADHD, some of my other stuff got worse because it suddenly came to the forefront. Because you dealt with some of this surface stuff that was there through the meds, a lot of my trauma stuff came to light. I was like, whoa, like, hello, you've been there for a long time. And now you've skimmed the fat off the top. You can see what's actually under there. And then, like, in a lot of cases, trauma and things like that. So,
but would you say that's a lack of dealing with it? And maybe it coming up was the whole, hey, we need to deal with this.
I think that ADHD symptoms, at least for me, ADHD symptoms are very present. They make themselves very known. They're screaming at you.
Yes,
and so when you get that out of the way and it's quiet in your head, like, and suddenly that's when the more OCD intrusive stuff came up for me, because it was like that's been hiding there the whole time and actually was a big like push behind the ADHD stuff. When I removed the ADHD stuff, it kind of like fell out. I was like, oh shit, I need to deal with this.
Yeah.
And so I think one thing to note, kind of based on what Smooth Puddin has said, is like, I think for you and I, we both hit rock bottom and are now sort of, and while it's definitely a roller coaster, it's never just like getting better all the time.
Yeah.
You hit that rock bottom point, get help, and now, at least for me, I'm looking at things from the perspective of things being a lot better. Even my bad times, like the bad time I had recently, was still far better than my worst.
The worst, yeah.
So, as much as I don't like to preach, was that meant to be a bee?
It's a fly.
fly. It's
the fly sound.
Sounded like a serial killer. Like someone moaning at me. Like, hello?
Yeah, the female
me
one.
too.
Female presentations definitely are quite different and misunderstood. That's why they call us the lost generation. I heard that term recently.
Ooh. I feel like we should pick a different term, probably. I feel like, I mean, I think it's true, but I also think that term is taken.
Oh, 100%. Oh, yeah, in Australia, especially. Yeah. No, I think these were Americans. Americans were calling it that. Yeah, no, of course. No, I hear what you're saying.
There is, and so while I don't want to smooth pudding, I don't want to be the person who sits here and goes, it gets better. It can get better, and I really didn't think it would for a while, and I think there is, there's help available, and it's really hard.
Yeah.
You have to work so hard at your own detriment to get help. But don't give up. Like, really don't, because it will get better over time. It may take a really long time, and that kind of sucks. But please reach out, get some help if you need it.
I know.
That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, Mel. I'm relatively new to the ADHD. I just recently got diagnosed with the ADHD and smooth pudding. So for those who are on Twitch who don't know, smooth pudding said, "You guys still smile. You still have a chance." I get that, but don't misunderstand a smile for we're okay, because I also have smiling depression. I think I like the major depression. It's more so smiling depression for me, and we're sometimes the worst. It's the worst thing. It's the worst kind of depression to have, because everybody thinks you're okay. And
what do they say about comedians?
Performers. Like, I'm in performance mode here, but and I'm smile, and a lot of time, I sit here and I smile, and it's part of the masking. Yes, what Brent said. Yeah, like me and neurodivergence actually get it. It's a part of me always wanting to please everybody else and going. It's like when and kind of going back to when you were saying about having the responsibility of the whole. Hang on, I lost my train of thought. See, boom. Just lost. It's gone. See, bang, real life.
The thing is, when you have ADHD, there's like 17 things going on in your brain at once. So the chain that's like sitting here smiling and being happy and performing is the dominant one, because that's the situation. It's like that's what the situation requires, the context requires.
Oh, that's
but
right.
On the other side is like running hamster wheels of am I smiling too much? Am I not smiling enough? Am I like...
Are people entertained? Are people not entertained?
I need to remember this thought because it's going to fall out of my brain while someone else is speaking, so I've not heard anything they've said. And so while you see smiling, and from both of us, like, I think both of us also know to some extent what goes on when cameras aren't on.
Yeah.
And it's very different. Like, I'm one of those people who will not stream if I'm not feeling like 100%. I always sit and ask myself, I'm like, do I want to stream, or would I actually prefer to watch someone else's stream? And I think watch someone else's, I don't do it.
Yeah, that's a great thing to, and probably a healthier angle to take, because I know I'm not like that. It's like, I'll have a full meltdown. Like Simon, I'll have a full meltdown before I go to a gig, and I'm like, I can't do the gig. I'm not going. And he's freaking out going, I need to get a fill in. And then I'm like, the time comes when it's like the last minute I have to be able to get out the door to ensure that I'm going to be on stage on time. And I'm like, grab my bag. I'm like, let's go. Because I won't not show up. And that's what it can be like on stream. And Simon doesn't deal with that. Like, I just get on and I'm like, go. And it's like, this is what I've got to do for everybody else, to make sure everyone else, I'm here when they're expecting to be. And Simon's sitting next to me not being able to cope, because he's like, what the fuck? Like, and I'll be like, what's your problem? What's wrong? We're doing a show. Like, and yet he's in real life mode. Do you know what I mean? Like, and
he's more panicked because of what he's seen from you.
Yeah.
Sort of insinuates a crisis. But again, we're good at performing in a crisis. Like, that's where we thrive, is when everything's in chaos, because normal people don't cope well in chaos or like panic. We're used to it. That's what I'm like 24/7. I'm in crisis all the time.
I didn't
And so
know
I've
what you
gotten
said.
used to being functional. And it's like,
Yeah.
it's the only time where I am more functional than a neurotypical person. It's the time where I shine because they're not coping and suddenly I can
Yeah.
for the first time ever.
Come here, come here. Come here, just come here.
No,
Simon wants to say
Simon.
something.
I want to say something, but I don't want it to sound like I don't understand or that
No,
what I'm saying is because it's not like having a dig or anything like that, and it's actually probably a bit of a question that I'm asking, which I don't know if I've ever even really asked you that much. Is that's understandable and that's fine. What about when you're working with somebody else?
Yeah.
How that behavior, which is obviously beyond your control, affects that other person who needs to rely on you.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I mean? Like, yes, I'm
hard
not saying that because yes, I prefer to be more prepared. I prefer to get somewhere half an hour earlier. You know, that's me, right? But if you know, obviously, Erin works completely opposite, but it affects me because I've then got to work twice as hard to get things organised in a short amount of time because of the way Erin deals with it. It's do you know what I mean? It's like it makes certain things pretty difficult.
Yeah,
That probably
definitely.
makes it hard to deal with us. I'm holding.
Yeah, add.
Yeah, no, you keep answering because I'm just dealing with, yeah.
Yeah.
If you can
Um,
chat on that.
All
yes.
good, platypus.
It's very challenging coping with that totally different thinking, coping pattern. I get that, and I feel like that's
Sorry, just before I
is.
go back over, I just want to add one more thing, which I sort of said before. My problem is,
thanks, Mel, for putting that in.
yeah,
Yeah.
I understand. I get why Erin's that way, or any like people with ADHD are that way, which then doesn't make it even easier for me.
No.
Because I feel
No.
horrible going into the bathroom like yesterday, going, are you ready yet? We got to go.
Simon,
We got to go.
I was trying to get ready. I was getting ready, and I know in my back of my head, I'm like, we need to leave. And my makeup wasn't going well, and yet he's pacing back and forth, just looking at me like, so what's? And I'm like, and that's agitating me in that scenario, being like, I know in my head that we have to go, but him pacing behind me and being like, when are we going?
Which I don't want to do. Yeah, I hate.
What do you call it? Triggers me.
The part where it's like it does have an impact on the people around you.
100%.
And that's why I think two-parters we tend to isolate ourselves, but two, like we can cycle through relationships and friendships very quickly because it can be very exhausting to tolerate someone with not even tolerate, but just like it does have an impact on the people around us. And I think we are aware of that. Yeah, so it's hard, but I don't think that's invalid either. I think it's very valid, Sai, to feel that way. Like it's tricky.
You just have to deal with me, okay? God. Kidding.
Smooth pudding, like.
Look, the thing is, we're discussing a topic that's heavy, and we know that there'll be heavy connotations, but there's just things that really aren't appropriate for a general audience.
Yeah.
So, we can have a general chat, but let's just keep it,
Keep it
with
like.
the TLS platform too.
I mean, what Mel says is absolutely spot on. I mean, we really are trying to just have an open conversation, and if you're having some serious problems, we're not medical professionals. We're not in a position to be able to help. We're just speaking from our own personal experiences, and it's just meant to be a bit more of a relate to each other and just talk a bit openly about issues. Like if there's some serious things going on, you really need to speak to a medical professional. I can't stress that enough.
And we both do, and that's really important to know. Like this is something we can talk about because it's something we have worked through at length with medical professionals. It's not something that I would be sitting here talking about when I'm in the throes of something really, really bad. I'm not that kind of person. So please, if you need some help, and that goes for anyone. If you need some help, please reach out. If you need help finding help, I'm here, happy to help. I obviously cannot be the help, but I'm happy to help you find resources.
Yeah.
Anytime.
And I totally get, and so what Vernon says, like, hopefully you learn, Erin, what works and what doesn't for you, and sharing that with Side help you both. So I actually think when I started that conversation, now I've reread it. I read that differently. I read that as hopefully you learn, Erin, what doesn't necessarily work for. I read that as if it was saying what works for me doesn't work for him, and I'm like, that is true, yes, but yes, no, we hope we find out that it's I don't know where I'm going now with that.
That's what I think partners have a place in the process as well. You know, like the fact that
it's like agreeing to disagree, right?
We'll speak to Simon as well. Like, I think
that's what's happening on Wednesday.
Validity. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think there's validity in that. Like, it does have an impact on the people around you. It has an impact on, you know, for kids. It has an impact on their parents.
Yeah.
On partners, like, I obviously have a little bit of a different perspective. I had a partner while I was going through diagnosis, and it did impact our relationship. Wasn't the reason our relationship ended, but it was certainly, you know, it's not easy. In the same way, any disability or condition is impactful to the partner or the people around who care about you. It's really hard for people to see that, and it's really hard for them to, you know.
Let me just cut you off. I'm just going to cut you off for a quick second. Smooth put in, you don't, I appreciate what you're saying, but at the same time, please don't assume that you know the depths of our problems. We're talking about the surface issues at the moment. I'm not going to go into, we're just having this open conversation. You don't know what my level 10 is, okay? So please don't assume that you do, and please don't assume that we're having this conversation at a level 1, because this is not meant to be a level 10. A level 10 conversation is something that I have with a psychiatrist, not on social media. So please don't make that assumption. That is very cruel to do that, and very presumptuous, and that's adding to the problem of people's awareness and people's acceptance of our issues. Okay.
Particularly when you don't know the people at all.
When you don't know us at all.
That comment might be different coming from someone who has known us both at length.
Yeah.
But
you don't know what I'm like off camera. You don't know the issues that I'm having in the corner over there when you don't see me. You don't know the issues that are happening at 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. Okay. So, and you don't know my history of what I went through growing up. So please don't do that. Sorry, yeah. Please go on, Mel.
No, you know, I don't know. Yeah. Sorry, I'm catching up with chat.
Yeah.
Timing averages and finding out. Yeah. Look, I think there's pluses and minuses. There's so many, like, and that's something that I have a friend who is really passionate about, bringing awareness to the superhero parts of neurodivergence, like, with great qualities too. And I think that's like something nice and positive. As well, like, I'm great in a crisis. You know? Like, the world's falling apart, I can put it back together. Yeah. You know, like, when people are freaking out, I can be really calm and level-headed. Yeah. I'm able to problem solve and work through various things that people can't at a speed way faster. Yes. I'm really good at my job. Like, a lot of these things come at my own detriment, but I'm really good at my job. I'm, you know, and it's the same for you. Like, you know, you're very good at what you do, and when you put yourself behind something, you succeed at it, and you're funny. And, you know, all of these, like, really great qualities that come with neurodivergence. Like, the whole, there's so many positive things that come with things that often, you know, while they are detrimental, there's good.
Attention to detail, 100%.
Yeah.
It's like,
and, like, good at creative things. You know.
Have you been told that you owe, like, as in, okay, I have to explain this and then ask the question as in how are you the same? And I'm sure, I know this is where I found in different forums, people have said the same thing. And this is where I'm like, I reckon I'm ADHD. Is we're the whole, when I said it briefly earlier, lie detectors. Like, I've had my mum say, like, and friends and family are always like, you're way overthinking this. Where I'm like, something is, like, very simple, or like a little change, or somebody way they might say something, or the way they might word a particular sentence. And I've done it with Simon before, and I was like, I pressed him so hard on it, and he's like, you're overthinking. And we came down to the point where we realized, okay, no, I used that particular word in this sentence because I had this underlying issue, and this, you know, holding a bit of a grudge about something that had happened in the past. It's our ability to go down that rabbit hole and figure it out. And it's like, it's not that we're making it up in our heads. It's our ability to go from point A and go, hang on, they've said this like this. Why would you say that? That's an unusual way to ask that question. Why would you say that? Let's backtrack, and going from one step to the next, finding the root cause. Oh, it's because you're upset about this thing that happened 3 weeks ago when this happened, blah, blah, blah. And people always use that as overthinking. It's like, no, I'm not overthinking it. I'm actually finding the reason you're pissed off with me, or you don't want to hang out with me because of X, Y, Z. And people use that.
Good,
yeah.
Yeah, we're very good judges of character.
Yeah.
Like, you get the gut feeling about someone.
Yeah.
Very early, and I know.
Yeah.
You know, like, usually it's very quick where I'm like, something's wrong there.
Something weird.
I don't want to be in a room alone with them, like, or, you know, I don't trust them with anything. Like, I can't tell them something I don't want told to you. Like, I'm really quick at picking up on those things. And also, I think, you know, my psychiatrist once said that neurodivergent people are chameleons.
Yeah.
We I guess two-parter, we feel the emotions around us, like whatever the environment is around us, we feel. So if you walk into a sad room, I'm like, oh, I'm now crying, but not about anything. I'm just really sad now, sick. But also we change to fit the environment around us. And so that's really hard because sometimes it's like a grapple with self-identity.
Yes.
That's really hard. It's like, who am, like someone went, who are you? I'm like, I don't fucking know. Like, I'm made up of the little pieces of the people around me, and that changes. If I'm like obsessed with something else, suddenly I'm like this totally different person. Yeah. And you just like, I know who I am at the core. Like, I know what I value and I know what I care about, but who are you, the person? Like, who fucking knows? I don't know. So it's very interesting.
I like what Smiling Better said. I'm not ADHD, but are you sure? Like, because well, maybe no, maybe you are. Maybe you have elements of it, maybe not full. Like, there are these things that are part, like, but I do that too. I never thought I was ADHD until I was like told you have all the ADHD problems. I'm like, oh, but I do that too. I think of it as a pattern recognition and learning people's patterns. Yeah, but you say learning people's patterns, yes, but I can pick that up. I can pick that up from someone I've just met. So I think the learning people, you need, if you mean it in that way, you need to know somebody to know what their changes are. But I can pick that up on someone's straight away and I'm going, they're saying this like this. Why would they say it like that? That's an unusual way to phrase that. You would only phrase it that way if you were concerned about this, or if you were hiding this, or this, and this. Like, do you know what I mean? Yeah, once you know the pattern. But that's what I'm saying. Once you know the pattern, you can understand it more. But I can pick that up immediately, and I can pick up where someone's like environment, like, you just questions they may ask, or the way they may ask it, or things that they may do or say get to that. They would phrase it in those particular ways because of other situations that have happened. It makes you sus. I'm like full on. Yeah. There's things
really
that it's come to fruition. And I always am like, no, Erin, you're overthinking it. Just give him a chance. Just let it go.
But every time you do, you're right.
100%.
And it always ends in you being burnt. And that's where it's really hard. Very good judge of character. Yep. Like, it's quick to pick up. Smiling Bandit is something I think is interesting. There's like it's almost like a Venn diagram.
I love a Venn diagram.
Autism and ADHD and OCD and Asperger's and all of these things. They have shared traits, and so it's very, you might not have ADHD. It could just be through your Asperger's, but I think
is that how it's pronounced?
Well, Asperger's, yeah.
Oh, I've been pronouncing it wrong forever.
Technically, I believe it's no longer like it's now part of the autism spectrum. Like it's its own, not its own. But, the thing is, ADD is the same. It's all within ADHD now.
Yes.
However, if someone's been diagnosed with something, I don't think it's fair or reasonable to take away someone's diagnosis that's helped them so much. So while medically we may have changed things a little bit, it's rolled into autism technically.
How's that? Dollinger wrote the exact same thing as what you said as you said it.
I don't want to invalidate someone's diagnosis because they probably, like that would mean the same way ADHD means a lot to me. Someone else, Asperger's, I know a lot of people do. Me
too. I say that now. I feel like a dick, Taco. I always thought it was Asperger's. But it's Asperger's.
But the thing is, Smiling Ben, if it's something you identify with that has helped you understand yourself and you know, like identity is really important. So while it may be diagnosed that way, I don't think it's fair to take that away from anyone. If that's what helps you. So I have friends who identify with ADD, even though ADD isn't technically a diagnosis anymore. It's still, you know, like I'm never going to be like, actually, because who does that help? No one.
No, that's it's like anything. So when people come in and they're like, it's like it happened last night. Someone said, I just got here and I don't like what you're doing, so I'm going to leave. Bye. I'm like, do you feel better about yourself? Like, why did you need to say that? Like, why?
Yeah, it doesn't serve anyone. Like, if someone asks me, I'll talk about it, like in this context, you know, on a medical level. But if someone has an identity that helps them in the same way that, like, any LGBTQ thing is exactly the same, I'm like, if you have something that you identify as that helps you, who the fuck cares what, you know, like, fuck everyone else.
Yeah.
Sorry, language, but, like, seriously, like, who cares?
And
Zelda, same, you know, I think in a world that doesn't do enough to help people who are neurodivergent, and when it costs a lot of money and a lot of time, I hope, and from what I've seen most of the time, the neurodivergent community is pretty loose around, like, I clearly have all these things and am diagnosing myself because it really sucks that without that you can't get meds if you need them, or they'll help you. And I'm shitty about that for so many other reasons. If getting that label means that you can find and learn coping mechanisms to help you, welcome to our, as someone who is autistically diagnosed autistic. I wasn't autistically diagnosed. Welcome. You are welcome in our community of
Jaxie.
People.
Jaxie. Sorry,
Jax.
It's exactly what you say, and you know what? There's also, you're also tainted with what's embedded in your body from day dot. Like, it's like you know, I feel like, and it's like, you know, I've said to you about that moment that I changed, my whole life changed when I had that moment, like and everything changed in me, that literal spiritual shift. And I think that's the only time when someone can actually truly change their viewpoint like that, it's you go through something that shakes you to the core. And that's when I started broadening and understanding that there's more. Like, and that whole concept of, I think it's like everything. It's like, you know, don't knock something. I found it really hard to be, and I feel bad about it, but I also try not to feel bad about it. I'm trying to adjust. And I think someone said this to me as well. It's someone that identifies as a they, them. And I had to apologize because I just assumed their gender, and they were like, I'm a they, them. I'm like, I'm really sorry. I'm still getting used. And it's that I've got 37 years of in my body. You look like this, then you're like that whole thing. And I'm still trying to adjust, and I can't help sometimes visually. Even with things, and I don't even want to say it. I feel that bad. Maybe one day we will talk about it and I feel comfortable saying it. But there are things that happen and that I watch in film that I still have this weird knee-jerk reaction to, only because of the way society portrayed certain things. And I'm very accepting of everybody, but there are things that sometimes I go, I feel a bit weird about watching this. Like I'm going to say it, any kind of sex scenes, whether it's a male and female and male, women, I feel weird watching it because of the whole, like from a child being like, sex is bad. Like I feel, but I'm trying to be more open and accepting of that because I know that it's a better way to be. Like, who am I to judge anybody or anything? Like, but there is still going to be a visceral reaction because we've got like brain. It's a form of fucking brainwashing.
You've got to unlearn things. Like,
and it's so hard to do.
I think our generation is like one of the first who is going through that, and so it's uncomfy to unlearn. And that's why I get really, really excited seeing Gen Z sometimes, where they're out and they're protesting. And they're doing like, because I went to a lot of protests when I was their age, but I was at like climate protests, not like overthrow the government protests. You know, like I get really excited when I see them talk about things and see that like the things that we did that were middle ground and progressive at the time have led to more, and like that we've been a part of that because we may not necessarily be a huge part of it anymore. But seeing Gen Z be so comfy with sex and talking about things and talking about drugs and alcohol and not drinking or not having sex or whatever they want to do is really hopeful to me, because like I think we had to feel the uncomfy unlearning feelings that
Yeah.
generation above us, like our parents were just like, that's uncomfy, I'm not doing it. Whereas we're going,
Yeah.
that's uncomfy, I'm still going to do it.
Yeah.
You know, like
I'm trying.
I'm okay with sex scenes morally, and I'm okay with all of the different, I'm cool with, you know, all the sexualities, and I'm cool with
Yeah.
like furries and whatever you want to do that makes you happy, and you're like, you're
Who
cool
is
in
anybody
that.
else to judge? But you
Go
still
for
have.
it. But
Yeah.
there's still, I'm still absorbing all of these uncomfy feelings, and also self-shame. That's so good.
Oh, I think I know. Someone said so. Tiger was like, "You're receiving a book soon. Let us know what you think about it." I meant to say it earlier, but then we got digressed, and yeah, you're a freaking legend. I think that's who it's. Yeah.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Thank you. And I do see a lot of the chat. If I'm not acknowledging it, I am reading it and I'm seeing it. And
We are reading, just like mixing it in where it's topical.
yeah,
Yeah, so I think there's like that change. It's really, really hopeful to see it go. But I agree, like it's hard, but we're doing our best to make it a little bit better for the next generation. And I think that loops into something that I think we have to talk about, which is like grief in a way, like as adults diagnosed, right? Like I think about, and while I'm really happy with my life and I'm so glad that I have people around me that I do and I'm in the place that I am, I still wonder all the time, particularly when I first got diagnosed, and probably this is the stage you're at, it was certainly the stage I was at in the weeks after being diagnosed, you're just going, man, if someone had picked this up when I was a kid, if someone had known, and it wasn't even a thing, you couldn't be diagnosed with ADHD and autism because they were not two things you could have at the same time. It was not possible. So the grief I felt after being diagnosed for little Mel, or Mel who needed support, or Mel who would have done really well and done so much better in life, or finished uni, or like all these things, had she had these supports that I now have 10, 20 years ago, it's devastating.
Yeah.
And it's something I've worked through now. Like I've worked through that grief, but I'm still, that's where I get angry, Taco. That's where I want to throw a chair, because I'm like, well, no one could have known. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you.
She knows. No, it's not that. It's what you're saying. I'm thinking back of certain things that make me feel guilty as someone. And this is the terrible thing, that I feel guilty for what I'm suffering for as a result. Like that, I just thought of a conversation that I had with my dad. My dad is a very, I don't want to say unemotional. I think if my dad cracked himself, let himself feel like he went through, I don't even know, but I know that my dad had a pretty rough childhood. And I think my dad's got forms of ADHD, and I feel like if my dad let himself, he put up such a wall, and I think if he let himself feel more emotional, he and I would have connected a lot more. And I know he feels guilty. I feel guilty that he feels guilty for that. And I remember, like, I felt like him and I never had, he always wanted a daughter, and I feel guilty of that. Hey, I will get there. I remember him saying to me once when I was like, I feel like we don't understand each other, or that like he doesn't understand like I said, as soon as things get emotional, he's just like, he gets very, tries not, and I think it's a very his generation, being a man's man. Simon and I were speaking about this, about our parents, and you know, that generation being guys not meant to be emotional. And I think my dad should be and would be, but it's that generation. It's not his fault how he was brought up in that way, but I think he feels guilty for not being able to connect with me that way. And he said, I'm sorry that I wasn't a better dad. I remember him saying that to me once, and I felt so guilty for that. And I feel like we shouldn't feel guilty for, like, the ADHD thing, like you said, what we would have known if only we'd have known these things and how it would have helped us growing up. And I feel guilty to think that my parents feel guilty that they didn't know that, and how they may have said, oh, stop doing this or stop doing that, when it was a disability for me. And it's really hard it's really hard. That's a really hard part of what we're all going through, to deal with that. And I keep trying to say to my parents, like, it's not your fault. Like, it's not you. We only know what we know at the time, and we can only handle and deal with it as it is. Like,
it was a world issue. It wasn't, like, I think my mum feels kind of similarly because, in a different way, I'm not very close with my parents, but it's interesting. I'll tell the emotional bit first and then the funny bit second. My mum, because I have half siblings, so my mum's the common denominator, and there's autism and ADHD in both, and so she sees herself as the common denominator of that problem.
Yeah.
She said, "You've gotten it from me." Even when I had anxiety, it's, "You must have gotten it from me. It's my fault."
Yeah.
Me, which is a whole other thing. But like, she does. I know there's some blame in herself for me being the way I am now. Is it her fault? Well, there's probably parts of it that are her fault, candidly. But like, it's not, like, it's not biologically her fault.
yeah.
And interestingly, my dad, on the other hand, doesn't know. Like, my dad is so autistic. And hi, Dad, if you're not watching. You don't know this, if you're didn't even know what my job was, so it's all good. But like, I think I told you this story. My dad recently needed shoulder surgery. When I was a kid, my dad got knocked off. He worked in salmon farming, got knocked off a fish pen by a seal, which is now in a museum, by the way. So this is a fucking wild story. Biggest male fur seal they've ever found knocked my dad off a pen, so they killed it because they did. And now it's in a museum. But it fucked his shoulder, and his shoulder dislocates all the time, and so he eventually needed this surgery. He had private health insurance, but he had to wait 12 months.
Yeah.
And so you're going to have to wait 12 months for this surgery. It doesn't really mean anything. You just can't, like, go swimming. Like, you can't do big movements. You can pick up your kid. What it meant is he couldn't go fly fishing. And my dad was hyper fixated. Like, and he's never, like, my dad likes fishing. He's always been around fish. But, like, fly fishing was a new one. It's a hyper fixation. He's obsessed.
Is it also because someone's like, you can't do this? He's like, make a bet?
Probably. But he was obsessed with going. He would get up
Yep.
at 3 a.m, drive up to his place, do his fly fishing by himself, come home, be a dad. He paid $6,000 to not have to wait 12 months to have this surgery so that he could go fly fishing again. And let me tell you, it lasted 6 weeks before he gave it up. He paid $6,000 for the surgery, and it was less than, my stepmom said it was less than 2 months before he quit it because he wasn't interested in it anymore. But he paid $6,000. And I sat and listened to this story, and I got off the phone and I called my brother Lockie, who he and I are very close, and you've met my brother. And I told him this story, and I was like, Dad's autistic. He was like, yeah, he is. But the other interesting part of my dad that we put together, and again, this happened, I ended up calling my brother, and I was like, I need to talk to you. It's 11 o'clock at night, and I've just had this revelation about my dad.
Yep.
My dad forgets we exist.
Yeah.
Lockie and I both live in Melbourne. And we've always been like, he forgets our birthdays. I'm like, I'm the password child. There is zero excuse to forget my birthday. Like, I am on every password. I'm the eldest.
Yeah.
So he forgets every birthday. We barely speak to him. And then he'll just call out of the blue while he's in the car. You do it too. You call me more than my dad, but like, you always call me when you're in the car or on the move and you like need something. Like, it's the same. Like, but that's when we talk. It's great. I love it. But he has no object permanence. And I called my brother and I'm like, Dad doesn't hate us. He just forgets we exist in the same way that if I'm not talking to someone for a while, or like I don't talk to my mum for a bit, I just forget about it.
Yeah.
Like,
out of sight, out of mind.
And that's like living, and that's something maybe it'll be interesting for you, living away from your family, is I forget that they exist in the same way that if I like, leave something somewhere, it doesn't exist to me. It's gone. The second that we're not physically together, and everyone's like, I missed you so much. And I'm like, yeah, I missed you too. And in my head, I'm like, I haven't thought about you for
You're like,
3
who are
weeks.
you again?
Mother? And I called my brother and I'm like, oh my God, I've just had another dad autism revelation. Dad doesn't hate us. He's not calling because he doesn't care. He's forgotten about us. Like, we don't exist because we're not near him. He doesn't see us, so he forgets about us. And it goes all the way back. My nan drinks a cup of coffee every night before bed to go to sleep.
Yeah.
So she takes a stimulant in order to make her brain quiet.
Yeah, we've talked about us
every
doing
night.
That. Yeah.
And it's just like, I see it go all the way back and it's so funny. So while it's sad in that, like, I grieve that if someone had picked up on it and helped me, it's also really funny to like watch undiagnosed people, that you can't tell them.
Yeah.
Like Friends, if I see it in Friends, I saw a friend who has OCD behavior, and I told her, I'm like, go see a therapist, and she's like, why? And I'm like, you have OCD, because like some things about OCD are just like not even deniable. Like,
Yeah.
if you have OCD,
Yeah.
stop touching your tag 6 times before you make a cup of tea. Like, you have OCD, babe.
Simon's got that. He touches his rear vision mirror. He's like, tap, 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 tap. He knows he's got it. He's like, tap, 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 tap. He always taps it back and forth. Like, it's slightly out. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, tap, tap. It's just a little bit out of.
Yeah. But like, yeah. So
More on a more
but
extreme
when you
level.
can't tell someone, you can only laugh about it.
Yeah.
It's like, I have to laugh about the fact that my 89-year-old Nan has her Nescafe before she goes to bed so she can sleep. And I'm like, hi, Nan, you're autistic. But I can't tell her that because she doesn't even know that I'm autistic.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So, an obsessive, oh my God, yes. Obsessive stirring. You're my person, Ferrimet. Obsessive stirring, same.
Why do you think I always have a drink with a friggin' thing in it?
Straw
This,
in it?
this, but it's not a straw. It's a stirrer.
Oh,
It's a spoon strawer. Have you not seen these?
No.
It's a
what the fuck?
straw
I
with a
need that.
fucking spoon.
I would be taking that to McDonald's for a McFlurry, for a frappe.
The best.
my
I don't remember where I got them, but I'm a fine one. And yeah, it's a.
I reckon they would sell them at like House or like
Yes.
those generic. That's where I got my bento box lunchbox, and I love that thing.
It's like
That is a dope spoon.
Hang on.
That's incredible.
I don't know. You guys can't really see it.
see
If I
it.
see it that way, it's a spoon, and it's. We go, no, really? It's so good. Links. I don't remember. I think my mum found them, and she's like, "You'll love this." And that's the thing. Mum and I were having this discussion. Mum was up here when I actually got diagnosed. She was here with us, and I told, and of course, I not only apparently now have all quote unquote all the ADHD problems. That's literally what the doctor said. He just looked at his papers. He's like, "Yeah, he put his hands up. He's like, you've got all the ADHD problems." I'm like, thanks, doc. But during that thing, the power went out mid assessment, and I wasn't even supposed to be there that day. My assessment was supposed to be a couple of weeks later, and I'm like, that'd be right. The entire clinic power went out. I'm like, for fuck's sake. You can get them on Amazon.
You
have them as well.
Yeah.
Sick.
They even come with a cleaner.
Yes, they have one of those, the small ones that I want to use for my friggin' French doors that we have here because so many bugs. I remember inspecting this house and there were all these bugs fucking caught behind the little bars of the French doors. And I was like, my brain was just going, I can't deal with that. And I'm like, are they going to fix that? And they're like, oh, I don't know. And I'm like, it's fine. I can get my little scourer in them and get it behind her and fix that shit.
I can sort that out. Yeah. We love it. We love a solution.
Yeah.
We're really good at inventing.
Yes. I'm like, I can do it like this.
Yeah.
Like,
and you spend days. Like, I'm like that with Microsoft Excel. Like, I know that sounds dumb, but some of the things that I have written in Excel in macros to make things work at work that shouldn't be legal. And like, my poor colleague, I won't name him, but it's the same guy I was mentioning about positive neurodivergence earlier. You've met him.
Yeah. Have a drink, please.
My trained friend. He has to help me with them all the time because he's really good at Excel, and I get on this bug and he knows that I just won't be able to do anything else unless he fixes it for me because I just get like so antsy.
Oh shit, that's you. Sorry, thank you. Sorry, I thought a fly was touching my arm.
Harley's like, what have you got for me? What's mine?
Funny you say that, the whole that we are great, like, inventing things. Like, I need, so, it drives me fucking mad. I know what kind of microphone stand I want, but it doesn't exist.
I remember you telling me about this.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, you're right. No, I was just going to answer Dollinger and say, we actually kind of plan on doing that. Like, there was some plan to do a few more of these and have like some guests of different, like,
100%.
Not only, like people like Richard or people like Dan, if they feel like they are up to talking about their experience.
Yes.
I think there's some really good people around us to bring on and Simon or,
my mum.
Family. See your mum.
My mum will come on.
Having.
She reckons she doesn't love the camera. She fucking loves the camera. Every time she's like comes on, she's like, like.
She's into it. She loves it.
She loves it.
I love hanging out at a bar with her silently while you play. It's the best.
I don't know.
Me and Mum.
Did you see The Drive, the one where she lost it when we were talking about how we went to a house inspection and we saw a couple of lesbians and she was like, do you reckon they might be into a threesome? And she almost drove off the road. She giggled so hard.
The best and worst thing that has ever happened to your mum is Dan and that sex room show. Like,
100%. No, we're not in the same room. Banner user. We're banana.
no, we're in different states.
We're in different states at the moment. Seriously though, we are actually awesome. Just other people don't know. Yeah, we'll definitely bring Simon on for sure and talk to him about, because it is an interesting thing. Simon and, hey, I got to read what Jax's question is first. Hang on. What are your opinions on those that don't want to know if they do or don't have anything related to ADHD or even autism? That's really hard. Like, because I don't want anybody coming up and telling me you can do this. I'm like, shut up, you don't fucking know me. Don't tell me. Like, I have that knee-jerk reaction. But then,
I feel like,
go on.
I feel like I can answer this to an extent, and here's why. I have a brother, he's 17, and I love him, but he has autism quite badly, along with a few other things. And so actually, the fact that he had that, and it was so incredibly frustrating for me at times growing up, is actually, I didn't want to have autism. I thought it was a really bad thing to have, and my stigma around it was really bad, and I feel quite bad for that. Like, I love my brother so much, but it is, like, we could not, it was really hard. And it's really hard for my mum, like, she's his full-time carer, and that's a whole thing, but I really had a viscerally negative response to the idea of having autism until all of 6 months ago. And now I'm like, I've come to terms with it for sure. But I was really against it because... Are you okay?
No, someone just said it looks trippy. It looks like a Bez barrier, and someone's saying it looks like a green screen. No, because maybe we have a couple of different cameras as well, and this is my house.
Yeah.
Like, this is a proper background. Like,
We're both in our homes.
I'll touch it if you don't believe me.
We're in our respective homes. Harley's like, Mum, what the fuck are you doing? Stop touching the wall.
Hey, baby.
Yeah. So yeah, no.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm in Melbourne. Erin's in Brisbane. Yeah. So, I've gotten a lot better about it, but I think you can lead a horse to water, right? Like, I try not to throw around actual diagnosis terms because I'm not a professional. It's not my job to diagnose them.
Yes.
My encouragement is to, hey, like, you notice that something's not going, when something's not going right, like, offering really positive, hey, I think you should maybe talk to someone about this. You know, like, I always maintain there is not a single person on the entire planet who cannot benefit from good therapy.
Yeah.
Even the healthiest person needs therapy. Everyone needs therapy. We all need a professional to talk to our problems about that isn't trauma dumping on our friends.
Isn't that interesting in that? I just want to jump on that because Americans are all like, I feel like Americans are very therapy like they're all in, like, everyone's in therapy. Whereas Australia, we all put like, we're very like, oh, you're in therapy, you must be crazy. Like, we're very degrading towards
still
therapy.
Very in that, like, men need to be strong kind of attitude. Women a little bit less so, but like, still there's like a bit of a stigma around us being hysterical.
Yes.
And I love, you know.
Did I tell you about the book that the little medical kit that I found at home that was my nana's? Like,
oh, where it like talks about women, yeah.
Where it had like hysteria, and it was like, the rest was like, you know, if someone just all of a sudden starts crying, don't worry, just throw water on them. And I'm like,
hysterical.
Or no, and if that doesn't work, slap them in the face. I'm like,
give them a slap. Just a little wife abuse.
I'm like, what the fuck? This was like an old like medical list of like what to do in these circumstances of this medical condition. Fuck. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, look, I think, I'm just starting to read through Jack's message.
Yeah, me too now. I'm hyper against it simply, if I'm being honest, out of spite and got too much stuff going on mentally to deal with someone from me, which I honestly don't give two shites about. I have some which I could even show who has known me for years, and after asking them to hang on, I'm getting lost. I have someone I could even show who has known me for 2 years, and after them asking them to stop, which is why
basically saying that people keep trying to diagnose him despite really not wanting to be diagnosed.
Yes.
That's fine, you know, like, and whatever works for you. I wouldn't keep people around you, but also, and I think this kind of loops back to, and this is not me trying to throw accusations at you, please, Jack, that's how I'm saying it. Comes back to me to what Simon was saying, in that, like, it's possible that that has an impact on those people as well, and they're bringing it up because it's having an impact on them.
Yeah.
And so it's a two-parter because, again, like, while you may not want to be diagnosed and it doesn't impact your life, it could be impacting the life of people around you. And again, I don't know you, I don't know your circumstance, and so I try and see it as them out of concern, one, for your well-being, but two, for them, because it does have an impact on other people. And I think for us, like, it's hard to know that something I can't control impacts people, but it does. And that's really hard, and I've lost friendships over it because they were just people who couldn't, who didn't have the capacity to deal with me.
Yeah.
And that really sucked, and, like, that's where I'll get emotional if I talk about this too much. But, like, I've lost so many friends who couldn't cope with me at my worst.
Same.
And now that I'm no longer at my worst, but you hear it all the time, I'm not going to leave you. It's fine. I'm never going to leave you. I'm like, bullshit. Give it 6 months. You'll be gone. Like, I'll never talk to you again. And it's only very recently that I have friends who I've had longer than, like, a financial year. Really.
You're not getting rid of me is all I'm saying.
I know. And that's it. That's where I've started to find those longer term friends who are similar to me. But for a very, very long time, everyone's like, oh, my friend from high school. I'm like, I haven't spoken to anyone from high school since high school.
I have one friend that I still talk to. My
I have two people who I follow. Like,
I feel like my two best friends are named Mel.
I was like, congrats.
Yeah. I feel like my two best friends are Mel. Like, my best friend from high school, me and her were both in each other's weddings, and you. I'm like, it's easy. I don't know if I'm going to make a statement someday.
It's really funny. I know, and I have a Mel friend too. It's great because it's just like, call them Mel, and if you're wrong, then there's a very low chance of you not being Mel.
But it's funny you say that, like, about the friendship, or exactly what you kind of say, because I went through that, I think, when I was at my worst, and I was so sick and tired of always being there and being the friend that will be there through thick and thin, and never getting the same return. That when I was at my worst, I went, fuck this. And I'm like, let's see if anybody messages me when they realize how fucked I am at the moment. And nobody reached out except my best friend. That's it. And I was like, fuck you all. It's
really hard. Like,
didn't it feel like a backfire? It felt like a backfire to me. I felt like I've thrown my hands up going, let's see what fucking happens. And I lost all my friends. And I'm like, but at the same time, it's good to filter them out. But at the same time, I'm like, I've just lost everything. It felt like I lost everything. It's
really hard. It's really hard. I don't know, like, for me, when I'm really going through it, and sometimes just seeing who does and doesn't show up, who isn't there. Like,
that's
the
hard.
First day, I remember, and this was, like, probably the first time this has ever happened, and it was probably really insignificant to you, but the first day I was really going through it, and I was like, I can't move. I just want to lay here and just cry. You ordered me food. And, like, it was, like, people making sure, Dan was the same, making sure that, like, have you eaten?
Yeah.
Have you had water? Like, just little things that, like, I had friends come to my house, and I know that part of that was just a welfare check. Just like, Mel, have you actually left? Like, we're going out for dinner, let's go. Have you left the house? Because I was really not in a good way, and I think normally my expectation is that no one's going to fucking show up. No one cares. Just get through it yourself, and that's why I shut down.
Yeah.
But having little people, and it's the internet people, usually, like, the people around me who have become
the closest,
like, who get it and made sure that I was okay and looked after me. And it's very little things. It's like making sure someone eats, making sure they're taking their meds, making sure they got out of bed today. Did they shower?
That's not important.
Have you left the house? Go and sit on your balcony, have a cup of tea, get some water. Like, just little things that, in a crisis you forget. And it's so clear to see people who just don't show up, even when you try to be open about going through it. Like, I try to be a little bit more open about going through a bad time. I'm a chronic Instagram story girl. I love my close friends on Instagram story. I'm like, I'm really fucking depressed. Here's me in bed. Like, I love that. I don't know why. It just makes me feel a little bit better. And you know what? But that's fine. Anyway, that's me. But you get really used to people just not. You see, like, I think with Instagram particularly, you see the people who have seen that story and you go, cool. You acknowledged that I'm really going through it and decided to just keep scrolling.
Yeah.
That's my value to you as a person, and that's really hard, especially when you're rejection sensitive, which is a big neurodivergence.
Yeah, it is.
Did you? Oh, you were talking Smiley Bandit on me. I was like, no, I did not. I'm 12 years old.
Hang on, I got to scroll back. There was a big one that I wanted to read of Jack's, A Label Never. But I wanted to say, I better not, I won't touch on it because that's going to create a whole new, like, division about microwave tea, but let's just not go there. Even though I just went there by touching on it. Which, by the way,
Moving quick.
Simon said today, he goes, I actually he goes, look, what'd you say, Simon? About when you said, you know that when you're like, oh, to your credit, that wasn't what you said, but you're like, about the microwave. About the planks it was on, and you're like the way that you kind of basically say, oh, look, by the way, but it's another way, it's like saying, like, to your credit, like, actually, let's just touch about, like, I can't remember the phrase used.
What's the point?
My point is like, when I said about the microwave, well, like when we had the microwave decided to do an error 10, which is apparently like the whole thing shuts down. And I'm like, we put it on these little platforms to raise it. And I was like, maybe it's having this error because we lifted it higher and it's on uneven platforms. And everyone's like, no, that's not it. Yet, since we removed it from those platforms, it hasn't shut down at all. Everybody. It's perfect. Everyone, being my mum.
Everyone. All the people.
My mum is everyone.
With that, and I never said that to you. And this morning, I said to you,
come on, wife
as
free.
a little pat on the back, I'm pretty sure you were right.
Yeah, I am.
Just to let you know.
Thank you.
Good inventors.
I
never
digressed.
said you were wrong in the first place.
But nobody listened to me. It took you guys ages to take them off the... Love you. Sorry. I'm kidding. Sort of.
But microwaving, I don't own a microwave anymore. I have my teapot that I use to reheat because my microwave was too big.
Okay,
but
I can deal with that.
The splashbacks in my kitchen are mirror, and so I didn't like that you could see, like, if you had a microwave sitting on the bench, you could see the whole back of the microwave and the reflection, and I hated it.
Oh yeah, nah.
Because I really only used it to microwave tea, and so I instead have a little saucepan if I need to heat something up. But we tend to forget about drinks. I don't know about you, but I forget about... If I get into a different room to go do something, like, if I throw out every cold cup of tea, I would never get to drink a cup of tea.
Wait, are you on... I can't remember. Are you on Team Microwave? Or
Yeah,
reheat? Yes. I'm thinking that today.
And I would have a microwave if I used it for... The thing is, like, I don't eat a lot of microwave meals and things because I'm vegetarian. So for me, it was only using it for tea and coffee, and it was too big. There's no place in my microwave. But I am 100% Team Microwave.
Yes.
I microwave my Starbucks at work all the time because I want to enjoy a warm beverage, and the fact that I'm ADHD and forget about it should not deprive me of a warm beverage.
Yes.
And I'm also not wasteful enough to want to take, that tea was probably harvested by some poor kid in a field in, I don't know,
Brazil.
And
a lot of the coffee beans come from like Brazil or South America.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I am going to drink my tea that I made.
Damn straight.
It doesn't taste any worse if it's microwaved. It tastes exactly the fucking same.
We're starting a thing now.
Don't care. Dan's not here, so this is a safe debate. There's no one who can fight with me right now that I can't time out. So it's all good.
That's what I swear to God, I was thinking the exact same thing before our conversation because Simon brought me a coffee. It was like, your coffee's here. I'm like, yeah, cool, awesome, thank you. I acknowledged him, but I never heard him. My body acknowledged that I heard him, but I never heard him. Then 20 minutes later, I'm like, oh, my coffee. Have you made me? And he's like, it's right there. I'm like, fuck. I'm that distracted all the time. The amount of times when I keep forgetting that my coffee was there, I'd go through 800 coffees without ever actually drinking one. So reheat that shit.
To make one and shit. Like, no, yeah, exactly. I have a good mug now that keeps my coffee warm.
I was about to say that.
I'll send you a link to one from my place of work. There are $6 ones at my work that keep coffee and tea hot for like 12 hours. I don't know, they're magic.
I need one of those.
I only have them, and they are so good. Like, they don't, not forever, but like, and they're not keep cups, because I have sensory issues around keep cups, especially if I can't see inside them. I get really freaked out by keep cups. These are like, I was going to go get them, but I just can't be bothered. I'd have to fight the cats and things, because they're all out there away from me, because that would have been Garfield appearance. But they're like metal, like they're mugs. They're almost like a mug, and they have like a little plastic like topper you can put on to make the keep cup. But they are so good.
Yes. I'm going to jump back because I'm looking at the chat on the screen, and I'm looking at where I am stationary on the other screen. I'm like, I keep meaning to read Jax's, and I haven't yet. Sorry, Jax. I'm getting there. I see. What did he say? That's a financial. Interesting, because that's the only area he doesn't know. A label will never change the way I am in that aspect. No, I can feel that. I just got so fed up of people throwing it down my throat. Yep. of course, be open. That's how I like people. For me, it's a label, and I always happy for people to do what they need to. But when I look at it from a different perspective, it's understandable to see why people turn a blind eye to these things. Excuse me, type of things. When people don't know how to either A, talk about it, B, get into conversation, best way to say is if you disagree, I'm not upset. I prefer healthy debates and general conversations. Yeah, I feel like I read that and I listened to most of what I was saying, but then got confused somewhere.
No, I agree with you. And, like, it's whatever works for you. Like, if, you know, that's why I'm okay with self-diagnosis for autism and ADHD.
It is
There's
so
other
expensive
things where
too.
I really don't think it's healthy, but, you know, it's very expensive to access that help.
Yes.
Even in Australia where we have Medicare and we have, you know, all of these things in place, it's actually still very, very hard. Hi, Lynn. To get access to it. It cost me nearly $1,000 for the whole process. And now I pay... So one of my meds is $6.60 a month because thank you, pharmaceutical benefits scheme. And the other medication I take is $250 a month, roughly. And so it's very expensive, and therapy is expensive. You get your 10 minute sessions, but I pay, I got private health insurance just for psychology.
Yeah.
I have to say psychology at the same time. But the point is, whatever works for you, Jax, honestly, as long as you're doing okay and you have the support you need, if you don't want a label, that's fine. For me, having a label helps a lot. It makes me feel like I have something. It makes me, not that I have something, that sounds very, hypochondriac of me, but it makes me feel like I'm valid. And I think for some people that's why I'm okay with people self-diagnosing ADHD and autism, because it can really help, and there's a lot of non-medical, non-medicinal things that you can do that will really help if you have the right diagnosis. And so I'm okay with it because it means that people are able to cope and get help when we live in a world that makes it very, very hard to get it.
Zelda, go on. Sorry, keep going.
No, I was just agreeing that the Venn diagram between kinky and neurodivergent is a circle with a shadow.
We were talking about the whole kink thing earlier.
We had a conversation about that earlier. I've never met a neurodivergent person who wasn't a little bit kinky. Even ones that really surprised me, and I was like, okay.
Zelda said something. Zelda said, earlier I wrote, Erin, my autistic brain just had a stupid question, but it does that randomly due to a key trigger word. Do you two play Simon Says?
In the context of
the
kinky bit or the neurodivergent bit?
I've missed a bit. I'm just trying to go back through. Hey, Aunt Lynn. I know you said that earlier. That was probably 10 minutes ago. I'm getting there. I actually bought a mug warmer thingy. Yeah. Microwave is for hot drinks. Then, so I'm just going to jump back down. Would it by ideal? Oh, I think Jax means, would it be ideal to just use a flask when you finally do remember after some time it's still probably hot? Yeah.
That would be ideal.
Yes.
But I have sensory issues around keep cups and flasks and thermoses and things. I can't use them. Even if I drink out of a can, most of the time I have to pour that can into a glass. Because I don't and I wash the top of my cans. This is my OCD stuff. My OCD, apart from the intrusive thoughts, is very much about food and drink. I can't do leftovers. I can't do pre-made meals or frozen meals a lot of the time, except for sort of some...
Can't do leftovers?
No, I can't do it. I can't have leftovers ever, which means I have to be very careful how much I make. There's only 2 or 3 things that I can pre-make and freeze and be okay to eat.
That's what I was going to ask. So you can't make a big batch of something, freeze it, and then eat it later? Yeah, right.
My mind just can't even go there. If I've left a can open for a while, drain it to make sure there's nothing in it.
How did you deal with that issue the other week then? The repercussions,
Oh, I'll never eat that food again, ever.
Right.
I had to just go and forget about it. I went and ate other food.
Until I brought it up like an arsehole.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's fine. I wouldn't have told you if I wasn't okay. It was funny. For those playing along at home, I made food. I washed all my veggies. I made a laksa, and it's my favorite food, which is why this is
so you'll never eat a laksa again? Fuck.
I think I'm gonna go and try and eat it at my favorite laksa place, and if I'll never make and eat it again.
Yeah.
So I washed all my veggies, and I always wash my veggies, but then I ate most of this laksa and then realized there were bugs all through it. and I'd eaten many
She
bugs.
sent me a photo. I'm like, are you sure it's not pepper?
No, it was 100% bugs. And I was devastated. I cannot explain the OCD reaction I had. I was so upset. So I'll never. But yeah, like exactly, it's stuff like that I'm terrified of, and that will just like that kind of makes it worse because it like concretes for me. Like, oh, like it's when you're scared of flying and a plane crashes, and you're like, see, I told you. It's like the confirmation bias that of course it's going to happen. So therefore, I need to be even more careful. So I'm like that about lots of things.
I'm going to address something that Eileen said. She said, not sure what stage I've come in on, but I think it's important to have it diagnosed because you know what you are dealing with. If you have a name for it, what is happening to you, it makes you feel so much better. I hear what you're saying, and that works for me. But you got to remember, Eileen, that doesn't work for everybody. It's not a one size fits all. So someone like Jax might not deal with that or not want to. That doesn't work for them. Everybody has. For me, it does because I would sit there and I'm like, I'm sure I've got this. I'm the type of person that has to know everything. Like we were walking.
You can deny yourself. Like you can sit there and go.
What she thoughts? No. I'm just saying I'm addressing that, and I'm saying that does work. That might work for her and for me, but not everybody.
Some people like you've got to be in a place too where you've got to be ready for it. Like you can't. There was a time where I wasn't ready to have that conversation or go through it because I knew that it was going to be a really long process and really hard on me. Some people might not make it through that.
Yeah.
So
that's okay, Eileen.
But also like financial barriers.
That's another one. Yeah.
We need to really like understand that. Like I said, it cost me over $1,000 to get diagnosed.
It's more than now.
Like the GP bit is free. Like the psychiatrist is so expensive and the wait list is so long. And you have to go through so many things. Some psychiatrists will demand score reports. I don't have any of that shit. Like,
they said that to me, and I'm just like, fuck.
Mine didn't worry about it, but like, also they might want to talk to your parents, and I'm like, there's some people who can't do that, like who either their parents aren't here, like because they're not alive, or their parents are not okay with it, or they might be accepted. There's just so many barriers to diagnosis, and I say that as someone who, like, I guess,
crispy,
did some work in professional fields around psychology. So many barriers that, and it's something that maybe we need to work on and, put together some huge campaign about breaking down psychological barriers for diagnosis. But I think there's lots of reasons why people don't get diagnosed and help the ones who do want to get diagnosed get there. But I'm not going to gatekeep the word autism or the word ADHD from people. It helps them get through it.
And that is a major thing, isn't it? And that's what, I get, especially, I don't know what it's like. I think Dee's bet say in America, insurance covers everything, so it's very cheap.
But what if people don't have insurance?
Yeah. And that happens over here as well. Even I was warned. Insurance,
and their parents will find out and they can't be safe. Anyway, sorry.
No, you're right. No, it's, it's, so when I, it took me quite some time to actually go in and, get diagnosed and bite the bullet and save up money that we really didn't have. But Simon even was like, just do it. Like, we need this diagnosis to get you on some medication rather than, and I think it comes from a place where we go, if we have to budget and we have to like do jobs that we don't want to do to save the money to do it, we will do it, because if it means getting me on medication, that's going to help me, which in turn helps Simon, because it helps his, like what we talked about, what happens to me has an effect, and the way I deal with things is not the same as the way Simon does. So that has an effect on him as well. And it took me a long time to do it, because I'm just like, it blew my mind that you could, and I'm not, again, it's the whole depression I think it is, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of depression, and from being diagnosed as misdiagnosed as depressed, having symptoms of depression as a result of the ADHD, the depression isn't a neurological malfunction in the brain. Like, it's not, unless there is some depression that is like that, but there are certain, most people's depression isn't, it's not the chemical imbalance part, but the actual brain wiring. I don't know that that's a thing. Whereas ADHD is an actual wiring malfunction in the brain. We're missing a part. There's a wiring issue in the brain, like it's a neurological issue, and the fact that that doesn't get medical support blows my fucking mind. I'm like, it's literally a wiring problem in my brain. I'm missing a part. Like, I've heard the example used that we're missing, like, this is the one I use quite a bit because I'm like, I relate to this so much. It's like having an orchestra, and before the conductor comes out, you've just got mess, and they're all tuning up, and it's like, it just sounds and disaster. And then the conductor comes out and pulls everybody in line and creates a beautiful musical piece, and they all follow his lead. We're missing the conductor in our brain. And the fact that it's a brain problem and it's not supported and it's not funded, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, yet depression is supported from a cost perspective.
Yeah. Depression and ADHD are very similar neurologically.
Yes, okay.
You know, in different ways. I'm trying to think about it. You know, depression, you know, the medication you'll get is an SSRI, for example, which is a selective serotonin uptake inhibitor.
Right, okay.
Reuptake inhibitor. And so you don't have as much serotonin as you need. It helps, you know, it helps your brain uptake more serotonin, which in turn makes you happier. That's the very short of it, right? Like,
right.
It's way more to it. ADHD is similar, but with dopamine to an extent. You know, so it's we
need a lot more dopamine to keep.
And stimulants help with stopping that dopamine being sort of destroyed by the brain.
Right.
So it makes more dopamine. Like the stimulant goes into the receptor that would usually take the dopamine and down. And so I just lost my microphone plug. Oh god. And so it's similar things, different neurotransmitters is the long and short of it. Obviously much different impact, and there's lots more to it than that, and lots more causes of depression and ADHD, but they're very similar things. And considering them, you know, how far behind we are on ADHD when we're having very advanced discussions about depression, you like I said, very concerning. But I also know I would have been having this same discussion about anxiety or depression 10 years ago, and so I'm hopeful that in 10 years, and we're seeing it now,
it might be
with ADHD and autism, because we need to be, because clearly it's affecting so much more of the population than we ever knew.
Yeah. Understanding.
There's been a boom of diagnosis of it in this previous time. So yes, absolutely, it can lead to depression. 100%.
Well, that's what I got, basically, Twitchy McMurphy. So that's basically what happened with me. I was diagnosed with major depression, and suicidal thoughts and all that kind of stuff since 2014, which I finally, because I went to the doctors and I was like, I can't. Anyway, and so once a month ago now, when I was diagnosed with ADHD, that's exactly what he told me. He's like, yes, you have depression, but I think your depression is a symptom of the ADHD. So if we can control the ADHD, I think the symptom of depression will clear up, or will, you know, improve. Because there are times, like, you know, and I've said this before, I will, for no reason, like, I will just, all the thoughts will come into my head for no reason. All of a sudden, I have a flood of all the things that I have to do, and go, okay, let's try and bring some, like, you know, structure or some, you know, like, to my life, where I've got to go, okay, I've got to go and do this. I've got to do all these jobs. But then I just see all these jobs and I have a full-on breakdown, and I'm just crying in a clump on the floor. And so that's where a lot of my depression comes from, is the feeling like I'm less of a person because I can't do these simple fucking tasks. I'm like, why can't I just get up and do, I know I need to do this, but I can't bring myself to do it. And I just go, I'm going to go and clean out all my makeup instead, or I'm going to go, let's just go and do this. And
or lay on the floor and feel bad, you know, like, and or you look like you're scrolling and you're not. Like, what's actually, and I think that actually comes back to the laziness thing, the depression.
Yes.
Because you're told your whole life you're lazy and just not motivated. It's like, I am lazy. And you're putting yourself down about something you can't. Like, spend your whole life beating yourself up. I'm lazy. I should just do this assignment. Everyone else is doing it, so I should be able to do it too. Like, you spend your whole life, you know, being, you know, spoken at, like.
I agree completely, McMurphy. Sorry, keep going.
So when you spend your whole life that way, it's depressing, but it's actually like, I'm not just lazy about things I don't want to do. I'm lazy about things I really don't want to do.
Yeah,
you
and
know,
that's the thing.
Very, very badly. And I think that that's really crippling, and it's a lot. You spend a lot of time trying to stop feeling guilty about being a terrible person that you're not. Like, you're not. You're just different. And actually, what Lena said about it's amazing how many children have ADHD and autism.
Yeah.
At the root of it, ADHD and autism aren't anything wrong with people.
No.
We're different.
Yes.
And it's not that
it's just different
it's not
learning abilities.
It's not, trauma that was done to us. It's that we're just different. But, we could technically, if they'd figured us out first, then neurotypicals would be the different people.
Yeah.
It's that we're different, but we spent our whole lives being told that different was bad.
Yeah.
And so everyone learns differently in the same way that we spent, all childhood learning about, people who are visual learners or audio learners or kinesthetic learners. It's the same with autism.
Yeah.
Like, they're just different, and like, it's a spectrum. Some people, I'm a little bit autistic, but then there's people who are very autistic, and everything in between. And so I don't think we need, like, even though it's a developmental or it is a disability, but it's a disability because of society.
I was going to say,
if society was made for me, I wouldn't be disabled.
Yeah.
In fact, other people, I'm disadvantaged, and I think, I say disability because it is disabling at times, but I'm disadvantaged because of the society we've built that doesn't preference my way of learning and my processing.
Which is fucking insane. Like, my best friend, my other Mel best friend, the other Mel, said the same thing, because I think she's going through this with her youngest, and she was like, because we were having a discussion about it, and so I think she's becoming more aware of it and understanding of it based on because of her child, and she was like, she read. Or she's come to understand, she's like, the world wouldn't function with the normal people. We need the neurodivergence. We need the people that are autistic, because they're the ones that are creative, that have this society determined, like, outside or weird way of thinking to fucking move forward with society and to get things going, like to have these weird inventions, and that's how we progress, and society wouldn't survive without what society determines as normal. And I think that's a very interesting way.
Musicians and artists, we hear about them all the time. History told us in school, it's like this crazy artist who did this and never talk to anyone, and he was a recluse, and this musician who was crazy, and that guy cut off his ear, and okay, it's probably a little bit crazy, but the artists and the inventors and the thinkers and people who thought differently. Things were invented because people thought differently.
Yes, and isn't that
things weren't invented because someone sat around and went, "I'm going to do what I'm meant to do." They went, "Oh, what if I look at that in a different way?" And bang, we had an invention, or we had a discovery. All of the astrology, that's the wrong one. Astronomers and all of the psychics were just like, I'm going to think about it now.
Yep.
But all of those people, like your Einstein's, right, or your Stephen, what's his name? All of those people.
Yeah.
Why are we being? I don't fucking know. Is the answer? It doesn't make any sense. No, it makes exact sense to me, because society needs boxes to work. I'm going to go
to keep control.
Here. In order for
control,
in order for governments to retain control, we need to suppress and penalise people who do not think the same way as everyone else.
100%.
Thank you. And that's why, and we're revolting against that.
Yeah.
But it's still feminism. Same. We can put women in a box. Exact same. Like, everything will be fine. And
they'll stay home and do the laundry and do the freaking all the cleaning. Because they're told they have to.
Yeah, I mean, that's my perspective. I'm sure it's much more complex than that, but to put it very, very simply, it's like, don't think differently because it doesn't advantage communism, capitalism.
I'm 100% behind that. And that's, like I said, I've told you before, that's when I had my pinnacle change. Like, you can ask Simon, like, the amount of...
Did you open your eyes and the world was changing?
I may have even written a song about the whole experience. Like,
I mean, that was pretty. I am your PR.
Right. It just
stream illuminated, everybody.
Oh, if you're not stream illuminated, you're freaking get out of my house. It was just so. Simon, can you come here for a second?
What? I'm here.
Tell them what happened.
When
You and I were like, you're like, have you ever thought of this? And I'm like, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about. I believe my parents, not you.
Oh, there was big arguments.
We had so many arguments because I was so pigeonholed because I
gave up.
Simon gave up. And this is kind of ties back into sort of what Jax was saying in terms of it really takes you to be in your own, in right time, right moment for yourself to accept whatever you need to do as a human, or a change if you need to, or see a psychiatrist, whatever the case may be. That was like what it was for me. And I see it. And it's like, if I sit there and I go, if anybody's the right person to talk to about this, it's fucking me, because I've been on both sides and been hard on both sides, where I was so very like, you don't know what you're talking about, like very like against whatever anything Simon said, was like, and very like, no. My parents told me this. My parents are educated. They know what they're fucking talking about. And like, not that they don't, but like, like we're becoming more aware that I'm trying not to get all government, like we said, capitalism and all that stuff about it. But that moment where I just was like, I'm very like, I don't like the term conspiracy theorists. I really don't, because of the stigma behind it. And I was very like that. I was like, oh, conspiracy theorist. I know you're going to be one of those. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. But then I saw like the logic for different things. And I was like, and things that I didn't know. And it was like, and I always go back to the prison system, that I had no idea that the prison system was literally privatized, and it's like independent people are fucking making money off that. And so they don't actually cure people. They make them more fucked up. So they go back out and they put them back into the worst areas of society just to offend and get back into the prison system so they can keep making money. That was the point when my brain just went, what the fuck? And I just couldn't handle it. And I broke down. That changed me to my fucking core. Fully changed me.
I think
Sorry,
something
go on.
interesting around conspiracies, not conspiracies so much. I think I specifically had this conversation regarding the Voice vote, and I had a friend who was really shocked at how it had all played out, and that I thought we weren't a racist. And I'm like, here's the thing though, our parents consume, here's where they get all of their information. 7 News, 10 News, 6 News, whatever news there is. They sit and that's where they get their, if you spend your whole life being told, okay, Indigenous people are the problem and they're all, I don't believe this, by the way, just, but this is what the news tells them. Indigenous people are the problem, they're all alcoholics, they're violent, it's blah, 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 blah. Then they're going to go, well, that makes sense. So this man who I've watched for 40 years has told me this, and therefore I'm going to do that, And so there's not, correct Max, me either. It's a whole separate thing, but I'm just using these things as the example. They receive all of their news from one place. Our generations have been a little bit better about receiving news from multiple sources, being able to fact check, understanding bias behind information, motivation behind information. I am definitely still pretty, I've said it before, I'm about as left-leaning as they go. I'd fall off the left side if there was one, straight down the, but it's still that critical thinking that is maybe missing a little bit. And so we always took as fact what our parents told us, but when we realized where they're getting that information, it's like, for me, it was uni. I obviously did a psychology degree, science degree, had to do a lot of work on getting credible information and where to get it. And I've become a lot better at fact checking my shit before I speak.
Yeah.
So I think it's that same thing of, that's where a lot of that information came from, and that created a lot of bias. And what's the motivation behind that media? Money.
Yeah.
It's all owned by the same guy, or 2 guys, as the case might be. It's always been, those 2 guys who are just making money, and it doesn't really, they don't care about actual news because they just want what'll make them money, what opinions get. But, so anyway, I digress. That's a bit off the ADHD topic, but as far as.
But is it though? I feel like still ADHD people, like we have such critical thinking, but like intense critical thinking, hyper focus. It kind of leads to that. I think it sort of ties in,
something I agree with you, Zelda, by the way. My brother's in prison, so I definitely understand that one. Something I wanted to go back to that I was twitchy around medication.
Yes.
Because I think that's a 2-parter. I think there's a lot of, we definitely throw medication at things instead of getting people into good therapy.
Yes.
Like I said, I spoke earlier about, I think I was on about 8 or 9 different anxiety meds anxiety meds, because of the different ways neurologically that ADHD and anxiety work, actually anxiety meds make ADHD worse. Which great, fucking love that for me. Trying to do a degree while making my ADHD worse with a tablet I didn't need.
Yeah.
But I also don't want to discredit how valuable medication is, for 2 reasons. The first reason is that medication can sometimes make you functional enough to be able to do the work in therapy. I wouldn't have been able to do any work on my ADHD in therapy had I not had the medication to help me be functional. It's hierarchy of needs. I can't come to self-actualization if I can't like get dressed in the morning.
Yeah.
For me, so I interestingly have just gone through the process of medical marijuana. After trying a lot of meds, I still take my stimulants for ADHD. They changed my life. But for me, sleep has always been a massive problem and something that makes it really, really hard to cope.
Can you just touch on that a little bit? Because I just feel like I'll relate to that. And I'm interested to know what the issues around sleep that you had, and then let's go back and then tie into that to extend. Because, I'm really interested to know that.
So all day we do this.
Yeah.
We talk, we're doing stuff. You mentioned this earlier, kind of, you spend the whole day, you're at work or you're doing things, and then you have your dinner and you have a shower, and then it's bedtime. Sit down, and it's quiet. And suddenly you've been able to distract yourself all day, distract or keep busy, and you're doing stuff, and then you're alone with your thoughts.
Yeah.
And for me, that's when intrusive thoughts start.
Yeah.
And
same.
It's been that way for a while. So when I was first in uni, it was that, that feeling when you start to drift off to sleep and you fall, you feel like you're falling.
Yep.
My body got into the habit of thinking that was me, my heart stopping and me dying, and it would wake me up. And so I could never go to sleep because every time that would happen, I would wake up.
Yeah,
and that's when I initially went and got help. And it helped a little bit for a while, but not for a long time. And so this is why the joke comes up, oh, Mel's off, Mel will be back in 10 minutes, like that whole thing. That still happens. It's actually gotten a lot better since I've had anyway, so I'll get there. But that happened, that's been like that for me for 10 years. And so sleep-wise, I will always fall asleep to a stream or a podcast or music or something that I can just listen to so that I don't think until I fall asleep.
So I should stop yelling out, Mel, I need you, Mel, when it's not necessary.
It's fine. You're not the first or the last. I once fell asleep to a Barjo stream and woke up to him literally screaming. I was like, someone's being robbed, and then I realised it was Barjo. So shout out to Barjo for that one. But, I know what to, like, I usually VODs if I'm going to fall asleep to a stream. Although I did tell Dan this, but I once fell asleep to a Dan stream and I woke up to Dan saying my name for something and thought there was someone in my house over my bed. And it was actually just Dan's VOD. So that was, but that's the only time that's ever happened apart from you shouting at me that one time. But so I listened to stuff to go to sleep, and progressively I had to change it. So it used to be music, and then music wasn't enough anymore, and I could like think over it. So then I went to like podcasts, and then that wasn't enough, and now I'm on stream or VODs, where it's like I can't predict what's coming in the conversation, so it's enough to stimulate my brain enough to fall asleep.
Yeah.
But it's just always been bad, and once it gets bad, I panic. I have a panic attack, and that's where often I will come back. I'll go, I'm going to take a break from trying to sleep for a bit. This is clearly not going to work. So I'm going to go distract myself for a bit. And when I'm distracted and no longer feeling a little bit panicky, I'll come back into the situation. Also the hot shower.
Right.
I'll get up, do something for a bit, rest, relax, get myself back to a state of regulation, and then try and sleep again. Because there's no point just laying there and just feeling bad. If I'm laying in bed watching a stream, that to me is better than, and more restful. Like I can cope on no sleep if I'm doing that because I'm still resting, than laying there panicking, getting more and more upset, blah blah blah. But it hit a point where, like, obviously sleep is so important, and if you don't sleep, you can't regulate, you can't emotionally cope. And so after all of the stuff that happened with me about sort of 8 weeks ago, I hit a point where I was like, this is not working, I need help again, like this is not okay. And
so Mel saw
that communication looked to be very, very efficient. Seems like that's worked really well.
The other one, the mix Thank you. Sorry, keep going, Mel. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I quite enjoyed seeing that. Because the look Simon gave you, like, absolutely not.
He's like, there's no more of those.
Oh no. Yeah, so I ended up going to Dr. Tim. Sorry, I call him Dr. Tim. It's a very famous joke in my sphere of people.
Excellent.
We love Dr. Tim. He doesn't love that I call him Dr. Tim.
Is his name not Dr. Tim?
It is, but he prefers
just Tim,
not to be called. Yeah, but yeah, correct.
How you going, Dr. Tim?
I'm just Tim.
I would really feel like I want to just get an appointment with. I want to get an appointment with Dr. Tim just to go and be like, "How you going, Dr. Tim?"
And then leave. He'd be grateful for the free $90, I imagine. But
when I'm rich and famous, when I've got lots of money in my back pocket to spare,
book Dr. Tim on your Jetstar flight.
Yep.
Everyone on that flight is going to be Dr. Tim.
Oh, actually, okay. Please remind me of this and keep going. Simon, please take a note of saying the Jetstar thing that I got to talk about that. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, that's fine. And I was like, well, things are really bad for me right now, but like things are usually pretty bad. It's just that I'm not sleeping and so I can't cope with them. And then I cried and he was like, and he ran and got some tissues. I was like, okay, cool. Thanks, Dr. Tim. I'm over it now. I actually stopped crying before he'd got the I'm like, thanks for the tissues I no longer need. But
come prepared next time, Dr. Tim.
Come on, Dr. Tim. You got to know if I'm walking in the door, there's going to be tears. I'm not coming to you unless I haven't been able to figure it out myself. And at that point, I'm very upset because I'm paying you $100 for it.
Yeah.
So after having a breakdown at the office at work, like a full breakdown, like I was not consolable. I literally didn't even come home. I went straight to Dr. Tim, and by this point there was makeup down my face. I was a sorry sight. Kind of looked like your makeup. Yeah, like I was just like, like black all down my face from the mascara.
You mean yesterday's makeup?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Mel,
not today's. I don't know.
Do you mind? I can still hear you, but can I go pee? Because I think I'm going to piss myself. But I can still hear you from the toilet.
Why don't we just take a little break? Because then I can go and make a coffee. So let's put Simon in charge. Simon! Come and talk to us about ADHD.
I've been hot.
I want to know, have you ever seen the Bane?
Thank you, Bane, for making me piss a little. You little, god damn it.
Well, we don't need that break anymore.
Oh, no, it's just going down my leg. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Huh?
You've got a jug just there.
I do have a jug, and unless you want the fruit.
No one will want that fruit anymore.
No one want that fruit anymore. Jesus Christ. I can't. What was that?
What?
Something happened.
Thanks for Bane. She's gone. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Cool. Can we get Simon to talk about it? I'm sure he will at some point.
Go talk about stuff. I'm power peeing right now.
Well, by the time I walk over there, you'll probably be done.
Yeah, I'm power pissing. Mel wants to go make a tea.
Hi, Simon.
Go make a
Dollinger
tea,
would like you
Mel.
to talk about your experiences. You talk to Dollinger. I'm gonna go pee.
Hi, Dollinger. How are you? Oh, Mel's gone. Well, what's my experiences?
I have to go while I go pee. Oh, well, actually, I can leave it on. It's fine. You can just look at my background.
What's my experiences with what? What's
With
that,
ADHD.
Dollinger? Let's talk. See,
Can we get Simon to talk about his experience?
she's back already.
Go, Mel. Go, Mel.
See?
So I'm going to say this. This is the thing that, you know what? I
Liam.
am going to say this, right? So, does anybody else ever have that experience when you've been holding that wee so bad and like you're holding it? The founder. When all seems dark, pain is a skill. Featuring Mr. Dollinger in cinemas near you soon. Yeah!
Thanks, Wispy.
So, that's because it's a power piss because it needed to come out so hard that it literally was just like a power piss. It's like, when you change your hose outside to like the power, when
Thank
you
you,
turn it
mate.
and it's like a dribble and then it's like, yeah. That's basically what happens. But, so, when you need to pee real bad, why is it? It's like the body's way just to screw with you when you've held it for so long. And it's not, you can literally hold it until you get to the toilet bowl and you're trying to unzip your pants and it's the anticipation of knowing you're about to sit down and release that a little bit comes out and it decides to say, I'm not holding any longer. No. I don't care that the bowl is right there. We're coming now. Anybody else? No? Just me? Just me?
Just you. It's an anticipation.
It's an anticipation. Right, can I please have that beverage?
I'm getting it.
That's excellent. Like, so I don't use a black light. She already admitted to peeing a bit while sitting there. Yeah. We need to know, Erin, it's a woman thing, 100%. No, I don't think it's just a woman thing. I think it's a human thing. Or you get to the toilet, your bladders are starting to release and you notice the toilet is clogged with something else. Oh, God, don't know. And then there's no toilet paper and someone sitting next to you is like, no toilet paper, huh? Yeah, I tried that one. I checked before I actually checked beforehand. So, Mel, we're talking about the process of like when you need to pee real bad and your body has held it for so long, but it decides as you approach the toilet bowl that it is going against all of this. It's like, no, I can't hold for this extra 2 seconds whilst I unbutton my pants. It's happening now.
This is actually a great segue, which I never thought I would say, into one of the segments I'd proposed around tabs. And the reason for that is one of the tabs I found on my scroll. So I pinned them. I've now found out that you can pin tabs, which is life-changing.
What do you mean?
It's a new thing now. You can pin a tab now. So you
Pin
can like,
tab
hold
where?
a tab in Chrome, and then you can go pin tab, and it'll pin it to your bottom of your tabs so that it's always there.
Hey, excuse me?
So if you open your tabs and you hold your thumb on a tab, it'll say pin tab, share, add to reading list, add to bookmarks, and you can hit pin tab.
Hang on. I'm holding it and nothing's happening. Do I need
So
an
if
update?
I hold on a tab, I don't know. Maybe it's because you're Android.
Like,
I think it might be an Android
nothing's
thing.
happening.
If you hold down on mine, it brings up like a menu.
I don't have a menu. Look, I'm like, nothing.
But I also can't grip my tabs, so you win in that respect. Anyway.
I thought this had been a thing for 5 years. Come on, Jax! See you,
Bye,
Lynn.
Lynn. Take care. Thank you for sharing. And we did read what you said. Sorry, we didn't necessarily address everything.
Yes.
But we do read it all.
Yes.
So the point of this segment is to pick some of the things that we have previously searched or had open in our thousands of tabs because we know that that's an ADHD thing.
Poor
Sorry,
Simon.
did I say that out loud?
You said that out loud,
So
Simon.
one of mine was something I saw on TikTok that I had shared, and so it was open as a tab, and that is PP girl versus piss girl theory. Have I shared this with you? There's two types of women, and you can pick them. You can like look at a woman and decide, and even men actually. You can look at anyone and decide if they're a piss girl or a PP girl. PP girls are the girls who like they go before they know they're going somewhere, so they pee before they go. They pee before they get back in the car. They preemptively, they're like, that's their vibe is
Okay.
they're like, and it's not just about the actual pissing. It's about like their demeanor as a person is reflected by how they approach this. They'll go, I'm about to go on a drive. I'm going to go to the bathroom first. Oh, we're leaving the museum. I'm going to go pee because I kind of need to pee, but not a lot. Piss girls are the chaotic girls who are like, I'm going to pee my pants right now. I have to go. Like, and they wait and they hold it and they do kidney damage. And like, yeah, I'm a piss girl.
I'm 100% a piss girl. Because, but it goes away. That's the thing that fucks with this, I feel like, is that it goes...
You ignore the bodily, like, your brain can ignore it.
Yeah, my brain just goes, I'm like, I need a piss right now. Then all of a sudden, I don't. And I'm like, no, you know what? I'm okay for now. Yeah. And then it's like, it's on right there and a little bit's come out. And I'm like, this is not... This
is not what we wanted.
No. I'm in the middle of a set.
Yeah. Exactly.
I've never pulled a Fergie though. I've never pulled a Fergie. I've never pissed on stage.
No, I've never. Well, I mean, I don't go on stage, so I've also never pissed on stage. Great news.
I'm starting to
I
prepare
will
better
say,
now.
and I imagine that this is I feel like this is an everyone thing. Something about Kmart really makes me need to poo. Like within 15 minutes of being in a Kmart or like somewhere with those same LEDs. Sometimes Coles is the same. And it's like, I have to go to the bathroom right now.
I have a theory about that. Why that is. Because don't you remember Maya, I think they still do, department stores like Maya. Maya was I feel like Kmart and Big W and that have come around more as department stores.
Yeah.
That it's the psyche about it that I always think of the fact that department store is Maya. Maya has its own toilet. They have public toilets at Maya. Kmart does not.
Kmart doesn't. It's like, why do you want me to leave? Like, if you're going to make me need to go to the bathroom every time I come here, why do you immediately want me to leave? What's your theory? Aaron?
That's what I mean. I think it's the fact that I'm brainwashed kind of thinking that Kmart is now a department store, which makes me think of Maya, which makes me think that there's a toilet inside that I can go to and just stay in store.
There's one at the one in Burke Street, which makes me very happy. Like, it's annoying to get to, but there is a toilet there because every time I go to that Kmart, I need to go to the bathroom immediately.
See?
And, like, it doesn't matter if I went beforehand. It does not matter. I need to go to the bathroom every single time I go to Kmart.
They know that you need to be fully aware. You need to be fully aware and fully focused, not on the fact that, maybe I might need to pee after, and you get halfway through your try-ons and go, oops, maybe they've had some accidents. It's a psyche thing, I'm
Maya
sure.
knows. Maya's got it. Maya knows.
That's what I mean.
Also, I don't have Maya kind of money, you know? Kmart girl.
No, I just go browsing. Because, Mel, it's the go to High Point and you go browse. Do you know High Point? I know you're on the other side of town, though.
I know High Point.
Yeah. I've had a High Point since day dot. Like, that. I was on that side of town. You go to High Point and then you go browse through Maya and then you realise you need to piss and you go, oh, well, I'm in Maya. I'll go to the toilet here. You don't buy anything unless it's on, like, severe discount. You're buying a gift for Christmas to look fancy.
Yeah, I love a good fancy. I'm into custom gifts at the moment. That's my favourite thing. Anyway, so Piss Girl and Pee Pee Girl was one of my tabs.
Excellent.
What do you have to share with us, Erin?
Why would you do this to me?
Because I know that it's going to be hilarious. I've got 4 that I pre-prepared.
Maya had a cafe? 5. I don't remember Maya having a cafe.
No, Max. Maybe Si?
Simon, do you remember? I'm not that old. We're not that old, as old as you guys. Do you remember
Max,
Maya had
young.
a cafe?
I was never one to really go to Maya, so I sort of sound.
Simon's not a
familiar.
public poop kind of guy. So.
I'm
Bunnings cafes, though.
Oh, I love
Bunnings. Has it
Bunnings.
right. Bunnings has toilets in every store. They have cafes. They have playgrounds for the kids. You can take your dog. You can take your cat.
You can't in Melbourne anymore. Dogs cannot, because they had an incident.
Really?
When they started
Well,
trying to
not
do
now.
it, they had an incident. And
Maybe that might have been just ours, Aaron.
no, I don't reckon it was just ours.
Yeah.
No, because I've been to Bunnings where they're allowed in Melbourne.
But, okay.
I went to the one over in Flemington.
But are they in trolleys? Usually. Are they in the trolleys?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't walk them like next to you.
No, but I don't need to. I'm taking my cat to Bunnings. It's not to wait for it to fucking wander around. It's going in the
No.
trolley. I'm into mission.
Harley,
He would get it.
come on.
He would love being in the trolley.
He does.
You put him a little blanket in the trolley, he'd be having. You can't put anything else in there, but like it's fine.
Hang on. Now you've said that. You realise this is what I'm doing. Hang on one second. Let's look up Harley's Instagram, which has about 3 posts or 4 posts or something. I've never done it again.
There was a trend going around Bunnings, and I
okay.
heard about this just as an aside from like work stuff, because there's some similarity. But there was a thing for a while where there was like a Bunnings trend, and the whole trend was to get a video, and it was like an adult thing of yourself like flashing in Bunnings. Like there was a whole thing. There's a Reddit for it of like upskirt photos of like women like intentionally. Or like flashing their tits in a Bunnings. It was like a whole thing.
I've actually never experienced that.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. Oh, Harley. Oh, he's in a trolley. Oh, Harley.
Hang on. Fucking, why is it not focusing? It
No,
was,
it's
and now it's not. Is it? On you?
No.
It was, and then it didn't.
You can get the idea roughly, but...
Oh, now fine. Anyway, the
Wow.
point is that you can kind of see it there.
Yeah.
There it is.
There he is.
Harley
Yeah.
and me. Oh, no, this is just celebrations of him. Oh, it's a good little boy. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We bought Harley a Halloween costume. A Halloween costume. Post it in Discord. That's a great idea.
That is a great idea. Next time you're in Melbourne, I need to redo my balcony so we can go to Bunnings
Fuck yes.
with my new four-wheel drive, my new SUV, and we'll pack it with like
Oops.
shit to redo. I'll have the bougiest balcony in Melbourne.
Oh, very nice.
I think it's a great segue. This was part of my plan because I thought that it would be a great comedic break.
It is.
I'll share another one of mine while you're doing that.
Please do, yes.
There's not much to this one. I don't remember why I googled it. But the Google was: did mullets originate in Australia?
Did what? Mullets.
Originated
Did
in
they?
Australia.
Did they?
The mullet's origins have been traced back to the 6th century.
6th century?
Correct. But they became really fancy in the 1830s in Melbourne. So technically, like, the mullet we know and love originated in Australia, like, a very, very long time ago. So, yeah, but
That is
technically
full on.
they did not originate in Australia. I don't remember why I googled that, but I did. So that was one of mine.
So what I'm going to do is, because I've got a couple. How many browsers do you have?
I just use Chrome.
Just Chrome, that's it? How can you tell me, is it the infinity number, the infinity, like, little, okay, cool. I'm on 83 because I did go through a process of deleting it. I feel like Erin is judging me. What do you mean, what am I judging you? We're not as old as you guys, Erin, who is celebrating the 20th anniversary of her 19th birthday. Again, yes.
It's not. No.
I have DuckDuckGo as well. I also did have the Onion browser, Tor, but that deletes your tabs as soon as you exit the browser, so that doesn't work for me. So I actually went through a whole process where I had so many. Simon and I were going from a house inspection, and I just sat there the whole time deleting all of these just in a thing. And there were all histories of properties that we were in, like, registering to inspect. There were so many. Anyway. I'm not as bold as Mel to just go through them and pick one. I'm just gonna do the scroll and stop and see what happens.
See, I'm not bold enough to do that because I'm scared of what I'd find.
Oh, I'm at the top. Wait, I don't want to be at the top. See, I've even got options where I've got, okay, so I have, wait, hey, let me just go back. 84 tabs open, but the thing is, I've got tabs within those tabs. So there's a thing with Chrome where you can open up tabs in the same tab group. Yeah, and all of them have that. So we're just going to go there and then put my finger on sign in to Payoneer. Payoneer is a website, I think, that I get paid for royalties from plays. Like, so if I'm on fuck, what's that other? TuneCore. When they collect certain, like, that my song has been played in certain places, you can get your royalties paid through Payoneer, which I don't fucking know. And it's just at the login page. I don't know. Let's do a better one. I'm sure there's better than that. Hang on. Simon, can you pick one?
Sorry.
Wait, I'm going to scroll and you tell me when to stop.
Stop.
Playlist. Oh, for fuck's sake. But radio spelt with a double D. Radio.net. And it's on the Kiss FM from Melbourne page. And it's frequency 101.1 FM. A new station from Melbourne. First air date. Now playing Doja Cat, Paint the Town Red. It's got their playlist of songs that they played.
Is this when you were doing the notes?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
It's 100% that. It was when I was doing the, the note, the $50,000 note. Recommended radio stations, and I was going through what the latest songs. That's right, because I was going through what are the latest songs they've played, like what's been in their playlist, because there's got to be a song that they've probably played in the last year or the last few weeks. Should I do one more? Or do you do one and I'll do one more?
Got a couple. So one that I had open was something called Outhorse.
Outhorse?
Outhorse your email. So So in Iceland, they did a tourism promotional campaign where they gave a giant keyboard to some horses that live in Iceland and let them type on it. And so what it does is it writes you an out-of-office email for your teams for while you're on annual leave that's written by these Icelandic horses, and you put in your name and where you're going and stuff, and it allows you to paste it in and show the Icelandic horses who wrote your out-of-office email. And it also tells you about the horses. So there's this horse, his name is Litla Shlata Fra Hifafadhalti, and it says, types but might take a nap.
It said what?
Types fast, but might take a nap. And so, or you can pick which horse writes your email, and then they use like the horses who have written stuff on the keyboard to give you an out-of-office email in Icelandic horse language.
I love that.
So that was one of the ones in mine.
Funny you say that. I have Googled. I went on a tangent one time where apparently there was a documentary there or a YouTube video I was watching that they were talking about how horses can actually understand human expressions. Mm-hmm. And so if you show them an angry face, they freak out and they back up and they don't like it. But if they show them a happy smiling face, they'll go up and they'll start sniffing the painting or the image and be like, they're okay, they feel at ease with it. It's about their interpretation of human emotions and their recognition of what an angry, like, aggression and all that stuff is. I'm like, wow.
Cows are the same. Did you see the cow video I sent you on Instagram the other day?
No.
You should.
I will look at it.
I was like, I only say this because it was about how, like, this guy was like, you know how you get cuteness aggression and you're like, I just want to squeeze it. And she's like, with a cow you can, because it doesn't hurt them when you, like, no matter how hard you squeeze, you cannot squeeze a cow too hard. And she's like squeezing this cow and she's like, when I boop it, she like slaps this cow on the nose and the cow's like loving it. Because she's like, it doesn't, because like my hand is like the size of a giant nose. And it's just, and then she like lays on the cow and the cow is just so happy. And I'm like, God damn it, now I want a cow. But yeah, like they're such clever animals.
That's right.
So anyway, that was one of mine.
Why is it my default? Okay, are we finding a new rabbit hole? 100%.
You love a rabbit hole.
I love a rabbit hole. Hey, has Dan gone live?
I don't think so.
Is it time for him to go live or am I early?
I think it's tomorrow. No, I think he's going live tomorrow.
You said it was going live today.
I know. I saw it. No, I don't know. I don't personally look. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm your PR. I'm famously not responsible for Dan or what he does and doesn't do. It's really not my job.
Why is that a bad thing? I love that. That's awesome. What Jackson said, the video of the lady cuddling the shit out of that cow, watched it earlier today. Nice.
Yes, I love that lady cuddling that cow. I now want a cow. I'm like, I have no yard and no space and I've got 5 cats, but I want a cow. Why
is it that I have a default for finding the really sad videos and it makes me a fucking mess. But I've found cow videos where it's like, do cows have emotions? And it's ones where like the cows, it's like having their babies ripped away from them, they're crying and mooing and then they get reunited and it's all happy. And I'm like, why? Help me.
Consumerism.
Huh? Consumerism? Yeah.
Consumerism. Go vegan. Wait, what?
I am very big on the whole watching like dogs get reunited with the
veterans and stuff.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
I mean, look, I
or
think
owners that have passed away.
Working in rescue, like I've seen the worst of the worst, and I've held kittens as they die. Like it doesn't get any better, but
it does not.
Numb to it. It's like when I was talking to people about Garfield, and I was like, he might die soon, and they were like, I had like a couple of friends who broke, and that broke them, and I didn't even realize what I was doing. But it's just that ever since I've had Garfield, when I got him, I picked him up out of the ICU.
Yeah.
It was like, it will be a miracle if Garfield lives.
Yeah.
And so now that he is living and that's great. I'm like, he's still probably going to die.
Yeah.
But like,
you're giving him his best
how
life.
fucking lucky am I to have Garfield who's banging outside my door because I've kicked them all out. But like, you become a little bit numb to it, I think. And it's not necessarily a healthy thing. It's probably good that it upsets you in a way because it's not a good thing to become numb to.
No. But you know what? That's the thing that fucking annoys me the most is we're going to digress just a tad, but like, and you and me know both, like the whole, like working for rescue people are like, and you're more involved than I am. And, I'm kind of, it sucks to say that. And from my, like me feeling like, oh, I should do better. But like coming across people who go, oh, I could never foster because I'd be just, I couldn't give them back. And I'm like,
is that
you know what?
Than them dying on the side of the road?
Thank you. I'm like, you know what? Yes, the emotional pain that we make. I remember I would get, giving a foster away, like, when someone adopted, like, some fosters we've given, and I'm like, I'm like breaking down as I'm giving them away and crying on the way home. And I'm going in my head, but it's better because I cannot keep, but that's
like,
better than the shit that they're going through.
There's a few things to it. The first thing is that if I didn't give away this one, I can't take more. And so when I get that next litter, I'm like, if I had kept that one, I wouldn't have been able to save you.
Yep.
You would still be, like, on the side of the road in a bush in, wherever the fuck, north where we get ours from.
Yep.
You'd still be in the, or you'd have been euthanized, or you'd be dead. Like, and so it's so worth, like, my little bit of an emotional pain. And honestly, I've only ever cried over one foster, and it was because she was really sick. And so it was happy tears, which was a great home.
Yeah.
Like, she should, I can't believe she didn't die. So she was itty bitty. So she was a little girl. But I'd definitely cry over Garfield if he would be adopted, but he's with me now.
Yeah.
So, Garfield.
Garfield.
But, like, also with, like, the babies, when they're 10 weeks old, which is the age that kittens get adopted, I'm like, get out of my house.
Yeah,
Please stop climbing my legs and destroying my things. And, like, because people get one kitten or one puppy.
Yeah.
When you've got, like, I've got my 4, and at times I'll have a full litter of 6 or 7 kittens.
Oh.
So then I've got 11 cats in my house. And, like, it's actually not that bad because at some point, like, there's no difference between scooping 3 litter boxes and scooping a couple more. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. But they climb your legs. Garfield, you can see on my neck. Like I was saying earlier, Garfield got me really good the other day.
Yeah.
And he didn't mean to, but it's just, like, constant.
Yeah.
No, please share away. That's the point. Experiment, share. Never shut up.
Not all. Please do.
As people with ADHD, we spend our whole lives feeling like we have to shut up, and this is the one place where you don't have to.
Well, Mel said, boom.
Never shut up.
The amount of times I went to friggin' like wring Harley's neck when he was a puppy. Like, people forget, they're like, oh, I want a puppy. I don't want an adult dog. I'm like, you do not want a puppy. I'm sorry. Get an adult dog. They are the best, like, the puppy, like, we got him at 4.5 months. We fostered him. It was only because we fostered him that I got a puppy. But fuck, even though as smart as he is, he went through that age about 8 to 10 months when he just forgets everything. He got ADHD on us. And he forgot all his training. And I was like, they just get naughty. And it's like, puppies, they're cute, but they're fucking naughty.
I would never adopt a kitten ever again. And I rescue kittens. Like, they're cute. And, like, I get kitten fever. Like, even having Garfield at the moment, I'm so used to having, like, usually for me as a foster, I rotate kittens out to pet stock because pet stock take our kittens and help us get them adopted.
Yeah.
And so for a period of 6 months, I had, like, 50. It was just, like, constant. I would just have kittens for a few weeks and they would go and I have them. Like, everyone loves a kitten belly, okay? We can acknowledge it. They have their chubby little bellies and you just want to put your face in it and just, but having Garfield, I'm like, Cassie was like, are you sure? Sorry, Cassie being the lady who runs my rescue. She's like, are you sure you're okay keeping Garfield? It could be a couple of years. And I'm like, it's no different. Like, I don't notice he's here. Like, apart from the fact that he loves me.
Yeah.
He's like, he is no trouble.
Yeah.
I give him his meds in the morning and at night and he's just so happy to be here and be alive. Like, Harley, I'm actually going to open this door.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, oh boy.
All the cats will now come in, and that's okay, but it's getting really hot in here.
We had no intention of keeping Harley. None. Yeah. Everyone's like, you're going to keep him. I'm like, they're not going to keep him. I'm not keeping him. But thank you for the resub, Music Lover. But he was just, and you guys know how, like, he is just so perfect for us. He's such a good boy. But I spent so much time training him. And that's, someone said earlier, it went back a bit. I think it was very, like, people like the idea of a cat or a dog. Hey, who's that puppy? Puppy, who's that?
Yeah.
Puppy, who's that? Who's that? Who's that? What? Who's that? Is that a kitty cat? Look. No, wrong spot. There.
Wrong side.
No, look there.
You can do it. You can do it, Harley.
There. No. Oh. Puppy, look there. Who's that? Is that a cat? Who's that?
Being real
You're looking the wrong... Over there. Who's that? Oh. No, over there. Not outside. There. Who's that? Is that a cat? Caddy. Oh, I think he's seen her. Seen him. Who's that?
Oh, yeah.
Who's that, puppy?
What is it, Harley?
Oh,
Oh,
who's that? Oh, God, he's seen it.
say hello.
Who's that, puppy? Oh, look, look, look. Who's that? Can you see? Is that a kitty?
He's having a bit of a breakdown because I had, I dared to not touch him for an hour. So I might have abandoned him, you don't know.
Yeah, but
We love the dolphin.
he is. He's a good boy. He's such a good boy. But the thing is, I think it is in his personality. This is digressing so from the ADHD, but like Harley, it's like he's and you know what? Actually, it's just tying to ADHD and depression because you know what? The fact that Australia hasn't gotten on board with the whole emotional support animals, I'm like fucking like
They make such a difference.
it does.
Like,
it
are
really.
absolutely, they know. Like, there's not much they can do sometimes. Like, I mean, my cats can't do anything, but having another living being in the house when you're, like, just very upset is really helpful. Like, it's helped me massively.
I think we, as humans, attach human emotions to animals that may not exist.
People, we give them a voice.
Yeah. And like
we
this,
really talk as them.
right now, I'm thinking, I like to think that Harley's giving me a hug and it's so cute, but he's probably just looking at something that's getting his attention that's over that side and I'm holding him, restricting him from getting down. But he's hugging me, shut the fuck up. And what that can do for people going through emotional trauma and going through ADHD and going through depression helps us dramatically. It's like, I have such a fear of, my mum's like, when I call my mum, and mum, shut up, I call you all the time. I know she's probably going to watch this back or she's here and she's not talking. Mum, I call you almost every day. I do call my mum almost every day because, and I think, but mum's like specifically like when she's looking after Harley, she's like, you're only calling me every day just to check up on Harley. And I'm like, no. But like, when you go away or like even like we've talked about being on a plane and having that, anxiety over being on a plane, having your animal there to just distract you probably from your own personal issues and being more concerned about them and keeping them at ease. All of those stuff help us so fucking much. Don't you, Bubby?
It also is purpose. For me,
Yes.
like when things are really, really bad, and they have been, things are really like terrible.
Yeah.
If I didn't have, like, my cats need me. They need me to get up and scoop the litter and give them food and give them water and make sure they're okay.
Yes.
And that gets me out of bed. And sometimes when you're up, like, and then you're okay.
Yeah.
But, like, having something that depends on you, again, it's like that I can't die because someone needs to look out. Like, I need to be here because they need me. Now, that said, I do have, like, a literal will that only exists. Like, my will is just, I have nothing. Sorry about that. Here's what I want done with my cats. Literally. So I only did this a couple of weeks ago. This is a massive ADHD sideline. After my friend passed away, I was like, fuck, like, it just made me, like, he had planned his whole funeral. And so actually, instead of it being a generic box funeral, it was, he had met with the lady multiple times before. And, like, because he was not like, super well and we didn't know this, but he'd planned it all out. So it was like a last gift from him that we got to go. Like, he picked all the songs, he picked who was talking, he picked, like, everything about this funeral. And so it was beautiful. And I was like, that makes me, as a young person who hopefully plans on not dying for like at least another 60 to 70 years, makes me think about like, because you go, I don't own anything. So like, I don't need a will because I don't have any assets I don't have kids who rely on me. Yeah. But it made me go, one, I want to talk about what I want done at my funeral because I really don't think anyone would know and also would cause massive contention in my religious and not religious sides of my family. But two, like, what would I want for my cats? Like, I don't want them to be, like, without a home. And so I literally called the woman I foster with and I'm like, if I write a will and leave all of my superannuation to you, will you please rehome my cats per my will?
Yeah.
Like, if drop dead tomorrow, like I probably have like 50 grand in my retirement fund that can go to the rescue. You can keep what's left, please. And I want Maple and Oscar to go together, and Lemon needs to go somewhere with a cat friend, and Billy needs to be by herself because she's a bitch, and Garfield, obviously, you can figure him out. But, like, making sure that they will be okay was so important to me. Yeah.
Have you heard about, and I just wanted to hang on, I'm waiting to be prescribed a pet, legit. Yes.
Yeah. It makes back on what I was saying, it makes a difference to your, like, having something to look after, and I think it's probably the same thing. I've got to get up and look after my kids and get them off to school or whatever. There are days I wouldn't get out of bed if it weren't for my cats, and I would just rot, and, like, lay in bed and feel terrible and not hydrate or look after myself. It makes a difference.
Yeah. Yeah. I almost feel like, is this going to... Sorry, it's not your fault.
What?
So what I want to say is I feel like Simon and I being at home, like, as in, yes, we do gigs on the weekend, but Simon used to be... So Simon's a painter by trade, and he used to go to work every day from like 7 till friggin' 3, whatever it was. And then I used to work at the TOV. My parents used to own from like 10:30 till 6 or whatever the fuck it was. So when Simon would go to work, I was responsible for Harley doing some training in the morning to make sure he was tired, putting his Kong together to make sure he had something to eat so that he could be tired, and all of the things. And so that gave me purpose to get up in the morning, get your fucking ass out of bed. You've got to get up early enough to go to the park and do some training with him for at least an hour so he's tired enough to go home and rest the rest of the day until Simon gets home. Put his Kong together, get all these things done until I had to go to work. Since we're at home, sorry, I love you, it's fallen on Simon a lot. Like, because we've got a bit more of a looser timeline, I feel like my ADHD has gone, like, it's Simon's job almost. I really do hate putting that on you. I hate putting that on him. But he's become the one who's now doing Harley's food, because I'm just like, you're home. I can't get out of bed. I don't really know how to deal with that.
It's really
as well.
hard, but if Simon wasn't there, you would do it.
I would do it, exactly. And isn't that a fucking horrible thing? I feel like that's a horrible thing for me. Like, that I feel guilty about that.
No.
I'm sorry, and I love you.
It's hard because, but then mentally you take on so much as well. And for me, I do it because I can. But again, I found it really hard after I went through my breakup. I was like, how am I meant to do all this by myself? But now,
But you just do it?
Yeah, because I'm by myself. I don't have to worry about another person.
Shut up, Suarez! I swear to God.
Swear.
Kick.
Shut up, Swear.
I swear to God. Suarez says, so you say he does some heavy lifting.
Love you, Suarez.
Love you, Suarez. If you're not following Suarez on all the platforms, do it. As much as I want to punch him in the face, I want to hug the shit out of him.
I don't actually.
Look at Mel fucking on it. Simon, where were you? You're supposed to be mod dutying at this point.
I just did the one on kick.
You did? Good for you.
Oh, he did it on kick. He beat me. How dare he? Simon, how dare you? How dare you moderate?
How dare you moderate, Simon?
How quickly that switch flipped. Hug punches. You're going to punch me. Who do you think you are? Anyway.
But it's easy when I need
Yeah.
Getting up at the correct time is 100%, McMurphy. 100%. Do we...
People with ADHD really struggle with transitions. Transitions are very, very hard. Getting into the shower is really hard, but getting out of the shower is really hard. Going to sleep is hard, but getting up out of bed is really hard.
Simon!
Transitions are very, very, very difficult.
I love that you said that in that way. Transitions. That's a great way to say it. Should I hold that for another stream where I get Simon to tell him how difficult it is to get me out of bed?
I think that would be a good Simon one. Or like, you know, and again, I reckon there's other people we could talk to about that too.
Yes.
But on the topic of, you're talking about Harley's, like looking up to Harley's stuff, and there was something I wanted to say about that.
I'm going to put a cap on 20 minutes from now. Like, I know that I'm just going to put a cap on 20 minutes from now, because otherwise we will go all night and we need material for another stream.
Oh, we will never run out of material. Maybe then if we're doing 20 minutes, let's see if anyone has any questions.
Oh, I can go for longer if you want to go for longer. I don't care.
You will be drunk before 5 o'clock. It'd be great.
Wait. Don't worry about it. Let's go.
I've got coffee. I'm fine.
All right, if you're fine, I was just concerned about you. I did want to touch on that. Can we, Mel? You're good at taking notes. Can I get you to take notes? As in touching on through this conversation, because we briefly touched on it before, but the whole. Wait, I've just lost what it was. What did we just say?
Transitions.
No. Not transitions. Something else.
We're talking about Harley's, like,
Fuck.
the labour
No.
of Harley. Like,
No,
doing
after
jobs.
that. After that.
Then
Shh.
we were yelling at Suarez.
I gotta pee again real bad.
Let's
Hang on.
go. I can talk to chat.
Simon, swap.
No, it's fine.
Well, what's happening?
I'm gonna pee.
Yeah,
You're fine. It's fine. Transitioning out of bed. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Dollinger. Suarez, are you just singing to yourself? I'm just curious about that. Are you going to get through the whole song? What were we just talking? Yeah, I know, right? What were we talking about? She asked what she said. Oh, right. Got a cat here. Great. Planning being like half doing the task. Yeah, exactly. Like planning stuff is hard too. Like,
Planning stuff is
making
so
things
hard.
cool.
I don't remember what it was, but I had a thought, but I forgot what it was. It doesn't really matter. Maybe that's what we have to make a note about talking about at another point, is that easily forgetfulness. That was one of the things that the psychiatrist said to me. He was like, do you find you often walk into a room when you had an intention for going to the room and then you get into the room and you go, why am I in here?
I'm here.
I'm like, all the time. All the time.
I am making notes.
So, like, all the time.
Why am I in the kitchen? Yeah, like
For those who don't
the
know,
second you sit down, you remember again.
yeah, or no, when I exit the room, that's when I go, oh, that's right. Or when
Yeah,
I'm on
it's always
halfway
like-
to the gig.
Yeah, I have to like again. Something I found like to be a really helpful coping tool is the someone will give me the right name, but the little tag NPC tags, NPT. I can't remember exactly what, but they're little stickers, and when you touch your phone on them, it's like it does an action. Like they're these little stickers you can buy them for like $1 from Amazon, and you can use them with your phone to do something. So, for example, you know, like turning on your lights and stuff. But the way that I use them is NFC. Thank you, NFC tags. But I have a couple. So I've got one next to my meds bottle, and so when I tap my phone, it marks that I've taken my meds. And if I don't tap it, then it sends me a reminder 30 minutes later telling me to take my meds. So there's little things like that you can code around your house that really, really help. And that's helped me a lot to have like that little bit more of a smart home that does things.
That is one of
Being
my
able to turn
biggest.
off all my PowerPoints.
Wait, what?
Like I have a smart home, so I can like use my phone to turn off all the lights in my house. So if I'm worried about like, I got it, it's fine.
Delete that, please. Delete that. Oh,
I
you
already
got
got
that. Thank you.
Sorry, I
That's
So,
a fucking disgrace. You should be ashamed of yourself, ACM.
was out on kick.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got it. It's fine.
you're a champ, Mel.
But if
Did you ban as well?
yeah, it's gone.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
got it.
It's already dealt with, you guys. Don't worry. So like I can use my phone to turn off all the power and the lights in my house. And so if I walk out of the house, I'm like, fuck, did I turn off my hair straightener? Not a problem, because I can just check.
You
So
seem very.
investing in those technologies to cope and like, yeah, I've gotten really good at making accommodations for myself.
But you talking to you, especially in this environment, you don't seem like you have an issue with forgetfulness.
Oh, I do.
Do you?
But
Yeah.
I've become very, very good at. I naturally do, but I've
Okay.
become very good at putting things in place for myself so that I
Right.
don't.
That's yeah.
Like, so for example, when I go to the office on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, so
Right.
Monday night, computer goes in the bag on the kitchen bench. Even though my handbag's by the door, handbag goes on top of it. In that goes my meds, my lanyard, anything I need.
How?
After my lunch, that goes in the fridge.
How?
And then I get out, habit, literally just making it a habit because I'm so scared of my life falling apart.
Okay.
Like the night before, I get out the outfit I'm going to wear that next day. And I actually wanted to go back to this because you were talking about this earlier. I get out the outfit I'm going to wear the next day and I do not let myself change my mind. I also got rid of all floor to ceiling mirrors in my house. I got rid of it because if I don't, because I got good at going, you know, like I have some self-image issues. That's a whole different thing from having eating disorders previously. But I was like, I'm never going to be 100% happy with how I look because that's just how I am. So I just need to stop. It's just not good for me because I used to do it every morning and it was so toxic and it made me so upset. It would ruin my day.
This is literally,
Instead,
where
I'm
I need to,
so I go, I get the clothes out the night before. I've come to terms with, you know what, I'm probably not going to be happy with how I look. I don't care. But I get myself dressed and do it, like, so I get it all out the night before. So all I have to do in the morning is get dressed, go do my makeup, sort out the little cat things I have to do, but that stuff I know how to do. Grab the shit off the bench and walk out the door. And I also get my coffee from Starbucks in the morning, even though I've got the exact same coffee at home, because it's a little treat for myself. So it's like, yeah, okay, I'm feeling a little bit like shit, but I'm going to go improve my day by having something that makes me really happy, like a little treat or a little Starbucks or something. And then I have a really great day at work. And I used to struggle with the office so much, but I put all these things in place for myself that mean that I don't have that anymore. Now they have it, even though they take work.
I just want to, like, I feel like this is a really, okay, now this isn't, this feels like an incredible stream for before and after, like, as in that you seem to have gotten this, I'm struggling with all of those things.
Yeah.
Right, can you come here? Come here, please. Simon's having a meltdown.
I'm thinking that he was getting a stream off.
No, but just pause those things for a second.
What's up?
No, just because I just want to say, like, I'm like, also, like, it feels like this is in the shot. Oh no, how do you get in the shot? There. With your second and third wife.
I can't push him over to me, Erin. That's not how it works.
Just come here, it'll be fine.
I put my arm around Mel though.
I feel like this is it's like what McMurphy said. I need to get ready the day before a big thing. No matter how much time I allocate the next day to get ready, it won't be enough. I'm in post that, so where I'm not in the scenario where I've prepared myself, knowing that I'm never going to be ready by the time I say I am, and preparing the night before. I have a full, like, I just, even if I try to prepare before, I kind of wanted to touch on this earlier, and I never did, about things where people call things lazy, and we as ADHD people affect ourselves at, like, in our best, like, it's not lazy when the things that we do or we don't do affects us at the things that we want the most. Auditions, like,
now that you've been diagnosed, though,
it's about,
the thing is that the accommodations that I give myself and the things that I do come from a place of giving yourself grace,
which I have a problem with, obviously.
You haven't yet, because you're getting through it. And, like, so for me, putting those things in place, you're still in the phase of, why can't I just be like everyone else? Everyone else can just get up in the morning and get ready and get out the door. So I'm going to try and do that. You haven't come to the acceptance of, like, I can't do that. That's okay. That doesn't make me less than or a failure, because, you know.
Yes.
It's also self-harm in the fact of being like, okay, I can't do it like everyone else. So guess what? I should suffer and have a really shit day because I failed to do it like everyone else should. Whereas for me, I've gone, okay, I've gotten to that. I got through that and I had that. And I've gone, why the fuck should I spend my life suffering just because I can't do little shit that means nothing, that no one else sees because I live by myself. So no one gives a shit. And also, no one gives a shit what I wear to work as long as I'm clean and, well, you know, like, not in my pajamas. Like, so for me, it was more about what accommodations and graces can I give myself, you know, while, you know, dinner's in the oven and I would just be sitting scrolling anyway. What can I do? Oh, I can straighten my hair the night before, so it takes me 5 minutes instead of 30 to do my hair. I can get the clothes out so that I can just wake up and put them on. I can get all the stuff ready on the bench before I go. And that's all, like, happens during passive time, where I would just kind of be sitting, like, stirring a pot or something while I'm making dinner, or, you know, like, there's all these passive things going on where I can just fill that time with little things that make life much easier for me when I have to do things that are not natural to me, like getting ready to go to the office instead of rolling out of bed 5 minutes before work and sitting at my desk and putting on a clean shirt, but I'm still in my pajama bottoms. And that has made a difference. And if I had not done that, I would 100% not be able to go into the promotion that I've just had, because I'm now going to be on the road 5 days a week. And I wouldn't be able to do that and be well presented every day if I hadn't practiced those things now while I was able to at my best.
I'm just going to jump in and say I've been reading all of the things that have been coming through. I'm on board with that 100%, McMurphy. The amount of times I'm just going to touch a couple of things real quickly. McMurphy said, and I was kind of going to go on saying that when I had big musical theatre auditions and at 2 o'clock in the morning when I should have been fucking asleep resting my voice, I decided to clean the goddamn bedroom and cleaning the freaking cupboards and cleaning the bathroom going, I've got an audition at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, not giving my voice rest the night before because I was having meltdowns over it and I'm doing something completely unrelated. Sorry?
I know you're getting a bit fired up and I can hear it in your voice.
Yes.
Speaking of voice.
That would happen to
talk.
me. Self-sabotage, because self-sabotage just before. It is self-sabotage, and that's the hardest thing. And it's the dealing with, why am I doing this to myself? This is something I want. And that's the whole thing about the laziness versus, actual ADHD. I wanted that so badly. Like the auditions that I would go for, I wanted with every ounce of my being, but I would sabotage it because I'm going the night before. I'd get up in the morning, in the 2 o'clock in the morning, starting to clean rather than getting myself prepared for the next fucking day.
Because subconsciously you don't feel that you deserve it.
Correct. Because I'm going.
It's the same.
It's almost like if I go and I do the best and I'm fully prepared and I do the best that I fucking can and I'm the best of my possible ability, what if that's not enough? What's that saying about me? Like
that was me with this job.
Yes.
It was the same going for this promotion and it was like in the middle of it. I'm like, I'm okay if I don't get it. I like the job that I'm doing now.
Yeah.
But this is the best that I am and can be and will ever be. And if that's not enough, then I need to go figure out a different career path because they're not going to take me in this one.
Yeah.
Because I don't get better than this. And if I've given my best and that's not enough, then fuck. That's okay, but I need to go figure something else out now. And that's really hard.
It is really hard. And you know what? I am really happy. I think everything that you're incredible at, your best and worst time. But I mean, but as in for you. But for me, my industry is fucked. It is fucked.
It's turbulent. And you're basically self-employed.
Yeah.
And it makes it a lot harder.
I'm happy you found that you are good at and you're enjoying the industry you're in. For anyone that has ADHD and is in my industry, we're fucked. When people are like, oh, how are my kids interested in this? I'm like, tell them not to do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's the worst place. You shouldn't know. I wish I loved, and I always say this, I wish I loved something more than what I do because my head would be less more fucked up.
Yeah.
And it's horrible to say that, but it's true.
And it is. But you're also very early in your journey. And I think that, I look back at I would have said the same thing. What have you... What?
I'm like... You say I'm supposed to be retired by now. Oh, you mean ADHD stuff?
I meant ADHD. I didn't mean you're a new musician.
I'm like, I'm apparently like this at this age as a dancer. I'm done. My career's over by now.
Retired, fully retired. No. I meant ADHD.
Yes.
And so even though I would have said the same things about myself 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And so I think that you'll look back at yourself in a year, especially if you get on meds and things like that help so much.
Find the difference.
You'll be like, oh man, and it's little things. You've just got to learn to give yourself grace, and that's really hard. And therapy helped me with that a lot, because I found a really good therapist who didn't do typical therapy and did more like DBT, which suits neurodivergent people more, and that's a whole different. That's a stream in itself.
Yeah.
But it, I think it really takes time to unlearn all of the biases that everyone has told you. You're not good enough.
My entire life.
You're lazy and you're not smart. And it's like, no, I'm correct, Wispy. Yeah, I'm very smart. And it's actually not until people get me in an environment like this where we've had this conversation that I think probably even for chat, they're like, oh, she's well-spoken and knows what she's talking about and she's educated. And it's like, yeah, because I act like a dickhead all the time because that brings me a lot of joy.
Thanks.
That's what, I spend my whole day at work being smart and clever and switched on. I want to come home and flirt with my husband and wife. I got shit to do. I want to,
that's the misconception
when things have been bad, and it's like. So I think we come across dumb sometimes. It's like, no, I'm very well educated. I've got a degree and 2 diplomas. I'm not a stupid girl. But
like Pink said,
society makes us feel that way. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I could be a stupid girl for Pink.
I'm going to write this, stupid girls, because this is something I want to talk about, whether it's today or another day. I need to talk about that, because that's something exactly that I relate to. I relate to deeply to that.
But yeah, so it's, you know, like, it'll take time. It really takes time, and it's something I worked very hard on. Garfield's back. Hi, Garfield.
Puppy! He's just like, hi, guys.
He has to, unlike Harley, where you're like, is he hugging me? I mean, pretty undeniable. He's hugging me.
100%. He's like full on just like,
he will just do this. He would do this. I need to get a baby wrap for him.
Yep. I'm
so
held. Just can you take a mental note that I've got to address Jax's comment about him thinking he has ADHD, because I've got to touch on that, and that's where I stopped at, but I went a bit before it. But keep going.
Yeah. Anyway, my point is that you'll get there, and it's really hard, but like baby steps, and it's like starting little things, and that's something where Simon can help. Like, we're having a support person. Like, hey, it's the night before. Let's do a couple of things that'll just make tomorrow easier. And when you get that positive affirmation that it does make it easier. And that's where you actually, like, it's really hard at first because you're like, I don't fucking want to. Like, what's the difference? But it's actually the positive affirmation, like, for me, when I just started getting dressed and walking out the door, and I was like, I feel very regulated. I'm not emotionally upset. I'm not dysregulated.
Yeah.
I'm walking out the door. It's a beautiful sunny day outside. I'm grabbing a coffee on the way to work because I've got time. You know, like, I'm not stressed. I'm not starting my day on a bad note. Those positive things, like, really encourage you to build more positive habits and be more accepting of yourself. And that was, like, life-changing for me, and it's something that I had to get to by myself, but with help.
That's incredible. I gotta say, like, I mean, I'm pretty lucky that, I mean, would you say, so, actually, wait, I'm going to put that thought aside for a second, because I did want to address what Jack said.
Yeah.
But I feel very much that I don't have that regulation yet. And I know that Simon tries his best, but I'm pretty bold-headed at the best of times. That
You're pretty well.
Bold-headed, strong. Shut up.
No.
But it's got to be your choice. You know, you've got to.
You mean just like strong, like stubborn?
Yes. No, are you stubborn in the right context? Yes. I'm just, but that my brain goes like this, and it's like hyper-focused. I'm hyper-focused in my friggin' stubbornness. I'm hyper-focused in my, no, this is what's going to happen, and what you say is not going to make a difference. I know this is how it's going to be. And when it comes to fruition, my brain's like, fucking told you.
Support from other neurodivergent people as well. Because when you see, like, and this is not me sitting here going, look how great my life is, because, oh my God, you're totally right. Who was that who said that? Veriment, where it's like it relapses? Absolutely it does. I have days where I don't get out of bed and I just cry in bed alone, or like on the phone to people.
I told you to call me.
There's multiple people in this chat who I've cried on the phone to. I know, but like it happens, you know. But my
We're all
point
like
is
that.
maybe seeing the coping strategies from other people, you need to make that decision yourself to like start to do those things. And so again, it's that you know, task avoidance. Like if Si sits there and tells you to do it, you're going to be like, no, because you don't get it. Because, you know, even though he does, because he gets it
through me
as someone who cares about you.
Yes.
It's different when it's like, okay, I can see that someone who experiences the same things as me is able to do this, and like I wouldn't have been able to do it a year ago. No way. I've worked on myself so much, and only myself for like a year.
And do you know what I think that deserves?
It's okay, Garfield.
Look,
it's fine.
Look. The boing was an accident, but I feel like it pretty much speaks exactly how I'm feeling right now about you, Mel.
It says what you need to.
Yeah.
Boing. It sounds really weird through Discord, I can tell you that. But yeah, look, I do think you'll get there. Like you're such an ADHD baby when it comes to accepting that and knock over my microphone. Sorry about that, everybody. This is why they weren't allowed in here, but I picked my comfort of being near the air conditioner over all of you. So
I think that is the best. If you were in Queensland, I would be. Oh no, Mal.
What? Oh no,
you're stuck.
Hang on, it's fine. I'll fix it. Garfield stood on my camera. Excuse me, Garfield.
In the meantime, I'm going to say what Jax wrote. Honestly, sorry, Jax, I'm going right back from what you wrote before. I'm not caught up with chat. I'll get there. Honestly, think after hearing this, Jax, have you been sitting in the back? Now, if you respond to this and I get to this, your next comment, and I'm like, what the fuck were you talking about? Just remind me.
Sorry, it probably hasn't popped up yet, but Maxie had a good question in a minute too.
Max had a good question. Good point. Honestly, think after hearing this, I've got ADHD. Hearing so much of this is absolutely resonating to me. That's how I felt when I started scrolling like forums of people expressing what their ADHD was. I was like, I 100% have ADHD. That's what made me go to my doctor and say, I think I've got ADHD. Can we have an assessment? So much of this absolutely resonates with me, and the amount of time I spent struggling to even get out of bed, tidy the flat, cook, do anything that's productive, and end up wishing I knew why I felt like this. Tried speaking to my dad about it, and he tried to understand, which is respectful in its own sense, but I genuinely want to do things but can't. 100%. Jax, you've got it. You're welcome.
Seeing Jax go on that journey over the space of 2.5 hours is pretty special. Actually.
That's pretty special. He's like,
we started with, I don't have ADHD and I don't want to talk about it, to, actually, I have ADHD and I want to chat about it. I think that's so cool.
Seeing like what we're talking about, because this is why I'm saying, like, I think this is probably a really good thing. You have been through the journey, to me who's starting to go through it, to see the question answers. Let's cry. Like, even that aside, the rest of the topics are absolutely hitting home. That's how I felt when I'm like, I think this is it for me. I think this is what it is. Because all of these things that I was researching, that I'm like, that, like, I had someone say to me, I think you've got LLI, which is low latency inhibition, but on the genius spectrum. I'm like, I ain't no fucking genius. Sure, I think I'm smart. I think a lot of people, which is what I wanted to, like, we'll talk about another time, but I think there is a lot of misconception that I'm a dum-dum. I'm well not a dum-dum. I know that I think that's the ADHD coming out of me, where we're a product of our environment. There are things that I don't know that I probably should know in a normal environment, but I don't. And people think, oh, she's such a dum-dum. And I'm like, no. And I don't filter things. So it comes across as fucking stupid. But I am smart. And I know I have a high HQ. I adapt to things very quickly, and that is one thing that I think that is a big misconception. Where I think we'll talk about in depth probably another time.
Yeah, but I think that's definitely a good topic for another one. I think there's probably others who would have
felt the same thing.
Opinions on that too.
I get quite offended by it.
Me too, because it's not often no one's coming up to you and going, "Oh my god, you're so stupid."
Yeah,
it's just you don't receive the same supports or accommodation that you need. Anyway, it's like asking a fish to climb a tree.
Yeah.
But definitely a topic for another time. Max, Simon's right.
So you found it?
I got diagnosed with ADD at 14, but just stopped taking the meds. Like, I almost grew up needing them, and about 10 years ago, the ADHD seems to start coming back, so I need to get re-diagnosed. You don't need to get re-diagnosed, but you will need to see a psychiatrist. Even if you're diagnosed with ADHD, you have to see a psychiatrist every 1 to 2 years in order to...
fuck.
So, go talk to someone. And honestly, that's probably a good rap or thing to say. Like,
fuck.
if you think that you might have ADHD, the first thing, like, or autism or anything, is like, find supports. If you're a woman in Melbourne, there's a great neurodivergent Facebook group called Melbourne ADHD Women and Gender Diverse. So if you're a woman or a gender diverse person, there's a great support, and they have some great resources about really good Melbourne-based GPs and psychologists. But I guess my advice is to firstly find some supports, have a bit of a read, get some ideas, write some notes, talk about, like, think about it, have a chat with your family and friends if you feel comfy. And that's I'm going to write that down because twitchy, because I think that's by itself a really good topic for another one too. But definitely then go talk to, if you've got a good GP, go talk to them and, like, present it. Like, don't be afraid. I was really scared to go, I think I have this, because it's doctor's job to diagnose. But I made a list of reasons why and examples, because I knew I would get really emotional having that conversation about reasons why I thought that I had ADHD. And I took that with me to my GP, and I was like, look, this is really impacting my life. They'll do a referral through to, you always ask for an open referral is my advice, especially in Australia where the waiting list is so extensive.
It's
if you
ridiculous.
Get a referral for a specific place and they're not taking anyone, you then have to go back to the GP. Ask for a referral to a few places, or ask for an open referral, and that'll really help too. So just have the conversation. Like, even if, like, it's a really long process to get diagnosed, but honestly, like, it's so worth it. to go
like,
through the. It's hard. It's a lot of hoop jumping, but when you get out of it, when you're done, it's like, thank God, there's a name for how I feel, and there's someone who can give me advice, and I can get some medication. So, I mean, I'd really love to hear of stories of people having listened to us talk about this and just started to think about going down that journey, because it's hard, but there's so many, like, you know, I think maybe we need a Discord channel for people going through it, to be honest.
Right.
But totally keen to support people, but do it. Go have a chat to your GP. Get a mental health plan if you're in Australia. It's so worth it. And just,
it's such, and that's, you know, that's the thing. Like, I think I briefly touched about it earlier, the whole point of the fact that Australia, it's literally a brain, like what society calls as different, like, which is horse shit, but whatever. It's the fact that it's not supported. And, you know, we are going through a fucking, like, not to go into it, but living crisis, the bullshit that goes with that. I don't want to go into it because I have such a major problem with it, with, you know, inequality in terms of money and people living their fucking best lives on their yachts and whatever, like, as in multi-millionaires, you fuck off. Anyway, whatever. It's, you know, when other people are suffering, you know, we need to embrace each other a lot more. This is why I wrote United. It's ridiculous. You know, none of you are better than me, and I am not better than anybody fucking else. Yachts and aircon. Like, we're all the same.
My favourite bit about that is the spelling of yachts. Don't fall it. Oh my God.
You saw that.
Yeah. It's really hard.
Yeah,
but, like, if you're able to go and have a chat with a GP, do it.
Yes.
There's also obviously, like, there are different resources available. Like, look into if your employer has an EAP, which is an employee assistance program in Australia. I'm sure there's something similar overseas. My employer actually has an agreement through an organisation called Converge, which is an employee assistance program. But they offer some, like, different things like free financial counselling, but they also help with things like this, where they can help you find resources to help. There's the ADHD Association in Australia. They're free to call and have a chat with, and they'll help you find resources for diagnosis. There's all sorts of really cool resources and groups out there through, like, Reddit and Facebook that you'll find as well, of just people who can make recommendations of things to try. So I would...
Holy fucking... Simon!
What happened? I can't see it.
Jaxie Legend.
10,000 bits.
Holy fucking hell, Jax. What the fuck?
Fuck, Jax. Can I push hold on that? And I don't mean, because there was something else I saw and I wanted to address it, and I'm like, fuck, but I got to address this because otherwise I'll forget it. Smiling Bandit said something about, like, they said they've got to leave soon, and they... Don't make me cry. I will fucking cry. You're a jerk. Hang on. My eyes wandering to you. Thank you. Okay. Anyway, Smiling Bandit said something, said basically about Asperger's. I almost did it again. And said there's a misunderstanding that people think that people with Asperger's don't have emotions, but it's the opposite. They actually feel a lot. They just don't have the same processing as other people to be able to process the emotions in an appropriate way. Yeah. I really appreciate that, because I've always thought that's what it was, the lack of being able to have an emotional connection with people. That is a misunderstanding I've had, that there was not much emotion connected with people with Asperger's. Don't have an emotional regulatory, like, as in that they don't feel the emotions the same way. Like, but to say that, I appreciate that, because that's something I never knew, or I was misinformed about. And autism, yes.
The output of emotions as well.
Jax, I don't know what this buzzing is. That's the buzzing I said you need to tell me. We need to figure out what that is.
I'm gonna have a look.
Jax.
That's so kind.
That is very kind, Mel, and I'll be sending some to that to you, obviously, because this is a joint. No, shut. Don't make me punch you through the friggin', because this is...
It's spousal abuse, Erin.
This is... Listen! This is like, I hope that I almost want to say, should we do this every, like, most Sundays at least, like, if you're up to it, you don't have to. You can do that. Do what? Do what?
Punch me, I think.
No, I'm not going to punch Mel. Shut up, Maxie. It's also interesting how ADHD presents differently.
Maxie seems a little bit too enthusiastic about the ability to punch me. I have
Maxie!
some concerns and questions about that, Max.
Thank you very much, Jax. You know you get prio everything. Do you want Simon in a hot tub? We'll send Simon in a hot tub. Simon, get the hot tub. Oh, no, we got to do this other thing.
Why are you answering in a different chat? You know I can ban you in that one, right?
You're not a mod in that one, Maxie. It easily can be a trait too. It's all about processing. It can go either way. The blank is just more common, the fast response. It's like, yeah, first class, always.
That's what I was going to say about autism. That's an autism thing for me, is like the emotional thing. So, I mean, like, I feel emotions very, very heavily and I'm very sensitive.
Yes.
But also, I don't show them in a typical, like, I'm very, like, straight-faced. Like, even if I'm really happy, you can subtly tell, but I don't have the same, like, facial expression and body language that other people do.
Again, the whole normal versus not normal bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. But, like, that's something that for me, like, I don't output. So people are like, oh, but you don't look angry. Like, they don't know that I'm really upset because I don't see it unless, like, I'm crying, which happens a lot. But, like, that's how I output all my emotions. If I'm angry, I cry. If I'm happy, I cry. If I'm sad, I cry. And that's just how I kind of, like, empty out those emotions. But I don't present, like, you can't tell that I'm really pussy. Like I said, if I'm really angry, I'll go quiet.
Oh, what happened? Hang on.
No.
No, I don't need to go over there.
No. Think about what Mel's saying and what you call me all the time.
Unemotional?
No.
The resting bitch face.
Correct.
Simon has resting bitch face through and through.
And Mel's
It's something I've had to, like, develop on stream when I'm streaming. I've had to, again, like you said, kind of like a performance face.
Yeah.
So that I really cognitively make those faces so that people know that I'm, like, focused or I'm paying attention or this is a sad scene or I'm really happy or I'm loving. Because if I'm just, like, sitting, like, watching something, I'm the living embodiment of that, you know, when people are like, when you say LOL, but really you're just sitting there straight-faced, even though you're like, laugh out loud, and I'm like,
are you laughing out loud? You lying piece of shit.
Like, literally, never, like, output any emotion like that. Like,
she's my sister from another.
Laugh out loud.
Yes.
No. That makes us sister wives, and I'm not sure if I'm okay.
She's sister from another mother-father. So, like, hypothetical sisters.
Hypothetical.
How can we say that? Hypothetical sisters?
Hypothetical.
Not legit sisters. Not biological sisters.
I mean, if we're wives sharing a husband, we kind of are sister wives.
Yeah. Does that make you
I love this for us.
soul sisters?
Hey,
What Lulu said. But that doesn't even that goes on to a whole nother topic that I was going to say.
But I'm just going to write a note. I think on top of I think relationships generally is an interesting topic. So I've written that on our list too.
Thank you. I got to pee again. Real bad.
No, you're fine.
Simon,
Hi, sir.
Tap out.
I love how many times Erin has peed and I've not peed once. I've just had 2 coffees. To hold eye contact. See, I can't hold eye contact. I almost never.
I can't
make
either.
Eye contact when I get it. No.
No, I
Simon,
don't
you might be autistic.
I'm something.
I can't make eye contact. It makes me really, really uncomfortable. And also, like, if I'm making eye contact, I'm not emotionally engaged in the conversation. I've tapped out in order to think about, like, the social things that I need to do. Okay, I got to blink now so that they know that I'm listening. Now I need to look away because I shouldn't be looking at them for too long.
I feel that. I always feel like people are thinking that I'm, like, looking at parts of their, like, you know, it's the whole thing of, like, did you just look at my doodle? And I'm like, no, I'm not looking at your doodle. But now that that's happened, I'm worried that you think that I'm looking at your doodle because I keep looking down at your doodle now. I think that you're looking at my doodle. Yeah.
Yeah. When people are like, you didn't listen to me, or why did you say what? And it's like, most of the time it's because what I'm doing is trying to remember, have I blinked recently? Have I stared at you for too long? Oh shit, I need to keep this thought in my head so that can be what I say when you're done talking.
Yeah.
And, you know, I can't forget it because then I'm going to have nothing to say. And it's this constant, bye,
Bye,
Bandit.
Smiling.
Thank you for your contributions. You had some great questions. I really appreciate it.
Definitely. We're going to do this regularly, I feel like.
This is where stimming can help. I say that as I'm sitting here pulling the lid off of my AirPods and putting it back on. And earlier I was playing with one of the earring that you gave me, Erin. I was just like twisting. It's on the floor now. I dropped it. I'm going to get it for this exercise. It's off the floor.
Well, no, but now that's
I was
all.
sitting here just flipping it around in a circle for nearly the whole time we've been talking.
Yep.
Dimming makes such a difference. I also love fidget toys and I love slime. Like really good made slime you can sit and like poke and like stretch and play with is really good. Or
I just have Simon for that.
I used to do diamond art or the needle, like the cross stitch. Doing things like that you can do while you're watching something meant that I could fully pay attention to like a movie. So
Thank you, Lily, for getting that little reference.
I didn't really went over my head.
I said that when you were talking about the slime and things you can just grab and just touch and do stuff. I said that's what I've got Simon for.
You've got Simon. Yeah. I don't have that.
Sorry.
In short, you are overthinkers. No. That's not really.
No. So this is funny you say that, Sessions, because this is something we actually talked about earlier about people that say that we're overthinkers when actually we probably should be detectives because we have a great sense of bullshit detecting. And that whole, you're overthinkers. Overthinkers can obviously very frequently be misunderstood, and we're actually great at being very logical. And it's the overthinking making as if, you're overthinking, you're a daydreamer, you just think of unrealistic circumstances or, whereas our overthinking is actually a very good power. We actually think very logically. I'm not a big daydreamer. Like I'd say I daydream, but I daydream about logical stuff. Correct. Where I'm like, A plus B needs to equal C. And it's like...
We're great planners and strategists because in 30 seconds I've thought about
10,
not just what I could do. I've gone, here is every way this could play out, A through Z, and every scenario that could possibly happen, and I've picked the best one based on, I've gone, this is what could happen, that's the consequences of it, that's the benefits of it, that's the issue,
100%.
Here's the problems, here's where it won't work. Times 100 and then picked the best one and I'm like, we're doing this. And that's where I end up getting very frustrated when people are like, no, I don't want to do that. I'm like, but I'm telling you,
it's not going to work.
I'm 100% sure this is not going to work. And then you have to sit there even though and so it's really hard sometimes to
sit there and go through that
groups with people because and I could just do it and it would be done. And that's also part of the the emotional labor of a relationship, and I think relationships is a separate thing, but it's I could just do it myself and it'll be done, and it'll be done properly the way I want it done, the way it needs to be done in order for the next several things to work. And the other thing I wanted to mention about that is around change. People with autism and ADHD really struggle with change, and I explain this. Have you seen those those air crash investigation shows where it flashes back to airports in the 80s and 90s where they'd be sitting in the air control tower and you have every flight on a little strip and they physically move them around.
Yes.
In my head is that I know what plane is where and what its number is and what's going on and it's all in order.
Yeah.
And that's for say 3 days at a time. If someone changes something, cancels on me, changes the plan, things move or we go somewhere else, it's like someone's taken all of those pieces, picked them up and thrown them at the wall. Like a Lego thing. I can get it all correct. I can get it all back together, but I need to go pick up all those pieces, rearrange them and put them and remove the one I didn't need. And it is so hard to do and it takes a lot longer than the normal person to rearrange all of that.
That is like a jigsaw puzzle when there's a fucking piece missing and you're at the beginning of the fucking puzzle and you go, there's something missing. And everyone's like, no, it's fine. You get to the last bit and you're like, I fucking told you there was a piece missing.
Yeah, and so when people change things, it's really, really hard. And that's why I'm like, I think you and I are the same. It's like we don't make a plan until we're ready to make a plan.
Yeah.
And when that plan is made, it's happening.
Yes.
And we're there. And you know that, no matter what, I was going to be here at 12:30 my time when it was time to do this because we're not going to do each other like that at the last second, but also there's the bit of it's knowing when things are flexible and when they're not. If it's from the get-go, let's plan to do this, but I just want you to know that if I'm not feeling 100%, I'm not going to come.
Yeah.
Fine. My friends and I do that to each other all the time. We go, do you guys want to go to Southland on the weekend and maybe get luck? Yeah. Look, we'll see how I go, tentatively. And if that doesn't happen, I'm not upset. I'm like, I'll still go by myself or I'll do something else. And it's fine because they're not doing it. when I'm already there and we were meant to meet 5 minutes ago and it's ruined everything. They're doing it the night before or the morning of, and that's fine because I wasn't expecting it 100% to happen, and I can plan. I've got a plan B.
Yeah.
So it's about being honest about that, and that's something that was really hard for me at first, but I'm now very honest that if I know that I can handle one big event per day.
Yeah.
Because if you've got more than, like, you spend the whole day waiting for that event when you have ADHD, like, if one big thing's happening, I'm getting nothing done before that. I've got to get ready for 7 hours beforehand, emotionally and physically. Which is a whole, I guess, another thing too. But I think learning to be honest about, like, hi, I have a disability and I'm going to ask you for accommodations for it. In the same way that if I'd broken my leg, I would probably be like, hey, I'm probably not up for the stair climbing championships this weekend. You know, like, it's the same thing, but it's mental. It's about going, hey, no, I can't really go to a theme park because they're very overstimulating to me. And if people can't cope with that, well, one, go without me. Like, I'm not going to be upset if you still want to go to a theme park. But two, like, if people can't accept that, then they're not your friends.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, so
I find that a hard thing to deal with, though.
Again, but I think what we're learning for you is that you struggle to give yourself grace and accommodation.
Correct.
So that's where you're at in your journey, and that's fine.
Yes. I'm going to say something, and that
work on it.
Jack's tipped on something that I resonate extremely well with. He said, by any chance, when you guys experience an intense moment of stress, do you ever end up, like, for example, biting your knuckles to help calm you down, or like slapping your head with your palms just out of frustration or excitement? The last 100%. Ask Simon. The amount of times when I'm so upset or frustrated or I feel like I have no control, and I've been like, I've done that very much so. Whacked myself in the head as like punishment to myself, or I don't know if it's punishment to myself that I can't handle the situation, but I definitely am that person. And I always, you know what I go back to? I go back to The Notebook, when it's Ryan Gosling and Rachel McAdams and they're having a fight and he starts whacking himself in the head and she's like, oh, stop it. You're being ridiculous, basically. And I'm like, I resonate with that extremely. It happens a lot, and Simon has to grab my wrists and stop me doing it.
Yeah, I don't output that way. I shut down.
Yeah.
I shut down, which is actually unhealthy too, but I do stim as well. I'm a picker. I'll pick at my cuticles on my face. And I bite the inside of my cheeks. Those are my, like, little stims. I just want to say from the Kick Chat, what makes this a disability? We actually went through this earlier, and it wouldn't be a disability in a society that was made for us.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, society isn't made to help people with ADHD, which makes it a disability because we're disadvantaged. Maybe we are. The thing is that, like, neurodivergence, like, should all be normal. And there should be different ways to help and account for those people. But society hasn't been made that way, which means we're at a disadvantage and means we have a really hard time. So therefore, that is why it's a disability.
Yeah.
In the same way that if the whole world was made for people with no legs, then that wouldn't be a disability.
Yeah.
You know, like, if the whole world was made for blind people, then that wouldn't be a disability. You know, so it's like they're disabled. They're something that most people are able to do, we're not able to, and that is the case for us. So yes and no.
Got you, Jax.
You know, like, and that's not me. I don't want to reduce the experience of, you know, people with physical disabilities either. I have one. So
wait, you have legs?
I famously.
Mel's got sexy legs. Mel's got the sexy feet. She should be OnlyFansing those feet.
My feet are not.
Yeah.
My feet are gross to me. So
why
I'm just saying that it's a disability if it puts you at a disability.
I hear you very much. Like, it's almost, I'm very hesitant to say what I was going to say, and you guys know, and I don't mean it in any disrespect at all, and I'm going to throw it out there just as a thought, and it's probably wrong, and it's okay if it's wrong, but it almost feels, probably from someone going through it, and I haven't lost the action of my legs, so obviously I don't know, but it almost feels like it's harder having a mental disability because it's less accepted in today's society than having a physical, viewable disability.
hard for different ways, you know, like there's still definitely a stigma and there's a lot of, you know, people with physical disabilities. I think the difference, where I think physical disability is harder is that because ours is invisible, it can be invisible if we want it to be.
Yes.
There are times where I don't want to look disabled, and I
Yeah.
have a physical disability as well, again, but it's invisible. Like I have POTS, which is a whole other thing. But like, it can be invisible if I want it to be. If I'm going for a job interview, I don't have to sit and talk about, well, you don't have any legs. How are you going to make that work? Like,
Yeah.
I don't have to have that conversation day dot. I can have that conversation along the line where I need it. So, yeah, POTS too. Woo! Dysautonomia.
POTS?
We love it. POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. It means my heart rate is really significantly affected by being sitting or standing or laying. So like,
Right.
sometimes when I stand up, I faint because my heart rate gets too high for no good reason.
Fuck. Okay.
But when I'm laying down,
Good to know.
So, for example,
How do you
when I'm
fix
laying
that,
down
just
and
in
I sleep,
case?
my heart rate, you don't.
Okay. Fuck.
You live with it. Congrats, you've got a chronic illness. Hooray.
So I just.
Also, ADHD and POTS are comorbid, so it wouldn't surprise me. Also, hypermobility. I think you and I did this because I showed you this, but like being hypermobile or having Ehlers-Danlos syndrome is really comorbid with POTS too, as in like can touch my arm with my thumb kind of stuff. Or like double jointedness.
I don't, because I can't do that. And I'm like, it's weird.
No.
Don't do it.
Yeah, and autoimmune things, yeah, correct. So I actually don't get sick nearly ever. My immune system is actually very good. I haven't had a cold for, I couldn't remember, I couldn't tell you. Comorbid, not morbid as in death, just like comorbid as in if you've got one, it's likely you can sometimes have the other. Anyway, look up Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, EDS, if you're interested, but also don't diagnose yourself with that because that's actually one that you shouldn't be diagnosing yourself with. Anyway, what I was... Sure, no worries. So, anyway, I totally digress, but I think, you know, that's something that people with physical disabilities can't...
Oh, so I don't think Mel was saying that it was linked to ADHD. No, this is a completely separate thing.
Yeah, correct. It's fine. It's just that some people, like, it's found that a lot of people who have ADHD also have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and or POTS.
Which I clearly
We don't.
don't.
Know why? You don't.
I definitely don't.
I mean, that's not, like, you can have those things without having the hypermobility. That's just the one.
You have it in one hand, but not the other. Like,
And you're probably just flexible. But,
oh,
like,
no, I'm just turning it the
hypermobility,
opposite
like-
way.
Anyway.
Anyways, go ahead.
I'm an ET. Yeah, I am. Can you spell that for me? Ehlers-Danlos? Yeah.
I don't even... What is... A what?
I don't have it, but it's... They were just curious on the spelling. There's lots of... Yeah, for sure. Anyway, that's nothing to do with what I was talking about in the first place. Sorry, Twitchy, just the joy of...
Oh, sorry, that's my auto thing.
It's just
Chuck it in Discord if you want.
Although, yeah, Discord. So I think, you know, there's situations where a physical disability is harder than an invisible one, but the invisible one is like, it's a mental game. It's so hard. It's like if you broke your arm, people are going to hold the door open for you.
Yeah.
I mean, I know, I literally broke my
You're
shoulder
pregnant.
this
Someone's
year,
going to let
but
you give you up their seat.
The kindness that, yeah, exactly. I broke my shoulder earlier this year and like...
Let me guess, you had more
having-
respect for that, like, on public transport than you had, like, other... And yeah.
Well, because of my POTS, sometimes I need to sit down on the tram because if my heart rate's getting really high, I can faint.
Yeah.
And so there are times where I need to sit, but to anyone else, they're like, healthy 28-year-old lady, fucking stand up for the old woman, you bitch. You know,
Yeah.
like, how dare you pick this seat? And I'm like, yeah, but if I stand
Oh,
up right now,
ladies,
I'm gonna
better
hit the
healthier
deck.
than me. Shut up.
Yeah, like
Right?
if I stand, I'm gonna hit the deck. And do you really want that? No. Okay, so shut up. But like, so breaking my shoulder, it's like suddenly no one cares if I'm sitting down because obviously I can't hold on the tram. I don't have another arm to do
Yeah.
it. Like I've got, you know, so it's
Isn't
the same with
that
ADHD. It's a
sad?
mental game. You don't feel like it's like, do I really, you can question yourself out of this. If you've broken your arm, there's no if or but about it. But when you
Is
have
there though?
ADHD or autism, it's like, do I, like, maybe I don't, and maybe I'm overreacting, or maybe I'm just lazy, or maybe I'm like, and everyone else can do the same because they can't see it until you know what you're looking for. Now I see it in myself. It's everything. And now that I am treating it, I'm so much better, and it's easy to go, huh. But that's, I guess, the difference between physical and invisible illnesses.
But that's even still, that's like, I'm sorry, and I hate to say it, like, you know what, I'll say it in regards to myself. I fucked my ankle, like, when I was overseas. But when you're in, okay, I've got to admit, Singapore is one of the most fucking incredible countries for respect of people.
Yeah.
And I screwed my ankle, right? And it's like nobody questions anything. Like everyone is very respectful, and you know, you just do what you do. And like, I could stand on one foot. There was nothing wrong with me. I fucked my ankle. She's fine. I can stand on one foot. For the person who's having a meltdown in the corner or has, like you said, an unseeable condition, who like we are such in a society that's based on the view, like, based on what you can see, and what you can't see, it doesn't exist. It's fucked. And and I got to admit, I'm like it myself. And it's a sense, not that I don't want to sound like I'm not taking responsibility for my own assholeness, but like what we've been brainwashed in that sense of going, you know, what you can't see is not real. Like, and the whole, I need to sit down.
Help.
Yeah. I'm like, I need to sit down because I'm having a fucking meltdown, or I can't deal with, and my brain's going to blow up, or whether it's a heart condition, what you can't see. We have such a disbelief in each other, and that's the problem. I think that's the root problem.
And I think that really affects men a lot.
Yes.
Like, particularly with mental health, I think about how many men have killed themselves because society told them
Just
that
doesn't
they're not allowed to
believe.
feel, or that boys don't cry, or you know, they were like, well, that no one believes you, and you just need to get on with it because that's what we do, especially in Australia. Like, how many, like, and it definitely affects women too, and I don't want to take that away from us. But I think in Australia particularly, there's so much of that on men.
Yes.
And boys.
Yep.
That just is really impactful. And again, that's probably a conversation that some of the men in our life can probably chip in on as well, but certainly not something I've experienced. I've probably had a better time getting diagnosed with any mental health condition than a man would. But that's also feminism, because toxic masculinity affects us all, not just women. So,
but I want to, even on that, when you said, like, I have somebody close to me that I know and unknowingly know has been through a lot that they don't speak out about, and it's, how much can I say this? Simon, help. Not you, but I'm like, don't worry about it. That it's like, there's it's so, like you said, like, it's so, this is how a man's supposed to be, bang bang bang, like, you know, and it's become such a deflection and an acceptance into this isn't your fault, or like find a better way, that people just deflect on it so hard, and it can become in itself a toxic cycle. And it's, I don't remember where I was going with this, but I was going somewhere that was fucking important. And I'm sure I'll find it at another point.
If you need it, and
yes.
don't, you know, like, ultimately, I think.
What you were saying about particularly Australia, we're such a laid back society, but we're so fucking hard ass. We're such tall, like you said, tall poppy syndrome society, where it's like, I need help, but don't talk about it. Shut up. Like, we're such a community that's don't speak up. And that can be super detrimental. And that's what's really hard, I think, for us.
That's something that I've been really inspired to try and be better about. And I was talking earlier about, like, how I'm open on Instagram, particularly about mental health. And that's something that my friend Gabby, and shouts out to the good old Gabby. We love Gabby. You don't know Gabby, but I do.
100%. Very mint wispy. Just want to shout. Thank you. Yes,
yeah,
100%.
Correct, for sure.
Yes.
Something that Gabby started doing that I took on was she started sharing, like, just occasionally, like, things you didn't see this week, because like, social media particularly can be a highlight reel. We know this. So it's like, you know, I talk a lot about having ADHD or being neurodivergent, but then if you just see my life looking fantastic and sunny on stories, you're going, wow, look at this person with ADHD, and she's just fucking ripping it. And I'm like, no,
I'm not.
I have no one around me. Like, I'm alone, you know, all these things. And so we actually were planning on doing a 30-day things you didn't see challenge for October, but then our friend died, so we postponed.
Yes.
On the 30th of September.
Can I join?
Of course you can.
Yes.
But yeah, it's something that we're like. So I did one, and I wrote it in my notes and just posted it, and I'm sure I have it under like all of my shopping lists.
What you didn't
see.
Wait, you show me yours and I'll show you mine.
This was on the 29th of September. So this was actually the day after my friend died. And it was good and bad. There was happy in there too, which I really liked from Gabby's. And so I said, I went back to work and was so overstimulated that I barely had it in me to come home and look after the cats, and went to bed at 6 p.m. Went on 2 weeks of mental health leave, and it did not improve my mental health. Forgot to eat for nearly 3 days with a cowboy emoji because I love the cowboy emoji. Positive news career-wise, laying awake for 5 hours a night, convinced I'm dying. Got back to the gym for the first time and ran to Maddie Healy screaming, "I always want to die," which was weird. I love that song.
It resonates too well. Let's talk about that another time.
It does. Every social situation ending with me thinking everyone hates me, and in brackets I've written, "They do, right?" And I definitely embarrass myself and everyone just tolerates me, and I've written in brackets, "They do, right?" Realized I overshare to contextualize why I'm like this instead of just being like this so people don't hate me. Left work early and it was sunny and warm on the train station, and I smiled and I decided I had to live. It's iced latte season and I have a Starbucks gift card. So that was my what people didn't see that week. And like, I really just, can we just normalize talking about mental health? And also, like, if you're not feeling okay and you need like someone to talk to, just fucking post it and be like, hi Instagram, it's me. I feel like shit today. Here's the photo.
Help me.
You know, like, yeah, someone talk to me. Like, reach out. Let's play. Someone want to play a video game? You know, like, I feel like that was way more normal in like the early Facebook days, where you could just be like, hello, like, here's a dump about how I'm feeling today. And it wasn't great. But at the same time, like, can we get back to like a little bit of
normality, like, and humanity?
Yeah.
Can we call it
always
humanity?
have to be positive. Like, I have bad days a lot. And
Me too.
All I want sometimes is someone to have read my mind, know that I'm not doing well, and call me.
Yeah.
And they can't do that because that's not how being a person works. But I'm also never going to be the person who reaches out and goes, hello, person I think is my friend. I'm pretty sure. I just need to be around someone right now. I don't want to be alone. Can we hang out? Can we play a game? Can we have a phone call? Can we do whatever?
We're so much...
Watch a movie.
Yeah.
I know.
It's so the same.
We need to create a culture where we can do that. It's like, I don't know if we're, you know, like, person I talk to on the internet, like...
This is, you know? So what I... But this is... And I don't want to... I'm not going back as in, I'm going to promote myself and blah, 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 but this is exactly what I fucking wrote Human about. That whole point is that we've lost our attachment to each other and our humanity to connect with people and invest in people and show who we are and be open and vulnerable to people, that we've always are walking with barriers and protection. And that's how I felt. Like, the whole loss of my friends, I felt like I was like, let's put it to the fucking punch. I'm always there for you. I invest in you pricks. How about you invest in me? And got nothing. And it killed me. And that's the whole thing, is that friendships in today's society is built with barriers and, like, you know, those things that you find at Aldi's every fucking 4 weeks, where it's like, they're like, you put those locks at the front of your house where you put your keys in it and the code, and nobody else knows that fucking code but you. Like, right? It's it just kills me that we as a society, that we are so alone. Really, I think that's what it comes down to. We are so alone, and as much as people have built up walls to protect themselves against being alone and being hurt, we're alone, and we need to fuck that up, because you know, we need to be invested in each other, and it's okay to be vulnerable towards other people and be trust in each other and lean on each other. And it's just this society that always criticizes people for making mistakes. We can make mistakes and fucking like figure it out along the way, and it's okay to make a mistake and be better and be nice to each other. You can't just go, oh my God, you said this that time, which means you're hypocritical because you said this that time. Oh, you're a fucking liar.
I'm a hypocrite. because I'm a person.
Right.
And my opinions change, and I do
Right.
different things. I fuck up, and I'm messy, and I'm human.
Yep. That's what kills
I think
me.
that's a good challenge for the week, given it's a good action point for everybody. This week, what we're all going to do is we're going to go to our respective social media platform of choice where we feel safe to do so. Pick one. I don't fucking care if it's, I don't know, whatever. I only use Instagram. I don't use any of
Even if it's MySpace.
The first time I posted on Facebook in 6 years was to promote Illuminators.
I saw that today. Finally, you say that.
I know. I got the
saw it
notification.
today.
It was like, Erin liked your post. And I'm like, what post? I don't post. It's like, how far back are you going? And I realised what it was.
I only saw it today.
I literally, my favourite was that Sai shared it from my post, not from your original one. And so I get Simon shared your post, and I was like, what the fuck did he do?
You shared Mel's post about Illuminati being released rather than sharing it from my post.
Yeah, it was just because it came up at the same time, I think.
So I get his priority is with wife number 3 rather than wife number 2.
It's forward planning. It's fine.
Wow.
Future proofing. I mean, it was pretty special, my first post in 5 years. But anyway, action point. Here's what I want everyone to do this week. Go to your respective social media. Again, don't care which one it is. Do what you got to do.
All of them.
What you do, post either what people missed this week, the good and the bad. Like, keep some good in there because it's nice to, like, also share some things that you're proud of if you've got no one to share those with. And fucking post it. And then I want you to screenshot it and put it in Discord and show us. Show us that you did it, and then we can all encourage each other and be like, wow, you had a nice coffee this week. That's fucking cool. I love that. We're all going to do it. I'm going to do it.
I am. I'm scrolling already through my previous posts going, you know what? What happened previously as well as currently?
I'm a stories girl, so I will be
story.
posting it on my Instagram story. I love the use of my close friends feature. I've got, like, close friends for me is basically like anyone who won't tell my family what I'm saying. Like, to be honest, it's like people who I trust to not tell my family that I'm unhinged.
Where the fuck?
So that's everyone's job for the week, okay? We all agree together. We've spent this 4.5 hours together, and we've grown together a lot.
Already.
So this week, I would like you to all share something on your social media to talk about what people may have missed. What you missed this week on Glee. We don't have a neurodivergence section. We could, in theory, add one dedicated to questions, thoughts, ideas for
That's
this.
a great idea. Simon!
I can do it. We don't need Simon.
Thank you,
Well, we do need Simon, but, like, explicitly not for this. I will add a channel.
I could have sworn
If you have questions or concerns or things you want to know for future or ideas for future things, it's not a trauma dumping channel, and your messages will be deleted if you trauma dump in the chat, and I will tell you to go get professional help. But you can share ideas, thoughts, inspiration.
Can we
and also
just
share screenshots of what we missed this week?
Oh, bugger. We're about to start an ad, so I will ask again in a second to repeat that because I did pay attention, but I forgot.
That's okay.
Shut up!
I did pay attention, but I wasn't listening.
I know. It's like the lady at freaking the ENT who said the doctor came out and told me. He said the doctor came out and told us the reason, and I've forgotten. I'll revisit that in a minute.
Erin, voice.
I'm on not yelling.
Well, you sort of were.
Well, whose fault is that?
What I said was...
Hang on, no. We still got another ad.
We're
going to add. For those who don't know,
happy advertising, everybody.
Happy advertising. I called up the ENT because I was concerned that my voice was I'm still not singing. I can't sing yet again. And I called the ENT and asked for help and said, I think my voice has gotten much, much worse since you injected steroids into my vocal cords. And the receptionist said that she was going to check with the ENT and they'd get back to me as to what the result was. Didn't hear back. Called a couple of days later and said, hey, it's Erin. Did you check with the doctor about my vocal cords? And she repeated to tell me, yes, but I've forgotten what he said. But he told me and another receptionist at the same time, so I'll ask her. I'm like, thank you for your honesty. What was my point in telling that story? Was the point about what you said about the things that we're going to do this week? Because I was listening, but I forgot.
Are we good now? Are we through the ad?
Yes.
So what we're going to do this week, I'm going to create this channel. I'm going to do it in a minute because I also want to make sure we pin some
You're a champion.
guidelines for not guidelines, but more like resources for people, because it's not a trauma dumping channel.
Not trauma.
We love sharing, but also we are not professionals, so we can't have that, and it's impactful on other people.
Don't ask me what I should or shouldn't do in this situation because I'm not going to answer.
Please don't come in telling us that you're about to, like jump off of a very tall building, because there's not much I can do about that, and I'm scared of heights. So,
Yep.
Sorry about that. But I'm going to create this channel, and what we're all going to do this week is go on our respective social media of choice. For me,
Yes.
it's Instagram. For you, it might be Facebook. It could be MySpace. I don't know what you do. Whatever works. Twitter. X. Is it called X now? I can't remember.
Nobody. Whatever.
And we're going to go on there, and what we're going to do is all share the list of things that you missed this week, and we're going to be honest. Instead of just being like, I went to the beach and I looked hot and, whatever the fuck, the real shit. Like, I did something I'm proud of and I want to share about it, or this made me upset and this happened and here's how I reacted. Be very honest. Obviously, be sensitive, and also don't put yourself in a situation where being honest can put you in danger. But
Yep.
go and share it. No, Peanut. Bad Peanut. Sit, Peanut.
No.
No. There's a difference between sharing and trauma dumping. Thank you.
Can you explain that? Because that's actually a new phrase that I've heard of.
Trauma dumping? Trauma dumping, and you will have experienced this a lot. It's really hard.
Is this what I experienced earlier in the chat?
Correct.
Yeah, right.
It's where
You don't know what you're talking about. I've
say
experienced
things-
something harder than you, and this is my
yes
problems.
and no. It doesn't have to be that it's disclosing really heavy things to someone who can't do anything, like things you should say to a therapist.
Right.
I have it on Twitch.
Right.
No, I won't be shortening it to Trump. Nothing should be shortened to Trump. But trauma dumping is dumping your trauma, and heavy trauma. There's this time and a
There's
place
something
where,
that needs it. It's something. It's a.
And I disclose something to you that's different.
Yes.
Coming into a Twitch chat can kind of, it destroys the mood for everyone else, but it's just really not an appropriate place.
It's at a level that needs clearly someone who has a degree and has further understanding and medical expertise in that. Yeah.
Correct. There's a difference between
Talking about it with a friend to talking about.
I previously experienced, suicidal ideation, and I am now actively going to go and, whatever. So, I mean, if it caused you PTSD, you can still bring it up. It's just about active and time and place. It's about the time and place.
And the severity of it, probably.
Yeah, and the impact on other people.
Yes.
So anyway, we're going to share what you missed this week on our socials, and then screenshot it and post it in the brand new neurodivergent channel that will be made. That's our challenge for this week, and then Erin and I can go through them and have a look and encourage you and be like, that's great, or good, bad, and I look forward to doing that.
That sounds great.
We're going to be honest this week about how we're doing, and we're all going to encourage each other. It's a form of, look, Jax, it's exactly what it is. It's misdirected. It's seeking help or attention from people who you respect or admire or appreciate, and it's part of parasocial relationships.
My knee-jerk reaction to that is, and I'm really fucking disappointed in myself that I can't seem to find it, although I might not be looking very well during this situation. I put a post up years ago at the gym, passed out on the floor, and was like, this is what it feels like to actually make a fucking effort at the gym, rather than the girls that are taking selfies in full makeup and straightened hair, being like, I've been at the gym with slightly blushed cheeks and looking amazing. I'm like, get the fuck out. And I'm really disappointed in myself that photo isn't still there. I know I'll find it somewhere. But I feel like that's what we're talking about is in like the version of, I'm going to take a photo of myself at the gym on the treadmill looking beautiful and really good. Well placed.
If that makes you feel good about yourself, then great.
Yes.
But not
I'm
full picture of that's when you got to the gym.
I mean, like, I'm going to do the rocks in there doing one rep and it's going to take 10 minutes just to look at, like, hey, look at my chest right now. I mean, like, if that makes you feel good, then say, hey, look, I've worked really hard at this. If that's the point, is I've worked really hard at this and I just want to take a photo because I feel good about myself right now, fine. But not like, hey, bitches, come and tap this. You know what you got. Suck my... That? No. Like, do you know what I mean? The difference in that, like the
Taking a hot gym
objectification.
pic feels good to you, great. And it's the same with social media. If sharing the good stuff feels good, like I like
But if
it.
it's not objectifying.
Yeah, but also just be honest occasionally.
Yes.
Be like, here's what I look like after the gym. I have cellulite, and like it doesn't matter how thin you
Yes.
are. It's,
Working hard, doing what you do, and feeling good about yourself.
Yeah,
like anything
exactly.
that is not just trying to
But also
succumb to
the bad.
social media's society's things. Yeah. Sorry, keep going.
No, honest, and that's it. And look, Peanut, I know you're joking, but like, you don't have to do this if you don't want to, and if it's a joke to you, that's okay. But for those who feel that it might be healing or something fun to, not fun, something new to try in being honest and sort of shifting the dialogue around mental health, then I encourage you to do it. I will be doing it. I think it's very good.
I think it's excellent.
It's a little thing that we can do to show ourselves some grace and give room for other people to have grace for themselves too.
You know what? I want to touch on this in terms of the gym stuff. From someone who, if you feel like you want to go to the gym, go to the fucking gym. Who gives a fuck? Because it can be, I know from personal experience, it can be such a daunting place. And there are so many, be the person that stands out that's a good human. Like, there are so many people that are succumb to the whole stereotypes and the whole, just judgmental eyes, like who, I say this coming from a place of someone who has been on that side. Again, I feel like a lot of the times I've been on both sides. And in my 20s, I definitely was that person who was the most insecure I've been in my life in my 20s, judging everybody else because they were comfortable in who they were. Yes. Yeah. And, if you feel good, but if you want to go to the gym, go to the gym. Fuck those other assholes. Who gives a shit? You know that you're in a better place than probably most of those people who are not comfortable in their own skin. And we are all okay. As long as you're being healthy and you're being true to yourself, that's what's important. And I'll be posting photos of myself on a walk somewhere. Simon, are we going to finally do some workout streams?
Why are you yelling at me? I'm right behind you.
Yeah. I love that idea. I'm all about this whole, doing your whole makeup-free shit, but I will give you with all my pimples, and I've got this whole scar. I've got this, I don't even know what it is. I've got this growth stuff. Bluey!
Gardener extraordinaire, Blue. I was reading live on stream. I read out your latest gardening update earlier.
We were talking about you, Bluey, before, and I swear to God, even if it takes me another year, Blue, don't worry. Your bonus CD compilation is coming to you. Simon!
You might get a few more CDs.
Again, right here.
Simon, are we sending Blue his CDs?
Yeah.
Their CDs. I don't want to be judgmental and assume.
Yeah. So, Honesty Week. We love it. We're going to be honest. And I love an excuse to post more Instagram stories. I did write down as well, I think a future conversation around food and exercise and neurodivergence is actually very valid, because I think that something that comes along with ADHD is a lot of issues with food. As a dopamine source, a lot of...
Do you mean about eating because I want to feel better about myself and I get that dopamine hit from eating all those freaking 10
or
squares?
Not eating because you can't be bothered to move, or, getting dopamine from food, or getting obsessed or hyperfixated on diets or high diet culture or exercise.
Can I ask you a quick question? Which category do you fit in to?
Yes.
If you want to answer.
Yes category.
Which one?
The yes category.
What's the yes category?
As in, I've had both. I definitely have I've lost a lot of weight since February from trying to eat in a more sustainable way, not weight loss, not dieting, but mindful eating.
Yep.
But I think both is very common. It's very common to binge eat for dopamine, but also very easily get sucked into dieting and over exercising. I had a very bad eating disorder when I was 18 years old. And again, I think this will make a topic for its own thing.
Yes.
But yeah, definitely both. And it's taken me a lot of time in my 20s and I'm now in my late 20s to
Celebrate.
Get to a point where I can have a healthy relationship with food, and I can go and enjoy food, but also eat well when I'm home and look after my body and know what, especially being chronically ill, It's like a massive part of my health is eating properly.
You
and I
being,
really struggle with it. I forget to eat sometimes. It happens. I get yelled at.
which is why I yelled at you.
You're not
few
the only one.
times.
Trust me. There's multiple people who yell at me because I'm like, I often verbalize it, and it's something I worked hard to do because I know that people yell at me, and that's sometimes like if other people put an expectation on me, it's actually better for me than if the expectations on myself.
Yes.
And so I'll often be like, I went to bed and didn't eat dinner, and then like, fucking go eat dinner, Mel. And I'm like, guess I should go eat dinner. Whereas if it was just me, I wouldn't do it. So at least I can get it out. And even though I can't make myself do it, that's still a step that I can take to put myself in a place where I will go do it.
100% Jax.
Yeah.
You know what? This is where you need to find like a good community. It's
where you need a community.
You need a community.
And it's true. You need it. Like there's so much good, I know I keep mentioning, but like this, like it's the same when you knew that I was going through it. You're like, I'm going to make sure you're eating.
Yes.
Like Dan yelling at me to eat dinner regularly because that's usually like when Dan streams is around that time, like this time of day when I've just come home from work and I'm like, I'm overstimulated. I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
Mel, take your meds, drink some water. No, fuck you. Mel, no, you need to fucking fine. And off I go and do it. And so I can't get myself to the point, like my natural instinct is not to get there, but having just people who care enough, even if they're not like close friends, like just people who care enough to go, I know that me yelling at you will make you go do this thing, and it's one little thing I can do to help you, and it's actually such a big thing for me.
I'm going to say something sort of on what Jax said from a different angle. Hang on, a lot of people are actually getting inspired by they're actually taking the degree. So, I'm going to hate to say this, and I'm going to say it anyway because there's a detriment to myself. I feel like some of those, I'm behind you, like as in, we should be supporting. It's a little bit of, there was something that it bothered me and I understood it at the same time that Ricky Gervais said. He was talking about how he lost weight and people were like, good for you. And he's like, why are people saying good for me? I should have been healthy in the first place. Why are people commending me for being healthy?
But also,
right?
Your value your value as a person has nothing to do with your weight.
Correct.
Like people go, congratulations, like you look so much better. I'm like, did you not value me when I was? Because this is
correct.
Actually
This is where
I've lost 30 kilos since February, which is 8 months ago.
Yes.
And 99% of people have not commented because they know better. But there's a few people who are like, you look amazing, and I'm like, I looked amazing 6 months ago. I just, like I fit your expectation more now, but I look just as good. I'm doing this for my health, and actually you commenting on that is the kind of behavior that gets people to an eating disorder.
Correct. And that's where I'm yes. This is where I go, you don't want to, what Ricky Gervais said in that point, and I'm like, I agree with that. We should be healthy. It's like, I saw a video of Lizzo. Fuck, I had a mental blank. When she was, and I get the whole body positive stuff, but when she's like drowning shit in all the worst things and eating all the worst things in the world, and you're putting your health at risk and you're encouraging people to put their health at risk, that's a bad way to be going about it. But at the same time, we should be embracing people for the, I know I've got a different, I'm little, but I'm not little. Like I've got my bone structure, I've got a bigger bone structure. And I know that I'm never going to be a size 6'4" Australian ever. Mm-hmm. I'm going to be a size 8 to 12 always. And I've got to, this is my own self issues as a dancer, trying to accept that, but that's a whole different perspective. But, there's a difference between being healthy and being like of the size that we should be to being excessively open and going like body positive, eat all the shit that you want. No, we need to be embracing being healthy and positive, but there's a way to go about that. But people don't touch on that.
Know. Yeah, and I think the thing is you don't know.
Yes.
Like, I was healthier, to be honest, like once I put weight back on and was like overweight, even now, I'm healthier now than I was when I was 55 kilos in the middle.
100%.
I was sick, and I would rather
Yes.
be mentally well and physically
For your
probably
body type, for
losing
sure.
weight.
Yes.
Yeah, like,
And different people have
I'm-
different, like, I'm a better person with lower carbs than I am with
Yeah.
obsessing like than I am with annihilating pasta and potatoes. That's just my body type, and I've got PCOS, so that's
Yeah.
what works for me. Different
exactly.
people, different things.
And so what you think is, and like Dollinger, I totally acknowledge that it's not, it's not tended with malice, but is it any of your business? Not you specifically, anyone. Like, if people, if people are not up, if you're not my doctor, then it's none of your business what I weigh.
Yeah.
It makes you, I could be very, very healthy and you would have no idea. And so actually, like, people try to show concern or encourage weight loss, but you don't know. Am I losing weight because I'm making myself vomit and I have an eating disorder? You don't know, but what you've done by saying good job is encouraged me. And maybe I'm losing weight because I'm chronically ill, and you're going, good job, and I'm like, I'm actually fucking suffering. And so you might go, oh, you've put on a bit of weight. Well, maybe I'm putting on weight because I've got PCOS, and there's nothing I can do about it, and I'm devastated.
Isn't that just...
So you just don't know unless you're someone's
Yeah.
doctor. So it's just better to not, like...
It's almost like not comment. But then isn't that...
It doesn't... You don't need to. It's just... There's nothing...
Does that cause more trouble? Like, I'm just reading what Jax
No.
wrote about some of those that can be a motivator for people to keep
It
doing
can
the right
definitely
thing.
boost morale, but I think also have a conversation with someone about it.
Yes. This
Like,
comes to the
if
whole
I've
person.
not told you, like, I don't
Yeah.
actually talk about my weight loss a lot because I've had an eating disorder in the past, and it's
Yes.
really important for me to not have that commentary around my body.
You're so the same
and
person.
to be something for me.
Yes.
And it's the same. It's like someone tells you to do a task and now you don't want to do it. Like, for me, it's really important that I'm doing this for me in a really healthy way. And so, yes, absolutely, Mark, you should. And that's different. I'm talking about unsolicited commentary on someone's body. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter if it's about weight or about whatever. Like, and that's about, but if you're not close enough with someone to have the
Maxi.
conversation with them about whether or not you should comment, then don't. Like, then you're not close enough to have an opinion. Like, you don't actually care about the person. It's an underlying societal thing that we've developed over time.
I want to touch on just briefly what Max
Yeah.
says real quick, because I may not look like it, but I know. But so before I found out I had PCOS, I wasn't that much bigger, but you got to understand I was also I was at an elite high school for dancers. Had to be a specific. I was almost a little bit overweight for a dancer, although I was, in their eyes, it was fine. But being surrounded by people that were like literally this big, I always thought I should have been skinnier. I went through a lot of emotional trauma with that. And even though I may not look like it, I get it. And it all comes home to just health, and unfortunately we're in a society where I think it's almost, I don't even know how to say it properly, like it feels like our previous observation of health was fucked up. Obviously being skinny, that skinny where you look like you're fading away is fucked up. But now our whole body positive, when you're like at 200 kilograms of a weight that's unhealthy and gonna cause strain on your heart and your organs and everything, is not good. We shouldn't be being like body positive in that regard. In a healthy range, absolutely. We're all different physical builds.
But again, remember when it isn't your job to comment.
Yes. 100%.
You don't have to be body positive. You don't have to be like, wow, you're morbidly obese. Go, sister.
Correct.
Just don't have an opinion because you don't know why.
There's no reason. Yes.
And even like, unless you're someone's best friend and you know everything they're going through and you can be like, hey, I think you should get help in the same way you would their mental health. Shut up.
I'm never going to be like what Mel, like in that regard. I'm never going to look like you're friggin' the Veronicas, which, oh God, I brought it up. I saw them last night in one of their recent posts, and they look. I'm as a massive fan of the Veronicas, I am very concerned for their health, because I think they've the LA lifestyle is pretty fucked. They look ill. And I want to hand them a drumstick real bad. Like, they are such incredible people, but they look I don't know how to say it without
commentary on that is impactful because, you know, like, again, it is like it's both ways. It's
right.
The same if people are too thin or too fat, in our opinion. Again, it's really hard, but it's not our place.
Correct.
Actually,
I think no
matter, that's where you shut up, not you specifically.
No, I take that.
Because you don't want to say something negative which could just make them feel worse.
It's a real weird...
You don't want to encourage it, like, wow, you look smoking. Like, just shut up, say nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing is better about when it comes to weight. Neutrality is key. Just worry about, like...
What do you say in that regard, though? Like, I look at them and I think... like, from someone who... I adore the Veronicas. I've adored the Veronicas since day dot. I think they're... I really put them up on a pedestal.
Yeah.
I think I love everything that they do. And I saw them from day dot and they looked incredible from day dot.
Yeah.
And it does concern me just from viewing them. What is it? It's not my place. What? Yo, who, what? I missed half of it. Fuck.
Southie.
Hey?
Southie rated.
Southie! Sorry, I get excited. I haven't seen Southie in so long. My Southie! Get in me! Sorry, I mean, I'm really sorry. That's not how I meant it. I love Southie. Southie, why have I not met... Wait, Southie, you're still with your missus, right? Just double checking. Not that I'm going to leave Simon. Like, it's like, I love Simon. Simon's my whole...
There's room for more wives in this relationship.
Southie! If you guys aren't following Southie, Southie's grouse. We love Southie. Southie, where have you been all my life? Fucking hell. No, but seriously, when are you coming? Are you still with your missus? Are you guys coming up to Queensland? Southie. And if you think it's Southie, don't worry. He educated us real well and was like, no, it's Southie. Sorry, McSouthie. South? Hello? No? Hello? South? It's Sunday. I'm pretty sure he's packing up a gig. I'm pretty sure he was doing a gig. Where is the Southie represents? Where are the Southie peoples? Breaking, hello? Hello? We love a bit of South. Skinny isn't healthy. Neither is being fat. I'm 25 kegs over the mark for my height and I enjoy life. Yes, don't worry. Be happy. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's hard because, you know, you care and it's a lot of change.
There is, and like what you were about to say, I feel like, tell me if this is what I'm saying, like there is a boundary. This is like where you go, this is your healthy weight, this is acceptable, this is fine, this is where you're in trouble. Like, but it's not our place to say to somebody else, and it's not like, I don't know where I'm going with this. Mel, help me.
No. Yeah, so again, know who you're talking to. If you're talking to your best friend or you're talking to your sibling and you know that you're actually concerned for their health. But again, parasocial relationships, we have to understand that for like most of this chat, the relationship they have with you or me is not, you know, where there is a power imbalance.
Yes.
Not necessarily, you know, like we're not friends, you know, like we're friends in a very superficial way, and I think that like we don't talk about that enough because it's true, and like you don't know people, and it's the same for you with the Veronicas, right? You don't know them. You don't know.
No, of course not.
It's not your place or my place.
No,
it's not. They're not listening. They're not going to go, oh, that one lady.
Or are they?
Wait, you know what? There we go. I'm eating disorder cured.
Stop shitting on my dreams, Mel. Maybe they are listening. Maybe they're like, Erin Shay live. Let's go.
Erin Shay said I should eat a drumstick. It's all over.
Wait.
But, you know, and so actually...
Oh, fuck. Wait.
I didn't mean that kind of drumstick, Erin. It works. I'm going to allow it.
Thank you.
But, and I think that when it comes to weight or anything to do with these things, it's only serves to actually harm. And even though our intentions might be really good,
Yes.
If someone comes, it's the same thing. If someone came in here and went, "Hi, Erin, you're fat," you're gonna be like, "Fucking fuck off, man." Like, you're not gonna go, "You're right. You know what I should do? I'm off. I'm off to the gym." You know, like, you're not fat, but it's the same thing. It's the same you commenting to the Veronicas. And so, thank you, Jax.
Thanks, Jax, you freaking legend.
I think it's the same thing. Sometimes it's better to just be
same.
encouraging and neutral and just keep it neutral.
Thank
Jaxie.
you, Jax. You're a bloody legend. It's such a hard
Getting
vein.
close to 1,000 there, Jaxie.
Hey?
Getting close to 1,000 there, Jax. Also, how many subs are you off Simon's hair shave?
Jax! Oh, shit, we've got 210. There's 40 subs until we shave Simon's head. I'll do it live, I don't care. Simon!
I'll commentate.
Just checking that you're prepared.
40 subs till Simon's
40
hair gets
subs
shaved.
until we shave your head into a mohawk, and then a week later, Jaxie!
Jax. That's so kind.
You're very
$9.50.
kind.
Yeah, and you can acknowledge that, Dollinger, but like if someone points it out, is it gonna make you like? It's just gonna it just makes you feel bad about yourself. It doesn't make me motivated. Like it just makes me one shitty at you, and two, like I know you don't need to tell me. Like I'm overweight, but that doesn't make me less of a person or less valuable.
What do you like? I don't get that from you. I'm gonna throw that. Lulu! Sorry, I'm starting to yell. Simon, can you come in and help me?
I told you to stop.
We can have a break and enjoy the pending hype train.
I'm talking like someone like Lizzo, who I really do like, but I did see a clip of her frying her shit up in so many oils and so much bad. Like, it was a really bad encouragement to other people as to what they should be cooking, hypothetically. If you fucking... Yeah. Is it happening?
What's happening?
Is it there?
We're getting close. One thing off a hype train and getting very close to Simon shaving his head.
What the fuck?
It's... And I feel like a lot of people are going streaming and thank you for the sub. Yeah. It's such a sensitive thing. It's like... You know what?
Yeah, that's the difference. There is promoting. There's a difference between someone existing as a fat person, which they are well within their right to do, and there's encouraging unhealthy behaviour, and it's on both spectrums.
Yes.
But it's important to know the difference, and people will throw like, you know, if I take a photo of myself as an overweight person in a bikini and post it on Instagram, that's not promoting unhealthy behaviour.
Yes.
That's me existing as a person in the same way that anyone else is allowed to.
Yes.
I don't want to hear any of that shit. But there is, if I'm there going, eat 7,000 calories a day and blah, 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 blah,
yes,
that's not okay. At the same time, it's hard because if someone like The Rock was like, I eat 7,000 calories a day, it's okay because he's bulking.
Yes. And he's a different...
It's a very fine line.
That's different.
You know,
and that comes down to genetics.
If I was eating 1,200 calories a day and I'm fat, everyone's going, great, you're promoting healthy eating because you're losing weight. But if someone thin is promoting 1,200 calories a day, they're going, you're promoting anorexia. So the standard moves vary. And again, that's where I'm just like, just shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
It's better to say nothing. Just don't... If someone is promoting diet culture and they get 0 views, guess what they're not going to do? Uh-oh.
We're getting there.
52, we're getting close.
Thank you so much, Jaxie. You're a fucking legend. I think that's one of the most important things to come to is that, and I feel like that's what I want to promote in our stream, that you may say the wrong thing unintentional. Like, how do I explain this in a way? This isn't an invitation to say the wrong thing for the sake of saying the wrong thing.
Everybody makes mistakes.
We make mistakes. And
give each other grace.
Thank you, Jaxie. We're entitled to make... You might say something and then someone else might say something else and you go, oh, fuck, I never thought of it that way and I apologise and thank you for educating me or whatever it might be. And that is totally okay. And that's what I can't help wanting to promote on this channel because I feel like society constantly kicks people to the curb for making a mistake. And it's like, oh, you had this view previously and now you think this. You're like, we talked about this briefly before. Yeah. You're a hypocrite, blah, 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 fuck you. And it's like, you're allowed to change your opinion once you become more educated and once you've hit that point in your life where maybe things have changed in you viscerally. That's okay.
You're still responsible for the consequences of your actions, however.
Yes.
Like, you know, if
Thank
someone, I know there was a period where there were a lot of YouTubers who got cancelled for, you know, doing pretty inappropriate things with underage people. Okay? Like,
Well, that's fucked in the first place.
You can be forgiven for that, but you should never have a platform on that website again. You
Correct.
should not be allowed to be in a position of power.
That's
it's the same as streamers to me. You take advantage or abuse the position of power you were in, you should never be allowed in that position of power again.
Yes.
Should you be forgiven? Sure, you do the time, whatever, but you should never be allowed to be put in a position where that can happen again.
Do you
That's
think
not
that
okay to
that's almost, so I feel like, oh, okay, so that I don't think anybody should really be excused for fucking up when they know what the consequences, like, as in, you go, you did this, but you were fully aware, like, to say, underage, whatever. That is never okay. If you do that, you do not get a free pass. If something,
No,
if you
and that's
made
the
a
case with
if you made a
lot of
joke
things.
like 10 years ago about something that was socially acceptable, not that I'm ever saying that anything is socially acceptable, but that was socially acceptable in that time, and you're today going, you're a fucking asshole for saying that 10 years ago, and that person has changed their views, that is unfair to ban them and eliminate them from a platform or from things if they've changed their views and they're doing better based on something that they did previously that was encouraged by society. So, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I still think there's still, you know, if someone did a crime 20 years ago, they
that's
still go to jail
different.
for it.
That's
so
that's
there's
different.
still
That's
to be,
different.
if you got away with it for a
I'm-
long time, that doesn't mean, and I don't just mean something serious. It could be, you know, like, let's say blackface and this, you know, or anything like that, homophobia. I'm going to talk on homophobia because as a queer person, I feel a little bit more comfy having that conversation on behalf. You know, you call someone a fag 20 years ago. Like, it was more societally acceptable again, but it's still your responsibility. There is still a consequence for that action, that it is well within the rights of queer people to be a bit pissy about that, and you do need to apologise for it. Hey, I didn't know any better at the time. I own that, and I am not that person anymore, and here's how I've changed.
I can accept that. This is the thing I have an issue with, is people apologising for the person they were then in society that they were then, apologising as that then.
They should still have to apologise. Like, if I've grown as a person, but if people...
Yes.
It's important that people know that I've
Correct.
grown. So if I'm an influencer, or I'm someone on the, you know, like, I'm a very small influencer, but I'm still someone who exists on the internet in a role where there are parasocial relationships.
Yes.
I'm responsible for the things that I've said and done.
Yes.
I'm responsible
you need
for
to
the
speak
things
out
I've said
about
and
that.
done, and that they could be hurtful to people.
Correct.
You know, I am absolutely sure that when I was a kid, I called people a fag as an insult.
Yes.
I called things gay as an insult because it was very normal then.
100%.
Doesn't mean it was okay, and I knew it wasn't okay. It wasn't
but we're
okay
also
then.
a product of our environment as well, and that not that that's an
Correct.
excuse,
I'm lucky
but
enough that my childhood wasn't on the internet.
yes,
You know, like, if I called someone a fag, I did it to their face, and that doesn't make it any better. But no one's going back to find it. And
Correct.
It's against me. But I wasn't that person then, and I'm not that person now.
Thank you very much.
So much.
This is the whole point of making change and being like accommodative. Like,
correct. But I still
figuring
need to
shit
own
out.
that. And if I did something that hurt someone else very badly, you know, like, I bullied someone in high school, and you know, I'll use my example. You know, like, I went through a situation where there was someone mentioned this about Twitch music being a safe place. And I'm like, yes, but it is still a reflection of society. They're still bad. I went through a situation that was pretty bad with someone, and they apologized for it, but it was still important to me, the places that I exist in, that person didn't. And while they, you know, I've forgiven them and, you know, whatever, I still didn't want to be around them. And the consequence for them is that they don't get to exist in those spaces. They lost that privilege as a result of their actions, and they may be repentant and they may be a better person who would never do it again. But it's important that there's still consequences to their actions, and that the impact they had on other people is that's their responsibility. It's not my responsibility.
No, of course it's
to
not.
bear the impact that person had. That's theirs. And so if they don't get to exist on some areas of the internet so that other people can have a safe place, that's their fault.
Yes.
And so that applies to a lot of things to me. Like, I don't think, you know, I use the YouTuber example. If you did something like that, or you used your position of power and abused it, you don't get that back.
Yes.
That's gone.
I'm going to
If
ask...
you were a mod, if I'm a mod and I abuse my modship in order to, you know, like, hurt someone, I don't get that anymore. That's gone. It's the same. Like, I feel about that about a lot of things.
I'm going to ask you, I'm going to say something, and obviously, and I mean it genuine, and I know that, I really hope that you know that I mean this nothing but the best from the best place in my heart, because I freaking adore you. Where is your place in going for people that are, what's the word I'm looking for? Just fucking lost it. Impressionable. For example, like your comedians, your entertainers, like we're not just trying to say, oh, we're excused from anything. We're not, but people that are severely impressionable and like make jokes or whatever you want to call them in an era where that was socially acceptable, regardless of whether or not they believed in that or not, as a way to fit in, where does that stand in regards to the whole apology of things and being banned and restricted from certain platforms in the future for having those comedic skits or songs or whatever it may be in the past when it was socially acceptable in the future? Do you know what I mean? Do you know where I'm going with this?
I do, and I have an example. The example I want to use is jumping devices and myself. You get two resubs. I don't know why that was really weird. That popped up twice for me. Anyway, I will use the example of Jenna Marbles. I don't know if you know who Jenna Marbles is.
Yeah, I love her. Sorry, I love her.
Her and I are both twins, and I love Jenna and Julian so much.
I've only just realised she was in a relationship. Like I saw her. Like last thing I remember her is being in the shower and doing the male versus female shower skit.
Her husband Julian streams on Twitch.
Wait, they're a husband?
Yeah, they got married. Yeah, Julian.
What?
Jenna and Julian streamed on Twitch for a long time. Jenna stopped making content and went back to having a private life about 2 years ago after having a bit of a breakdown.
I had no idea of that.
So now Julian does all of the Julian streams, but Jenna retired from streaming and I assume is living her best life fostering greyhounds, and I love that for her so much. I think she's happy. But
I had no idea about that.
I grew up watching Jenna and I loved her so much. And
me too.
When I was a kid, some of the content she was making would really not be appropriate now.
No.
And she actually, she's like the queen of accountability to me. Like every mistake she ever made, she sat down. Like she once bought goldfish and wasn't ready to have goldfish, and she returned them and made a 35-minute apology video about not advocating for animal welfare properly because she made a mistake. Like this woman owns shit. So she's the perfect example for me. And the reason is obviously she took her time. She stepped away from the internet, but she sat down and was like, when I was younger, I made she did some blackface and stuff and it wasn't okay, but she sat down and she's like, that wasn't okay. At the time, that was what people were doing, but I still owned that wasn't okay. And that's probably made people feel really bad. And I never wanted that. And I'm really sorry. Here's what I've done. I've taken it down. I've removed my monetization from it. I'm never going to refer to it again. I'm not going to, I won't do it ever again. And I'm not going to profit off of it. I think it falls the same for comedians.
Right.
I think it falls the same thing where it's like, okay, I'm going to keep using the homophobia bit because I really don't feel as a privileged white woman that I can speak on racism. But the homophobia element or, feminism or whatever it happens to be, if you made a comedy special or you wrote a song and it was not really appropriate now.
Right.
If you continue to profit off of it, then you're still, to me, that's not, you're not really sorry.
Right.
If you're, take it down. If it's still going to do active harm in today's society, take it down. Do not have it on, obviously you can't control everything. If you've got a Netflix special, you probably can't, but you might be able to take it down. Right. You should be doing the work. Apologize and go, look, that was appropriate then. It's not now. Me now would never do that. And I'm so sorry that if it ever hurt people, because I'm sure that it has over the years. And here's what I'm going to do about it so that I don't profit off of your misfortune or the hate that I caused you as a person or people. You're never going to be able to win, and comedy's a tough one, and I'm not a comedian, but I think that in those really explicit situations where something was just racist or sexist, own it, apologize. No fucking tears on a camera, woe is me, I just want, Logan Paul cry bullshit. We don't buy it.
And who's Logan Paul?
Don't.
Okay, no point.
Shitty man who's doing shitty things all the time. take your pick of the shitty people doing shitty things. But,
Cool.
the people who sit and they clearly, like, their publicist has written them a script of an apology and they sit there and they cry their fake tears and go, I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was immature 3 weeks ago. I've grown up so much and I'll never do it again. And the next week they're doing the same thing again.
Yeah.
But own it and stop making money off of it if you can. Like, remove it. Don't allow it to continue. If you're still profiting off of something you've apologized for, you're not sorry. Because then you're just apologizing so that you get out of trouble as opposed to actually being sorry. Feel the carers that's illegal and it shouldn't happen.
That's 100% illegal. That's what I was thinking, the same thing. Like, I think it's
like HIPAA in America.
Taking advantage of...
Now, carers as in parents and carers, yeah. I'm against it. I actually don't think kids' faces should be allowed on social media until they're old enough to consent themselves.
I agree with that.
I follow a lot of people who go, my baby's face, I will talk about being a mum because that's my experience, but my kid, there's photos of me on Facebook on my
They don't have a choice. That's not there. They're not consenting to that.
Like,
fuck that.
Yeah. I don't want, my kid shouldn't have an internet footprint until they decide to.
Yeah.
Because,
at 16, bare minimum. 18, I think 18 is a better... You're not even...
you should be able to consent when you're maybe, 12 or 13. As
do
far
you
as,
reckon...
I'm okay with... Now...
I don't know that I agree.
But here's my thing. I was really sheltered growing up. And
right.
I came out at 18 with no life skills. I'd gone to an all-girls school, so I had no idea how to interact with boys. Suddenly I'm living by myself, around boys, having never grown any skills about those preliminary, kissing things to be able to understand sex and relationships, I use as an example.
Right.
I feel the same about phones and the internet. Monitored, careful use of these things is really important as kids, because if you suddenly get access to that as an adult with no life skills, you've never had any interaction with it, you don't know how to navigate it, you will be abused.
Yeah.
It will just end badly. You need to grow those, in the same way that we should be teaching taxes in school, we should be teaching kids. Now, again, there's a difference between posting your baby's face or your kid's face without their consent. But kids need exposure to these things psychologically in order to build understanding and healthy learning about how to tackle them, because they're going to, whether we like it or not.
How do you feel then about... how do you feel about the law that just came in with in New South Wales about no phones in any school environment? They have to hand in their phones when they get there and they get it back at...
Love it. Personally, genuinely, because I think again, if a kid can't get through their schoolwork without a phone, what are they going to do when they get to uni?
Correct.
What are they going to do when they get to a workplace? You've got to learn how to navigate these things as tools, but also be able to check your phone quickly and then do your work, because they're going to A, sneak it, and B, be worried about it. I'd rather just my teacher let us listen to music in class as long as we did our work.
Yeah.
And so it's that privilege, it's that responsibility and privilege thing. I think taking something off of kids completely isn't really fixing the problem. It's just a band-aid. Yeah. As soon as you're not teaching them any life skills. So I feel the same about those things. We need to be, they exist. We weren't allowed to have phones in school, and we spent half our time trying to find ways to be able to use our phones in school.
That's okay. Settle down, Jen. What are you now?
MySpace.
Listen, I grew up in an environment where it was I was begging my parents at 15 to have a goddamn phone. And they were like, no, you don't have a phone. You don't have a phone.
I was the same. I didn't get to have a phone until I was about 15 years old, when I started going to school very far away. And even then it was on the bench at 8:30 at night, and it was not touched overnight. And, it was very heavily monitored. And
I'm pretty sure I racked up an $800 phone bill in my first bill of having a phone, and I got in a lot of trouble.
Was all paid for me, mate. Telstra 1 cent texts and free Facebook. Oh, those were the days.
Free?
Yeah, Telstra did free Facebook for a while. It was really shit.
I was with Vodafone for my first thing, and I'm pretty sure I racked up an $800-900 phone bill my first month, and I got into a fuckload of trouble.
I had prepaid, so you would get your $20 credit a month, and when it was out, it was out. That was it, and you'd use your...
Too bad.
Those were the days. But, it's the same. Financial literacy, technology literacy. I mean, how many of us learnt to code from coding their MySpace page? Because same.
You coded it what?
Your MySpace page.
Can you delete my Facebook page, please? Because it's still there, and I don't know the internet password.
Yeah, my MySpace page is still there too. I'd like you to know that the song that plays on it is Simple Plan Untitled. How could this happen?
Hey, Dad!
That's really funny that you should mention that, because one of the things I had on my tab was I was Googling for some reason Hello Goodbye, who do that song.
Stop it! Wait, hang on real quickly. Bye, McFurthy. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. We really appreciate you. I know you've spoken up a few times. So thank you very, very, very much for that.
Thank you so
Hello
much.
Goodbye was one of my favourite fucking bands.
You are
Favorite.
the one.
Wait,
They were the best.
what's I like. Anyway,
Yeah, no, I can't remember why I was Googling them.
can I just
But it's
keep
because
talking?
it's because the album cover of their album Zombies, Aliens, Vampires, Dinosaurs was really familiar to me. But I only know one song off of it. But for some reason, and I realized why it was. It's because their song "Here in Your Arms" was an iTunes free song back in the day, circa 2007. Like when you would get a free song per week on iTunes. "Here in Your Arms" was one of those, and so I saw the album cover on my iPod Nano all the time. Because the album cover looked really familiar, but I didn't know why I would know what an album cover looked like if I didn't know the whole album.
Erin's whistling from the toilet trying to get your attention, saying, I love that song.
It's a great song. I also love that I couldn't hear that.
Sorry, I'm still.
Oh God, not the U2 album, Blue. God, that was like I was in year 11 when that happened.
I love that song so much.
You are the one. But yeah, I like the album cover was so familiar to me, and I was so confused as to why. I was like, I don't understand. Like, if I don't know the whole album, how would I know the cover that well? And it's because it was a free song on iTunes, and so it was always on my iPod Nano when that one song came on. Because like it was so familiar to me. I think it was also in the Hottest 100, and I had the CD when the Hottest.
Hang
100.
on.
Remember when you would get the Hottest 100 CDs?
All I have to say is that was never in the Hottest 100 in Australia, ever.
Are you sure?
I've never heard Hello Goodbye on the radio in Australia, ever. Ever. You're in a different generation than me.
Yeah, but
I do
mean,
not
was-
remember that ever coming on the radio in my entire
No,
being.
It was definitely on the radio. 'cause
Not
I
my
wouldn't know
radio.
otherwise.
Not my radio, I can tell you. Never once have I heard Hello Goodbye on Australian radio.
Yeah.
Just like our City Fireflies was that was a banger song until everyone decided, oh, it's just a.
I loved Our City. I
Great
know
song.
all of Our City's discography because I loved them. Like,
Although-
I loved that style. It was hard for me to explain, but I am constantly on the lookout for non-religious bands that sound like
Religious bands?
music. Like,
Like
the style
Illuminated?
of bands like Hillsong, like Illuminated, but the style of Hillsong,
You reckon?
United, and those kind of songs is very Christian rock.
You don't
And
know the history behind
most
that, do you?
I don't, but I'm going to finish my thought before I lose.
Go.
Can I talk louder? No.
No.
I'm losing my voice at this point.
Sorry.
The
I'm sorry.
closest that I found is Laney, Lany, have very Christian sounding music, and it's my favorite because I like every time I think I find one, and then I Google it, and like they are Mormons, and I'm like, fuck, it's about God again.
Yeah,
so
you're like,
not comfortable giving you my money because I know that it's all going back to the same guy at Hillsong. Anyway,
it's funny that you say that because Simon, am I legally allowed to talk about this? About the guys that I wrote with and their background? The whole Christian.
Oh,
Fuck it.
well, you just sort of
The
did.
guys that the guys that I wrote with are very Christian driven. And they're very I had a high anxiety of this going to them. They're brilliant writers in terms of music production. They kind of also they were very they're not they are okay, I can't stress enough how brilliant they are at music production, and Michael Painter as a vocalist is a fucking John Farnham reincarnate. Honestly, he's ridiculous. But there's there's a wall Simon says I have a habit of over-explaining to people. I like to over-explain so they understand. Like,
but
for example,
I said that to you. That was in my things you missed this week. Is over-explaining so that people
Yes.
understand why I'm like this.
right? I over-explain an entire situation so they understand why I came to this pinnacle moment of what I want to write about in this song. I want to write this song because this is what happened to me, and this whole thing came about. And they're like, "So you want to write a song about a washing machine? This is how human developed." No, sorry, I like color code. They're like, "You want to write a song about a washing machine?" I'm like, "No, that's not the point. For fuck's sake." I'm like, it's capitalism. It's society just trying to shit on everybody and kill everyone just so they can make $1. That's the fucking point. But like, so you want to write a song about a washing machine? I'm like, the washing machine kill people. That is not the point. Anyway, the point is that, what was my point?
Good night to Mark.
Good night, Mark. Love you. Thank you for hanging out with us. I meant not now. I typed chat. Erin was yelling from the other room. Sorry. I know, I yell a lot. It happens. The washing machine was a metaphor. I know, but they missed that whole point. My whole point was a story about my washing machine that was actually considered faulty twice. My washing machine was faulty. It was a voluntary return option, and then it became a mandatory return because the washing machine broke down in a way that a piece actually flew off the washing machine and broke someone's jaw, could have killed them, but didn't, thank fucking God. So they said, you need to return all these washing machines at the risk that they're going to kill people because they were spinning in a way that was actually breaking down the washing machine itself. And then so when I reached out to the Samsung, because I'm allowed to say it because it's a public knowledge thing, Samsung had a washing machine release that was actually broke a dude's jaw because a piece was extracted from the machine during cycle and broke his jaw. They had a mandatory return thing for the washing machines to exchange the machines for basically the same a monetary equivalent to today's society. They got recalled. I tried to recall them, and it was said specifically on the website, you're allowed the exact same machine for this is how much it's worth, and you're allowed to recall it for the exact same machine. And if you want to pay the difference between this is what you're monetarily allowed, you can pay the difference to another machine, and that's blah, blah, blah. So I sent an email. And said, I want this machine, and you have to oblige because it's worth this much. And they were like, no, you need to pay X amount of money. They basically took the difference, the price difference. And I was like, no, this is the value I was rewarded. You have to basically refund the entire thing. And in short, they tried to fuck me over by trying to get me to pay the difference of the price of the machine back in the 19, whatever it was, to today, and tried to make me pay the difference. And I'm like, that's fucking illegal. How dare you? A little grandma who doesn't know any fucking different up the road, you're going to make her pay the difference of the price just to cover your fucking costs for your fuck up on your machine. And that is not okay. You're making grandma pay the difference between your machine so you can recover the costs for the fuck up that you made by putting out this machine that was not okay to put out to be purchased from consumers, blah, blah, blah. I fucking lost my shit. Eventually, they tried to get me to basically, then they're like, okay, that's fine. You can pay this, but you'll need to pay the difference of the cost of you. The only way you can pay, what was it? Sorry, I know I'm digressing a lot, but they're like, that's fine, but you need to basically put this forward through money order, and you need to go to Australia Post and pay the money order difference through $11 through a check, because we won't take a cash payment, and we won't take a direct debit payment. So you have to take a check order, which costs $11. I'm like, You want me to pay $11 for a check order for the difference, $200, whatever it was, just to cover your costs for a check? Fuck off. I want to go to your Samsung little friggin' I'll pay your thing. Anyway, the point was they were trying to fuck the system even more. I'm like, you can cover my costs. What was my point, Simon?
You're talking about running.
Anyway, the point is that Samsung tried to fuck me over and tried to recover their costs for fucking up their product and selling it on the market just because, we're going to have to return all these machines that are fucking up and we need to recover all of our costs, so we're going to fuck up everybody where we can. And I'm like, I have a massive problem about this. And I tried to explain this to the boys and I'm like, this is what I have. This is the problem I have with society and with massive multi-billion-dollar companies trying to recover their costs for bullshit that they fucked up in the first place that is causing problems with everybody else. Own it, take responsibility, cover the costs because that's your fuck up, not mine. And that never happened until I pretty much put that in front of their face and they're like, that's okay, don't worry, you don't have to pay the Australian Post costs. We'll just send that out to you. I'm like, anyway, that was my point for writing the songs. And then what the guys got from that was, so you want to write a song about a washing machine? I'm like, no, it's not about the fucking washing machine. It's about society. I don't remember why I came to this point. Mel, help.
It was, I was talking about, I said something and then you said something. We need an adult.
Dan!
I like that it's not Simon, it's Dan.
Simon! Help!
I wonder if I can scroll back and figure it out.
I don't know. My point is that I wrote this song about society and fuck.
I did tune out. I understand everything. I just don't remember what we were talking about before that because I was only listening to the washing machine story and I was very compelled by it. Don't put words in my mouth, Max.
Fucking hell, Maxie.
I can speak for myself. Thank you so much.
That was my point, is that, you know what? The boys were very, Catholic. That they were just
music. Yeah.
There was a closed-mindedness about them where it was like, so you just want to write a song about a washing machine? I'm like, no, it's about society being fucked up, mate. I don't know where from there.
That's fine.
Mel,
cool.
You're more you're more like ahead than this. I don't know what's happening to me right now.
I don't. I think both of us are getting tired. It's been 5.5 hours.
Is that how long it's been? Simon!
So we're probably at wrap-up point.
Yeah.
Unless anyone has specific questions.
The song isn't about the fucking washing machines. It's about the purpose of the point. The point is about the fact that society is fucked. Society is fucked and we just need to be embraced in human race and just equality and just don't be a dick. That's just where it comes down to.
If you don't know if you should say anything, shut the fuck up. More questions. What is the airspeed velocity of an unleaded swallow? 0.3.
What?
Done. Next. I don't know.
I don't even have that up.
If anyone has specific ADHD questions about anything we've spoken about today, speak now or forever hold your peace until next Sunday.
Can you come here? What? Simon is so
We've
upset
got a
right
call
now.
to action. We've given a call to action. We're all going to go do our honesty piece on our social medias.
Thank you, Mel.
Share it in the neurodivergent channel, which has been created. If you need any resources as a result of this conversation, those are also in Discord. I've posted those and pinned them to the top of that channel for your use. What are the depression symptoms from ADHD? Many.
Me, basically, just...
Everyone's different, and so it's hard to sit and tell you. Like, for me, I shut down. I go into shutdown mode, but for other people, they don't.
I feel like me and Mel are different. Would you say that we're different in that avenue?
Yeah, because I'm the autism side of ADHD, and and that's interesting. Like, actually, I joked that at Simon,
sorry.
but the things that Simon and I have in common about shutting down are the autism bits for me, whereas we share the ADHD bits in common.
Are you maybe autistic?
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. Who knows, really? But anyway, you can have traits without being autistic also. But yeah, like for me, that's where we are different in some coping things, and it's
Yes.
because we're different people. Also,
Yes.
famously, it's 7:45 for Erin. It's it's
5:45.
6:45
What?
for me. 5:45 for Erin and Simon.
Yes.
Wispy, Veramet got me confused. Not Wispy. Sorry, Wispy.
I feel like we were supposed to finish at 4:00 and we've gone through like
Yep.
a few extra
We turned
hours.
3 hours into 5.5, and I'm proud of us because I think we covered what we wanted to cover. But I've also got some very good notes that I'm now going to hit enter on because we don't need to add anything else. I don't think that I'll put in my chat for next time of things that we wanted to discuss in future.
I think this is a brilliant, like, I really do. I really feel like this is an awesome, like, multi-diverse perspective because of the fact that you are, there is still quite a lot to discuss. And, but we need to keep it, like, I can't talk all night. My voice is fucked.
No, and we'll structure it. I mean, there's so much to do, and like if guys have suggestions, please post them in the channel in Discord.
Yes.
I think there's definitely room for us to have guests that will bring a lot to different topics as well.
It is a really good platform to start. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And like we said, like the effect that it has on people around us to get like a different perspective that may not have been comfortably discussed, whether it's between me and Sai or whatever it may be. Like, you know, are you hiding shit from me?
What?
Where
did that come from? What did I miss?
Just saying, that's fine.
But just also talking about it in a neutral way. I think a lot of the time we either talk about neurodivergence just to a therapist or to our doctor or because we're in crisis, and it's like it's nice to talk about it just in a neutral way about like, well, this is how my life is. Yeah. And this is what I experience, and hooray, or, you know, not hooray.
It may
have
be
like a conversation about what it's like to be neurodivergent. For people who aren't neurodivergent, hopefully it gets
and from people in different
hopefully it gives company and some, you know, that people understand it and that you're not alone, and that maybe you are neurodivergent if you're there and listening along. Which
I feel like we almost got a revelation during this discussion.
We did.
And it's
who knows if there were more.
It's especially, I think it's especially beneficial that it is coming from two different angles and two different journeys that I am newly like a new addition to it, and you're a bit more experienced in it than this, so that people can see different outcomes or different perspectives on it. I really feel like this is probably a good thing because there are so many times in my life that I've considered maybe I'm this, or maybe I'm actually that, or maybe I'm a fucking psycho, like whatever the case may be. And until I've landed on this, and it's about it being accepted and realizing that and finding a community to feel safe in. And I'm sure I felt much worse things and had much worse thoughts than most of you. And this is a space, except for the fact of like what we discussed earlier about sharing really severe things that need at a level that needs to be discussed with a professional. This is an open space to maybe consider if you're on the brink of maybe going, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Maybe these are a bit more, not as in this is what drives you to go, I'm this, I'm that. Maybe this is just raises the question of maybe this is something you should explore for yourself. Hearing things that you identify with or you don't identify with, and maybe it seeks you to explore help for yourself. And find a community, or maybe you've already explored that for yourself and you are an ADHD sufferer, or can we find another word for ADHD sufferer, like an ADHD survivor?
Or
like
neurodivergent person.
Thank you.
With ADHD.
What Mel said. And that's the thing, I'm still learning as well. And it's okay to say the wrong thing.
We're learning.
We're all learning. And that is definitely okay. And we're just here to ask the questions and say the things that we're all probably thinking. A lot of us have thought along the way, or whether we've already been there, or maybe we're there at that point in time. Maybe we're coming up to those questions that we're too afraid to ask. This is a safe space for us to discuss broader questions that aren't serious enough to go to a mental health professional. But please, if you are feeling those serious questions, please seek a medical health professional because we are not well versed in that avenue. That is for you and your medical health professional to discuss and to take action on.
If you need help finding resources, please reach out. Happy to help. Obviously can't be a professional, will not be a professional because it's also detrimental to my mental health, but happy to help with finding a resource.
That is
you to find someone to talk to, because that is something I can help with.
That is a very good point.
Yeah.
Especially what you said in that, like that is a thing that you got to, not that that's we don't mean that in a triggering way of saying don't ask because you fear that you might trigger something in us. But if it is more serious, please be respectful and understanding. If we respond with this is triggering for us, we can't answer that question, please seek medical help. That
it's not just with malice. It's just that one, the responsibility for your health is not one that can or should sit with us. We can't help. But it's also impactful on us.
Yes.
We're impact, and it's a lot. Streamers, particularly bigger streamers, people along the lines of Erin who have those kind of like not relationships, but really real and honest conversations can get inundated with that kind of thing, and it can get a bit overwhelming.
Yes.
And for me, like I struggle to reply to 2 DMs sometimes. So, look, please reach out, but just know that like if
sometimes it's hard.
Or here, it's not personal. It's just self-preservation, but also caring for your well-being too.
That is well put.
Sometimes I'm smart. Thank you so much. That's all I have. Please feel free to post any questions and ideas for future ones of these, or people you'd like to see as guests. Shout them out, call them out, interrogate them, be like, I want to see this person for this reason, or can you talk about this? Please feel free to post it. Post your honest combos. Post your social media posts. Screenshot of
I'm
pumped.
pumped.
We can to each other. I'm onto it after this. That's my after dinner job.
I feel like I'm gonna. Which one are you gonna post first?
I'm just gonna be doing what you missed this week, I think,
Yes.
and then like just committing to be more honest on social media over the next week until we talk again, and then maybe we can review some of them of our own as trigger conversation next time.
I think that's a great idea.
We're all going to be more honest on social media for a week and see how it makes us feel, and see who reaches out, see who replies. Like just see what happens when you actually ask for support, and also see what happens when you've got people around you to celebrate wins with you.
Yeah.
In a more honest and candid way, even if they're little things, because sometimes little things are big when.
And tag us in it, because sometimes I'm fucking shit at it. I honestly, if you're posting on social media and you know my handle, please tag me in it, because I'm pretty bad at like scrolling through and I'll forget. And yet, if I get a tag, I'll get a notification and I'll know that you responded, and I'll know you've posted, and I'll be able to respond to it, because I feel like that. There's a lot of power in knowing that people leave you tag are responding to you. Like we see it, like, and I want you to know that you are like. I hate to say this, we just watched a sequel, a series called Bodies. Simon?
Yeah.
Bodies. And they're like, know you are loved, and I loved that message, but I didn't. Anyway, know you are loved. Fuck that TV series. Know you are loved. I just want everyone to know that we will see it. If as long as you tag me, I will see it, and I'll make sure I jump on it. If I haven't responded, if I haven't seen it, please just write it up in Discord, because sometimes we just need that little bit of recognition. Sometimes we need a little bit of support from each other to help get us through a day, and I will do the same thing.
There's Erin, and I will do mine too. You're welcome to tag me. I will try to check it and respond. I don't even know what my Instagram profile is. But
do you have the X one, Twitter? Because I tried to tag you in today, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's none of those are Mel. No, I didn't think you did.
I don't have have Twitter. I deleted Twitter yonks ago. I found it really bad for my mental health. Instagram, you can curate a little bit more.
Yeah, right.
Like, I'm only seeing who I follow as opposed to, like, other recommended shit and, like,
Yeah.
political stuff. And, like, while I'm very educated on that, I had to, something for my neurodivergence and mental health, I check my news in the morning and then I don't check it again until the next day, because otherwise I go down a rabbit hole of just death and destruction. And while I care about all those things and it's really important for me to be educated, I try and, like, be reasonable.
This is good,
So my-
Simon.
I know.
Do you know I love her because she's like our third wife and my like life support system in addition to you.
I love being a third wife.
Thank you. And my support
Lots
system.
of people do
does.
take meds. I don't take Ritalin. I take dexamphetamine.
That's what I add to my throat, though. Isn't that a type of steroid?
Dexamphetamine is, well,
No.
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 It would be something different. You wouldn't be having that pure throat.
No, I wouldn't. Okay, fuck. I've made a mistake. Simon, do you know? Good chat, Simon. Sorry, keep going, Mel.
Some avoid it because of the stigma. Some can't get access to it. It's expensive. Lots of things.
What Mel wrote? Sarah, her Instagram. Her Instagram link. Boom.
There's my Instagram. It's on private, so you will have to request to follow me. Sorry about that, but I have a job in the public sector, so. I used to take Lexapro, and funny story, Lexapro worked for me for my anxiety a bit, but then what happened was when I stopped taking Lexapro, I dissociated so badly that I cut my hand open on a deli slicer. So I don't take Lexapro anymore. I have the scar to prove it on my hand. I was working in a deli at the time and I was cutting ham and I fully like dissociated because I was coming off my Lexapro and I cut my hand open.
What?
Don't fuck around with SSRIs, kids. Lexapro's great. Like, Lexapro is a drug that a lot of people are like, okay, I'm getting nerdy here for a second while Erin's still processing that. Lexapro is a drug that helps a lot of people. It's generally the first drug that a lot of doctors will jump to for anxiety and depression, and for a lot of people it really helps. It helped me a fair bit, but it ended up not being effective after increasing the dose a lot, and so I had to come off it, and when I did, I dissociated very badly. I would walk across the room, not remember how I got there, and then dissociated quite badly while at work and cut my hand open. So, be careful with
What?
instances.
What do you mean when you say just like?
1 second.
What?
Hold on.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Why?
So I switched to a lot of things. So for me, I actually don't have anxiety. I have ADHD, and that's very different. But I was medicated for anxiety for a while. So I went from Lexapro to Zoloft to
I don't think so, Maxie.
Prozac. I did a lot of different things. Dissociating is like, imagine blinking and being in a different room when you unblinked. Like, you just zone out and you're not there.
I feel like I've only been like that when I've been really messed up.
Yeah, well, you are very messed up if you're coming
Thank
off
you.
of my drug. So, not you, I mean anyone who's coming off of a drug like an SSRI. It's brain-altering substances. Let's remember that.
SSRI?
Selective serotonin, this is the one we went through earlier, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
No.
Serotonin being destroyed.
I've never been in that experience where it's like when people say, oh, they've been so drunk they've blacked out and then come to and go, I don't know how I got here. I've never once experienced that.
No, me either, but I dissociate in trauma as well.
Right.
So over the last
Sorry,
few years,
I lie.
When I was really bad, I felt like the walls were moving and I felt like I was underwater. And
Really?
It's hyperdissociating, yeah. So like really bad. I was really like, it's like your brain has gone, you can't cope with this, shut down.
Sorry, I do lie. That is me when I got hit by a car because I don't remember the entire process. Last thing I remember was getting off the bus
trauma.
and that's it.
Yeah, and like I remember it. I remember the whole experience of being dissociated, but I wasn't present, and it felt like I was underwater. I'm doing a lot better, thank you. I went through like a bit of shit recently, and like I'm okay, but like I had to take some time off and really care for myself and normalize that too. If you need mental health leave, fucking take it. Like go. It's the best thing I did. It was bad at the time, but it was the best thing I did. So
I feel like I'd love to talk about that if you're okay with it, obviously, next time. Because I feel like that's something that I don't really understand. And I spoke about it briefly, I think, last stream about that when I was hit by a car. And the last thing I remember was getting off the bus and being in hospital. But apparently I was awake through the entire process and I don't remember a single thing. So that sounds something that is similar.
That's definitely. So, but yeah, look, I'm much better. Thank you for asking. And
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, iCoast.
That's
For
yeah.
asking
I've been
that
on a lot of
question.
medications. You did ask. I now take dexamphetamine for a stimulant for my ADHD, and I am a user of medicinal marijuana for my sleep. And both of those, I will say, and that's probably a whole other thing on its own. Weed has changed my life massively. Like,
Isn't that funny that's another thing
it's
I
hilarious
desperately
for
want to
the
talk
people
about.
who get shit, who receive memes from me at 11 o'clock at night while I'm high. But but I sleep great.
Yeah.
So that's definitely that's a whole topic in itself. But you did ask what meds I'm on, and that's where I'm at.
Yep.
And all sorts of vitamins because I eat like a 5-year-old. And I live in Melbourne, so I'm vitamin D deficient.
Yeah. Come back to Melbourne, Brisbane, Vegas. It was insane.
Hi, Mel is interesting. I don't like your attitude, Dennis. You love me, and you love me when I'm high, so shut the fuck up.
Come on,
did I
Dennis.
talk to my yeah, Dennis. Sorry, Dennis. I love you. I'm sorry I told you to shut the fuck up. Wow. I'm to Dennis like you are to Simon.
Yeah, I'm going to...
When am I coming to Brisbane? When you pay for it, Max.
Let's
Good.
go,
Any more
Maxie.
questions? No? Good.
Dono support system.
Oh, I'll tell you when I'm coming to Brisbane.
When? Wait, really? Strip. When Dan hits 350 followers, I swear to God, if you people don't get that. Guys, we're all in this together, are we not? If we're not supporting... Thank you. Hey, iCoast, have you followed Dan yet, though? Thank you for the follow, but have you followed Dan yet? Because when Dan hits 350 followers, Mel and I get to go to the strippers, which means Mel comes up here. And I
Which
may
means
or
we
may
can
not...
do one of these in person.
Correct. And I may or may not be working at the strippers by then.
You might be. I might get
might
free
be.
access to the strippers. I'll bring all my best $5 notes.
Woo! Hello? Oh, no.
$3 coins at you.
Hello?
Hello?
Simon! My pack
Jax,
went flat.
Thank you so much.
I just lost all audible access right now.
We're also 28 subs away from
Simon's.
Simon shaving his head.
Thank you, Jaxie. For those who don't know, when we hit 250 subscribers. Oh, fuck, that's the wrong way. It's not right at all. Hang on. Oh, my God. Hang on. Hello. Oh, my God, it's back.
Hello.
We're back.
Hello.
Yay. When we
Go
hit...
follow Dan. Dan's amazing. Strippers aside, like, Dan
Strippers
is
aside.
incredible. And a very, very good streamer. Very good at what he does. Very kind and empathetic. We
What Mel
really love him.
says. Bang on the money.
I would never say that to his face, and he's not here, so it's okay.
No.
But he is, honestly, it's not just
And
strippers, it's that he makes wonderful content and is a very sweet human.
I think you're missing one major point, Mel. He is now obliged to do music streams.
I can't wait.
As a result of me finally releasing Illuminated, Dan must do music streams. He promised. And if he doesn't, I'm not sure what the consequences were, but there were some. But Dan will be doing some music streams.
Look, here comes the
I
consequence.
had a lot of consequences.
Thank you for following, Dan. It's been a hard slog for me and Erin to get Dan. I don't know at what point I became really emotionally invested in this because I didn't want to go to the strippers, and I still don't really want to go to the strippers.
Oh,
if I'm
come
honest. Like,
on.
no, I want to go somewhere. I want to hang out with you. I'm actually not really phased about the titties and bitties. Like, that doesn't faze me. I'm really, like, they're not my type.
How
like
do you
your
know?
titties.
But how do you know? Oh, well, that's too...
I know, but it's just like, it's not like, I'm socially uncomfortable in these situations
What if-
because I'm autistic.
What
and
if-
so actually I don't care.
What if mine are part of the agreement?
I don't know how Dan would feel about, hey Mel, if we get Dan to 350 followers, I'll show you my tits. Like, I'm okay. Thank you so much. He'd be like, hey guys, just wondering how I got to 350 so fast. Well, Mel signed up for 30 alt accounts. So that aside, please.
Erin made some
I
extra money on the side as well, so it's all good.
don't know where you think I'm getting stripper money from. Not that rich. But yes, if you want me in Brisbane, there's your answer. Get down to 350 and we'll do one of these in person as well as going to the strippers, which you won't be coming with us for because I'll just be sitting there in the corner like this. Trying not to look at them because I feel bad looking at them.
Why?
Because I'm autistic, Erin.
But
I don't know how to behave in these situations.
Don't
I get
worry.
uncomfy.
I asked them. So when I did Rock of Ages, I asked them all the questions, and I got two
you've
very
seen me.
different answers from two very different strippers.
Yeah, but
I
you've
got
seen
one.
me here,
Yes,
right?
Yes.
Like this, talking happy verbal.
And you're delightful.
But you've seen me at a club.
And
when
you're just
playing
as
gigs,
delightful.
And but I'm in the corner by myself, hiding behind a pole.
Were you in the corner though? Hey, puppy.
Did you see when you were at Crown playing that gig
Crown?
that night? You were like, Mel, where the fuck were you? I didn't see you all night, and I was there the whole time when you were playing the band gig.
No, you weren't. You did leave.
Very temporarily.
Really?
And then I left. Yeah, I was there for most of it. I left in like the third set.
Simon! Were you aware of it?
Yeah.
Sorry, Simon, were you aware of
We
this?
went through this.
No, I was not.
I thought you left in the second set. I swear to God, after the chick titty flashed me, did you see the titty flashing?
No, I wasn't there for the titty flash. I left just before that.
That was the first set.
No, it wasn't.
Mal!
There was no way. I was there. I have photos and videos of you playing songs. I have proof. Like I have proof of the tablet. Okay, look, I was there.
I have proof of the what?
The tablet. Like we used my photo of you to try.
Oh,
and
no,
figure
that's
out
a
if-
completely different gig.
No, I know, but I'm just saying in a similar vein, I have proof that I was at that one too.
Okay.
Anyway, I was there. I was absolutely fucking hammered, but I was there, and then I left, and then you got flashed. But nonetheless, I will go to Brisbane when Dan hits 350.
That is the point that we're making. Get Dan. If you're not following Dan, we've got 49 people here. If you're not following Dan
That's
yet,
enough.
come on. That'll get us to 350. Means Mel and I can go to the fucking strippers finally.
328. Come on, we can find. I'm sure they're already.
That's
following. We can
22
find
people.
22 people. Go and put it in all of your Discords and tag everyone.
Come on.
Send it to all your friends.
I'm so itching for that, mate. And
He also fucking deserves it more than nearly
100%.
anyone else ever. Like,
Dan
honestly.
Dan is brilliant. We love
Very
Dan.
high value. Works very hard on his streams.
But not only on his streams, he actually works hard on other people's streams too.
Oh my God, he works hard on that man like gives so much to people.
But
and
he's the
deserves-
guy, right? Yeah, exactly. But he's also the guy that actually knows everything.
Mm-hmm.
When
He
we're
knows.
like, Dan, are we allowed to legally do this? He's like, no, you can't. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
why? He goes, check these terms and conditions. At this point, section 26.735, it says this. And we're like, thank you, Dan. I could have gotten banned. Dan is the
So
guy to
smart.
follow.
So sweet, very empathetic, very kind, very funny.
Just a top human being.
Everyone needs a Dan. Everyone deserves a Dan. In fact, I don't know that we're worthy of him, but like I'm very glad that he is our friend. And go follow him because otherwise.
And
I
Mel,
won't fight you.
both of you guys. You guys have both been incredible to us.
I'm here for the ride. You know, everyone needs a third wife.
Simon, would you come say hello and thank you and goodbye to everybody? Harley, do you want to say hello and thank you and goodbye to everybody? Come on, up you get, Bum Bum. Come say goodbye to Uncle Jax and Auntie Mel.
Shut up.
What? Say goodbye to Auntie Mel.
Hi, Harley. Bye, Harley.
Say hi,
Oh,
baby.
I'm losing my voice now. Oh, he's so sweet.
He's a good boy.
My guys are all here because they want dinner. They're like, this is really upsetting. You don't work on Sundays, Mum.
I'm pretty sure that's what Harley's saying right now. Is like, this is past my bedtime. This is past my Queensland bedtime, Mum. This is basically Melbourne time.
Not even.
buddy.
It's 7 o'clock.
I mean, 7 o'clock your time or my time? Oh, it's my time. Is that my time or your time?
For you.
Oh, it's 7 o'clock your time. Jesus. Harley,
Well, I mean, Harley won't leave if we have to shave Simon's head. I'm just saying.
hey, baby boy. You're a good
How
boy,
many
both of you.
subs away are we?
Jack says treat for Harley, please.
28 subs, and then we can shave Simon's head.
Oh, for those who don't know. We have a sub goal of 1,000 subs. But we're doing intervals. So for those who don't, Harley, come on, buddy. For those who don't know, basically if we been up since like 4 a.m., been so invested today, I'm so bloody glad. I hope we've been a little bit of help and a bit of insight and a bit of Harley got a treat. There you go.
Oh, happy boy.
He's a good boy. Are you right? You guys don't even know what he did today, the trouble he got into. Mel knows.
Yeah.
He got into a lot of trouble. He was a naughty boy. He went to the kitchen when he wasn't supposed to when we were out of the house. What was my point? I forgot.
I want to.
Oh, yes.
With me.
We've got interval. We've got interval at 250. At 250 stream, at 250 subs.
Got nothing, buddy. Nothing. Come here.
At 250 subs.
Thank you, Mel.
Erin is going to shave Simon's head. And we're 22 subs away, I think. 28 subs away from shaving
take him?
Simon's head. There are other goals. I believe at 1,000 subs, there will be a hot tub stream
With a mankini.
with the mankini.
250, yes. So shave Simon's head with a mohawk, but then we'll shave off his whole head like a week later. Then it was 500 subs was a cooking stream with Chat's choice of menu. 750 was we bring back the slip and slide in our backyard. That's me, Simon, and Harley and Mel. If we end up getting the no, okay.
I would not be on the slip and slide.
And then at 1,000 subs, we'll be doing a hot tub stream with our hot tub with Simon wearing a mankini for all
I
his.
was about to say I would be in on the hot tub, but not with Simon in a mankini. I can't live with that.
What if we did it as like a split stream so that we do half of it with you and me and then half of it with Simon?
I don't mind being in this thing at the same time as Simon, just not in a mankini.
Oh,
I know what's happened in that hot tub.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mel.
No comment. Not like you told stream already.
Yeah, that's
My mum is not aware of it. She didn't watch the replays as far as I'm
Oh,
aware.
it's fine. We're good. We're clean.
Come on, Mel.
I did nothing. Me and your mum, we're friends. It's great. She calls me Mel Bean to my
Yes.
face. Listen. And I love it. She thinks my name is Mel Bean and I'm into it. Oh,
Wait.
Danners!
no more in the kitchen.
What did Dennis do?
What the fuck?
I see it before you do, I think. Hey, Simon.
What happened? Holy shit!
It's time.
All right, now
I'm-
next stream.
No, Simon.
I know.
It's time.
It's gonna happen. Danners.
Yeah, but I think maybe tomorrow.
No.
It's trying to buy time.
Jax is like,
Buggles.
Simon.
Hi, Buggles.
See, Harley says not now.
Simon, it's time.
What will happen
Simon
is
is-
I'll go. I need to make dinner and I'll watch you. shave
You go.
Simon's head.
Thank you so much for joining us, Mel. Can we get a round of applause for Mel?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I thought I was going to get boing for a second there. Then you were lost there. Thanks.
By the power of Grayskull.
Mel!
Thank you. Aaron.
Mel has the power. Fuck, Mel.
I wouldn't say power, but I am here.
Simon, would you like to say something?
No, not right now.
Do you want to say something to me in private?
Yes.
Okay, please hold.
I'll be here. I'll hang out with you all. Hi, everyone. Thanks for all the hugs. Hello. You should also gift another 750 subs so that Erin and Simon can have a hot tub. I think that would be a really good use of your money and time to just do that, you know? So, yeah, that's what I think. I won't be in a mankini. Just
It's
to be
totally
really-
fine. We're doing it now. Sorry, Simon. You really don't want me to do it?
That's okay.
I can do it.
No, that's fine. No.
I'm at my best place right now. Mel, Simon's not confident in my abilities right now.
I mean, it's going to be all shaved off in a week. There's really ability doesn't have much to do with it. It's all going off.
I'm doing it because Dan is
Specifically gifted for it.
absolutely. Otherwise, I would say we'll wait till tomorrow.
Dennis is like, I'm not even sorry.
Sound effects.
I don't know what the sound effect means.
I wonder if it's coming from Discord because Discord has a sound
No,
effect now.
it's thrown.
Thrown.
Oh, okay.
My lord, when I timed it, Erin.
Maybe.
Tiffy.
Oh, it sounds nice.
Yo, Tiffy, what's up? We're about to shave Simon. Mel, would you like to go make dinner?
I am going to go, mostly because that way you can have your full camera so that you can see the shaving. But I did say someone should just give 750 subs so we can just go have a hot tub. And then
Wait, what?
If you have what?
Wait,
Said someone should give.
Oh, I thought you said someone did. I'm like,
No, I would have probably let you know about that before. And, you're fine.
you almost made me die. I was like, what?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna make some veggie burgers. I have work tomorrow, so I do need to go and eat. Everyone else should eat too. I think I'm having.
If you haven't given Mel a follow, Mel, have you started up on the kicks yet? No. Is there a
One at a time for me?
Yeah, cool. So if you're not following Mel, please give her a follow at Twitch. Can you put the link? Put your own link in.
You shout yourself out.
Shout yourself out, Mel. It's Mel Bean. Thank you very much for hanging out with us and joining us today. I really feel like this is really a great thing for us to weekly. Maybe being the first one, yes, we went over time, and we will probably keep it a bit more restricted next time.
We know we've got topics and things. So
we have topics.
Once we get into topics and out of general convo, we'll be right.
Yes, I think it's a really good thing, and I feel really good after talking, especially with you, about it, because you are further along than me, and we're both at different points in our ADHD. What do you call it? ADHD. Almost gonna say adventure journey.
Yeah, I like adventure.
Adventure.
ADHD venture.
Yes, and I feel like that is a great point for different people at different points.
I think that's a name. I think we just gave this stream a name.
ADHD adventure.
ADHD venture.
ADHD venture.
Yep.
Event. See, I've been calling it lately. Venture.
high definition.
It's called Life Journey.
Buggles, thank you. I'm surprised you didn't get timed down for that.
What? Who?
Buggles posted my Twitch link.
I missed it. Oh, Buggles put it up. Hey, Buggles.
Really okay.
Me and Buggles met in a 7-Eleven.
Buggles and I go way back.
Really?
From memory, Buggles rated me back when I was itty bitty streamer. And this was like 2018, maybe, I think. Buggles, correct me if I'm wrong, but Buggles and I go way back. And then we run into each other every sort of 6 to 12 months in a stream somewhere and go, oh, hey! So yeah, we're OG friendos. Yeah.
OG
I
friend.
was a little itty bitty baby streamer, streaming on a very old MacBook.
How cool is that? That is so. This is the other thing about this community is that we just kind of circle around and you're like, I know this person. You're like, well, I've known this person since back then. You're like, well, I've met this person because like we all eventually kind of have a Venn diagram crossover with everybody, and it is very cool.
Yeah, like when people found out the Janther was my mod and they were like, wait, the Janther? I'm like, yes, the Janther. Janther and I have been friends for a long time. Janther and I met at PAX this year. It was great.
You did?
Yeah, so Janther and I have been friends for ages and we both live in the same state. And yeah, we put up at PAX.
She lived where I lived?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
No, but that's quite, like that's not something she's super
No.
happy with. Like, if we, anyway, I won't speak for Jantha. But
That's
yeah,
not-
Jantha's, local.
But she is very sweet. Like, she's
Jantha is a wonderful
pops
human
up in,
and
yeah.
just like does some great work. I mean, like she mods for Lara and
Yes.
does amazing work and really works quite hard as a mod. And yeah, so Jantha and I modded a stream together for an artist friend who doesn't stream anymore but used to.
I find that incredible. Like, Jantha, I think she popped in not long ago. It was actually not long ago, whether it was your stream. No, because she was modding for you.
Yeah.
Yes. And I was like, holy shit, Jantha's modding for you. Like she's, I feel
Jantha's
like,
my oldest mod.
right? I feel like she is like a, almost like she needs a Twitch symbol next to her name. Like, she's like a really long time. Well, she's as long as I've known from like anything to do with Twitch. She's been a mod for as long as I've known.
The best way to explain Jantha, and it's hard to explain this now because Dan also mods for me now, but Jantha is my Dan.
Yes.
Like, the person who I can rely on to just show up and just like I don't have to worry. Like,
yes.
She's got it under control. So obviously now Dan's a mod for me because Dan told me to do something and I told him to do it the fuck itself and gave him a sword with no expectation that he ever actually do anything. But nonetheless, Jantha is my Dan.
I love that. Do it yourself. Here's your mod sword.
I'm fucking like, don't tell me what. I don't want to add my own quote. Fuck off. You do it.
Ali,
If you want
kitchen.
You are not allowed in the
stream again,
kitchen.
Buggles. You were wonderful at streaming. I love your streams.
You should, absolutely, 100%.
When you sort it out, but we support you. We will support you, and we will I'm not above going to the strippers a second time for you, Buggles. So.
Whoa! TV12's on Kick said, saw your mention of EDS above. I understand. What was EDS mean?
Ellis-Down syndrome, the hypermobility.
Say again?
The hypermobility, Ellis-Down loss syndrome.
What?
Ellis, EHLERS, Down loss, DANLOS.
Yes. And which is, in a nutshell?
It has to do, I believe, with, I'm really sorry, I don't have it, so I don't want to speak, but it has to do with, like, collagen and, like, things like that in your body, so it creates, like, hypertrophy and breakdown and dislocations and things like that.
Right. Normal. Is this when you were briefly talking about your dad?
It's when I was talking about POTS.
POTS, that's right. Sorry, my bad. Yes, the POTS.
ADHD, POTS, EDS.
Yes.
Are all very co-existent. So a lot of people have multiple.
Yes. What I guess we can probably both agree that we stress to another people, like, take what we say with a grain of salt. This is just two different experiences, for different people, two different experiences with the HD neurodivergent spectrum experience. Do your own research as well. Take what we say. It may fit with you, it may not. Do your own research. Speak to your own professionals.
Please speak to a professional and look after yourself.
Yes.
It's very important. No one else will look after you the way that you can.
Yes.
And reach out. Like I said, if you need resources, I'm here to help. I obviously am not a professional and I can't be and I won't be. It's a boundary that I have to draw, but if you need resources, feel free to reach out. I'm more than happy to help you find something.
Yes.
For you. But please, hard topics that we discussed. If anything happened today that was triggering or upsetting, please speak to someone, reach out to someone, talk to a friend, talk to a family member, talk to a professional.
I love that you said that. And that's the thing that I think we need to remember at the most. I know that for myself personally, it's very hard for me to reach out for help to people because I feel responsible. Like, I don't want to put this on other people. And I always say, like, if you need help and you want to speak to someone, you can use us. But at the same time, you got to understand that we are going through stuff at this as well. And if we don't respond, it's not.
Be able to,
Yes. If we don't respond, we can't. It's not because we don't care or we don't want to. We're all going through our own shit. And you know what? There are specialists that do obviously specialize in this that you can reach out to. And if that's where you're at, please do, because you're just.
And they have the tools for you, but
Correct.
also have the tools for themselves to be able to help you without being at their own significant detriment, which for us as people going through it too, we can empathize. And I'm all about supporting friends and talking about, like, what you're going through the way we have today in a very healthy way,
Yes.
without at the detriment of other people. So
it's more just a personal information session, like as in where, again, like when I say information, I don't mean take what we say as fact or this is just our own experiences and maybe this may shed some light going, maybe that's what I've got, maybe I should look into it more. But, you know, like I said, you guys would know.
I think it's healthy. You know, it's good to empathize with other people and share, and that's what we're encouring through
Correct.
the whole, you know, be honest about what you're going through on social media, where and when you can with people you trust. But please look after yourselves, look after each other too.
Exactly.
Like, it's what we're here for. It's what a community is for. To make each other laugh, to hang out together, to be friends, and support each other. But just, you know, be kind to each other. Take into consideration what other people are going through. You know that while Erin and I care very much and want to support, we cannot be your only support. And reach out to someone whose job it is to do that, because even though it can be really hard to do, it's really important. And no individual person that isn't a professional is going to be able to give you what you need.
That is a really well point. Simon! Can you come here?
Enjoy shaving Simon's head. I'm a go.
Oh, fuck, I'm going to do that. Go for gold.
Love you so much.
Love you.
Be good.
If you're not following Mel, get on over and make sure you give her a follow. And I love you. Thank you. Bye, Mel. Thank you for joining. Bye. Simon, she left me.
Oh, no.
Come back.
Yeah,
Dennis, you still here? Dennis is still here.
just got to feed Harley and then we'll get organised.
We're going to show you Simon's head. It's time. Thank you, Dennis, so very much. And I've got to say again, just real quick.
Hi.
A big love for Mel. Love you. What an incredible, I could talk for hours, but I know that we really shouldn't, and it's like, we have things to do. I dropped my drumstick. I'm very sorry. The other Dan isn't here. He's not here. No, you're right. But it's totally fine. It means it keeps us on. Oh, God. Hi, Dan. Dan's here.
Hey, Dan.
Dan, it's time. Dan's like, we're showing something says now. I'm like, oh, Dan's not here to moderate this scenario, so maybe we don't need to do it. Oh, fuck, Dan's here. We do have to do it. Your voice is fucked, so is mine. Welcome to my world, Mel. We've had such an, if you're not following Dan, you fucking follow Dan now so Mel and I can go to the strippers. Are you very nervous?
No, it's fine.
No, that's Simon's code for I'm extremely nervous. Because Aaron's had a couple of drinks and Simon's very nervous about it.
Stop whispering.
He's so patient. He's a good boy.
Just bear with me for a minute while I get this.
Are you ready?
sorted
Oh,
out.
fucking. Dan, Erin says she can talk for hours. Hi, Dan. I'm proud of us. I'm so proud of you. Mel is like, seriously, because I feel like Mel has a much better handle on things than I do right now. Mel sent me basically a message with, this is what we're going to talk about. And I don't even actually, Mel, did I even follow any of the list? Simon has shrunk.
I have. Where should we put chat?
There.
No.
And Jack says, hello, handsome. Mel says, going to put it on dinner, BRB. Yes. Play Wipeout with the drums. Drums isn't on. Did you read the list? What list? What list? God bless men that can effectively deal with us crazy women. 100% Tiffy. This is happening in real life. Size being a pro sport. Erin should be resting her voice. Emphasis on should. Dan, did you just wake up? That's because he just lost 20% of his body to sweat because of the dread of Erin cutting his head off rather than his hair.
I don't know what you mean.
Poor Simon.
So, you're tired.
I am tired.
And you got to do my hair.
Yes. I do hope Dan goes back at some point and gets to see all the lovely things I said about him. Yes. We said nothing but lovely things about you, Dan.
Hold on a second. I need to
Mel, what hair? Nice flock of seagulls, do. I'm trying to rest my voice. Look, it is. What do you do? Hi, Simon.
Hi.
Are you nervous?
A little.
A little. He's okay, guys. It's fine. And I ran so far away. And I bang TBC.
I just want to work it so, because I was going to put the other camera on as well. Or do we just leave it at this?
Hey, if there's anybody not streamed Illuminated right now, that is a great point, Tiffy.
What?
Tiffy said play Illuminated. We're going to do that. Is it about a washing machine?
Eyes shut, never seen it this way, locked up. I was living in chains, lights on, like they've never been before. Hard switch, now I feel it beating, mind flipped. No more shallow breathing.
Sorry, I'm just readjusting things.
On everything I've seen before. Breaking free. From new eyes I finally see. Illuminated. Open my eyes and the world is changing. Illuminated. Nothing's
I need a beverage. Hang on. Hang on, I'll get there. Hang on. We need a drip beverage.
Do you though? Oh. Will this be alright? I feel like
Thanks so much for hanging out with us, Experiment. Enjoy your sleep. Where do I get the shavy thing?
I'm gonna get it in a second.
Wait, where are you going, Bane? No. I did just spill a bit of water all down the... This is happening. It's okay. Life will be fine. It's okay, Simon.
Let me fix this up.
We keep on pulling each other down. This bitter cycle goes round and round. We're throwing
Well, if you really think about it, this is kind of Fioris's fault and Zelda's fault because Zelda was like,
Ali,
Zelda was like, we're gonna play Among Us, and I don't see any Among Us happening.
all right, Ali, on your bed.
So really, this is Fioris's fault. If you want to trace it back, my husband is good. He's good, isn't he? They played Party Animals without me. How rude. We were live like the whole time. So I think the agreement was, that I give Simon a mohawk first. Are you guys ready? You say it was posted. I was streaming. That doesn't count. Let's do it. Where's the on button? You guys ready? Thank you, Dennis. Fucking hell.
What?
Did you turn to the side?
One side at a time.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, you need to go back and forth a bit with it. Look, it's got, see? Probably not. Might take a bit. And you'll need to probably clean out the hair from it every now and then.
Should I just use a shaver?
No, because I want it, it's at a number 2. I don't want it like that. What?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Vibrating my head. Oh, actually, hold on a second. Stop. I'd probably say every now and then to stop. Yeah,
There's nothing in it.
just stop it and actually
There's
take
literally
it off.
nothing in
no,
it.
I'm showing you because like, look, it's that as well. Maybe grab a.
No, it
grab
doesn't. No, that's all right. I'll just get a shaving cream.
Erin, because you might need a toothbrush or something to just get that out, or maybe something like a knife or
There's
something.
nothing
Just-
wrong with that, Poopy.
It's hair all in there, which
There's-
prevents it from cutting
There's
as well.
literally nothing in there.
No, I'm trying to keep things clean.
Jack said, how are you feeling?
Nervous. But turn it off, Erin, before you do that.
Nah.
You don't like to listen, do you? I tried to tell her that, Tiffy.
What's that mean? Hi, Plant. What was that?
What?
Went doo-doo.
I don't know. Hold on a second.
They are probably, you're probably right, but you know what? It is what it is. Sorry. I saw Jax is like, it's not personal. It's not personal. But I won't be sending my pets to Erin's grooming salon. I just tripped. It's nothing to be concerned about.
Pass it for a second.
Huh?
Pass it for a second.
What are you cooking in here?
Cooked you soup.
Yeah. Oh my god, yummy.
Alright, come back. It's okay, just be careful.
What did I do?
No, you just rub the pointy bits of that thing got me in your ear.
Don't we have that other thing, that other shaver that's better for this?
I don't know.
Huh? Do you have the other one, the single one?
Yeah, I just don't know if the right sizes are there. I've got to look for everything. That's all.
So I can honestly say I've never experienced anything going into my bodily areas that sounds like that. or anything that even doesn't sound like that, that doesn't come from a human bodily. Yeah. I've never owned one. Never. Never. I feel like I know what Mel's getting me for my next birthday. I was like, this is called the rabbit. That's something I learned on the How to Build a Sex Room TV show. Yeah, no. But how do you... Okay, here's the thing. How do you know I'm missing out unless you've experienced Simon is all I'm saying. Just saying. Only Simon's available for rentals. You want to buy a thing? Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying, Jax. Maybe you have. I don't know. Maybe how am I to know? I don't know. I don't know what his experience was before me. Why is it taking him so long? You're not wrong, Dan. You're not wrong. Why do you think I married him? I mean, what? It was definitely for his personality, but you know. Attaboy. Because he's... Well done, Dan. Well done, Dan. Where can I get a Simon? I guarantee a friend of a friend will have a Simon. Can you unsub, save up? No. It's done. What's done is done. Simon! You can't find it, so we're just going to...
Oh, you're on that side now. Well, you want me to turn around?
No. Do you love me?
Of course I do.
Why do you say that? Why did you have to... Why did you, like... Why did you, like, hesitate there?
I didn't hesitate.
Yes, you did.
I did not hesitate.
You hesitated. You hesitated.
Erin,
Yes, Simon.
you know I love you. I did not hesitate.
But you hesitated a little bit. Are you sure you don't want me to just get the razor?
Why? I don't want a ball
Why not?
to go. The idea was to have it at this. Thanks, dummy. All good. All right, come back. Hey, guy.
That soup is really yummy.
Aaron, don't have to move that closer. It's all good.
What does Jack say? For those who don't know, sorry, can you just say for those who don't know, this is like thanks to Danners, obviously, for dropping an extra subs to get us to 250.
Yeah. Well, I think you just said it.
No, but they didn't hit me.
How do you know?
They
Did
didn't hit me.
did everybody hear what Aaron just said? Yes. Lily said no. Dummy said yes.
So therefore you need to speak up.
All right. So this is all thanks to Danners for getting us to hit the 250 sub goal, which you
And
see
Jack-
down the bottom down
Jack
there.
as well contributed to the stream.
And Jax and basically everybody else who helped. But yeah, Danners just got it over the line. Which means the next sub goal, which is at 500, is a cooking stream for Erin. Hey, Stanlake.
For 200 subs, I'll save some of Simon's hair and send it to you. Hey, actually, was that too cheap? Oh shit, was that me?
What? What'd you do?
You might be bleeding on your head. There's a little blood bit here.
Yeah, you probably just knocked a little scab or something.
250 to go. Get just yeah, exactly.
And it's a 3-course meal too.
3.
Isn't that what we said?
3. I don't recall 3.
Yeah. Well, at least 2. Yeah, Mel said entree, main, and dessert.
It's taking so long, Simon.
Yeah, I think. Is that work a bit better the way you were just doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit more what you got to do with that.
Oh wow, that was piece better.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. It's not good.
Why?
Fucking hate it.
Why?
I hate it.
Why?
Because I hate it, alright? Fucking hate it so much. I hate it so much.
It'll grow back in about 2 weeks.
hate it so much. I don't know what I'm going to do with that side. I've got to plug that. I'm going to have to shave that somehow.
The what?
That bit. You look like a fucking emo boy. Show everyone.
At the moment. You're keeping it at the back though, ain't you? Like so it's all the way.
Sure.
That was the idea, wasn't it?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mom. Ah! Why'd you do that right there? Dad is, God damn it.
Please refrain from that. Erin's going to take my ear off.
I literally thought I wasn't sure what that was.
Crispy!
Crispy! Yeah! Oh my God! 135?
Holy crap, holy Crispy. Thank you, you legend. And thank you for the bits.
Crispy's a fucking legend.
Yes, this is happening right now.
If you don't know Crispy, did we touch any breast crystals tonight? Bane wants to know. If you don't follow if you don't follow breast crystals, or Crispy, get Crispy Bangs a follow. Crispy Bangs is Simon.
Go give Crispy a follow. He's another bloody legend. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope your stream was all good.
I'm clearly not doing so well.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Thank you, Crispy, bloody legend. For those who don't know, I'm Erin. This is Simon. We usually stream music. Today, we had a guest spot on. We had Mel. It's Mel Bean, hanging out in our stream. We talked all things ADHD. We talked all things ADHD.
You don't. Yeah, I've got both mics on, so
we talked all
you
things.
don't have to get close. I'm just saying.
We talked all things ADHD because I just got recently diagnosed, and Mel, who's one of our mods, has been diagnosed with ADHD for a bit longer than me. So we wanted to talk about the whole thing surrounding it, triggers and symptoms and being diagnosed, and we're going to try and do it every Sunday. It's Sunday for us in Australia at 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Yes, Jaxie. And thanks to Danners who threw in. We were about 28 subs away from our sub goal of 250 subs. We've got different increments. We've got 250 sub goal. We've got a 500 sub goal for this month, and a 750 sub goal, and a 1,000 sub goal. And Dana's got us to the
No. Just pass this.
Dennis got us to the 250, which is shave Simon's head, which is what we're doing right now. How was the stream, Crispy? Were you guys doing what was that game? Filthy animals. Animal game. The animal game. What were you doing, Crispy? We usually stream music. But for those who don't know, I am out of order in terms of music, if you can't tell. So if you can hear my voice, it's pretty fucked. I have some vocal damage, which has put me on restriction from doing music. Yeah. I had a steroid injection to my vocal cords a few weeks ago, and it hasn't come good yet, so instead, we're doing this stuff.
Shaving my head.
Crispy! Ah!
Be careful. I know something just pulled on me. It really hurt. Go.
I'm not cutting my hair. I've already been through that trauma. You did a DJ set? Bullshit. What's Lords of the Fallen? Tonight is oh my god, I've got to wait. So you're tonight. Wait, how many hours away is that? Because I need to make sure that I wake up for that. Because I love it. I love a bit of a Bane torture. Crispy! I hate this so much. 14-ish hours from now. 7. So about 9 a.m. our time. Yeah, sweet.
No worries, Crispy. Thanks again.
Lots of love, Crispy. Thank you, Ash. Make sure I jump on tomorrow, Crispy. Guys, make sure you give Crispy a follow. It's very entertaining. Make sure you get on over there. They talk about tentacles and all sorts of things. Tentacles. Everybody seems to touch a tentacle over there. Breast crystals. Sorry. Are you feeling okay?
Mm-hmm.
Are you upset?
Nope. Not yet, Jax. It's on its way, though. Mel.
No.
It's Mohawk for today, Waybug. I actually don't mind it at the
It's a little uneven, to be honest. Sorry, Simon.
Critical. Have you taken all the back off?
No, it's sort of at a V. Because I kind of...
Oh, whatever you
It's kind
think.
of doing that. It's kind of doing that.
Okay.
Like a lady's... That's where I drew the inspiration from.
Right.
I feel like this bit needs to be taken back some.
We've just got your two songs on rotation at the moment.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, God.
What was that? Ow. Erin had the zoomies. Where do you think Harley learnt it from, Dennis? I might do one this week, Waybug.
My dad is going to be so angry with you.
Why?
Are you going to be one of those guys, are you?
Well, you know. God, it'll grow back before he even sees it.
I need to cut that. Sorry, Simon. I got to shave that.
Shave what? I don't know what you meant. Like, shave what?
Around here, 'cause it's not cutting, so I can't get close enough.
Oh, okay. You could probably just take the thing off and do it.
Oh, wait. I can do it like that?
Yeah, just be careful because it'll go. Yeah. Just that. No, not all of it, just that little bit. Just be careful. Thank you, Fern. Can you put the thing back on?
That's fine.
No, it's not.
No, it is. I know what I'm doing. I'm freaking resourceful. See? I'm making a straight line.
Certainly did, Ash. Halfway down my back.
Wait.
No, Tiffy. I was gonna wash and everything first before you did all that.
Too late. I need it for...
Okay, fair enough.
I need it to see where I'm cutting. Right? I think that's a great job by me.
It's looking good to
But
me.
I'm just gonna...
You gotta, what?
There's
the
a
white
couple
spot.
of things I gotta do. Where did I put the thing?
Probably back out in the bathroom or something.
No, I don't think I did. I put it down here. Oh, it's right in there.
Jax! Thank you.
You're never gonna go to a fucking hairdresser again after me.
I think you just put a gouge there.
It doesn't matter, it'll grow back.
I told you to be careful.
I was being careful. It's one tiny bit. Stop fucking crying about it.
See, I'd actually do this every time. I don't mind it. But I don't think Erin likes it. No worries, Midnight. Thank you.
Night, midnight.
This is true, Lulu. Thanks, Ash.
I don't know what that was.
I'll have a look in a second. Does anybody know what that little ding was? Did anybody do something we don't know? Nope. Hey, Ebony. So it's a mohawk for a little bit and then it gets shaved unless we decide otherwise. I'm actually digging it right now. Give Ebony a shout out. Thank you, Jax. No, I think it's from Throne. Go give Ebony a follow. Oh, thanks, Vaporize. Okay, Mel.
Don't look at it. It's not finished yet. Yeah. Don't lie!
Hey?
And move. Don't move. Head straight. Stop fucking around. I'm going in for the kill.
Ah, for what? I don't think you should be too crazy with that bit like that. Aileen. Because of the way my hair grows, some of that you probably won't be able to fix.
I can fix it. Other hairdressers don't know what they're doing.
Hey, Blue, thank you.
This is why Mel wants me to cut her hair.
Well. Hey, Spectre.
You say, world's longest haircut, but the best one of all. Wait. Hang on. Okay, there's something going weird on that side. Yeah, that bit. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, I think that needs to go on that side. Is Simon like super nervous looking right now?
No. I don't really know what you're doing there, but... Yeah, Danners. Are you spitting on your hands?
I am.
Wow. Hey, guys. Shut up, Ash.
What did I say?
He's clenching that cloak very tightly.
Huh?
Eyes shut, never seen it this way. I was living in chains, lights on, like they've never been before.
I think this is virtually the finished product.
Heart switch, now I feel it beating. Mind flipped, no more shallow breathing.
Warranted, yes. This side's probably better.
Everything I've seen before.
I could live with that. Dollinger. What do we all think?
Stand up.
We get a poll up? I mean,
Hang on.
I probably wouldn't quite do it as pointy, but it's still...
My mouth is so fluffy.
It's a choice, all right, Anthony.
Nothing's ever gonna be the same. Illuminated, open my eyes and the world is changing. Illuminated, nothing's ever gonna be the same.
I think that bit needs to come off. It's been annoying me a lot. This bit.
Walking with a newfound sight.
Fuck it. Let's just leave it for now. It's just annoying me a lot.
That's right, once it's washed on that, it'll be...
Oops.
It's that Erin's doing it, but I will be having a shower. It's a moohawk.
It really is. There's this one little bit that is annoying me. But look, I'll leave it for now.
See, when I do it, I won't have it so pointy. You know,
What would you do?
I'd probably just leave it a little bit. Oh, it's hard to do this when I'm not in front of a mirror. Yeah, I need to be in a mirror. I just wouldn't have it pointy. I'd have it a bit more spread out. That's all.
Sit down.
What are you doing? Good.
Just hang on a second. I'm not finished with you. It's that bit there. Is that annoying anybody else? It's that bit, isn't it? It's there.
No. What's wrong with that?
Is it that bit? Is that a bit annoying anybody else? That part? Or should I leave it?
Hey, Mark.
I feel like that bit's a little out of line. Like,
Looks fine. Just leave it, see?
hang on. Like,
You know,
just shut up.
everyone's saying leave it. Oh, Spectre said doesn't look straight.
Right?
Oh.
Like, that bit needs to be taken off. Right? It's like that bit needs to be taken off. Am I not? Do you reckon? And then even possibly...
Mark says no. Lynn says yes. Spectre says yes.
And then possibly
Mark says it's
even
fine.
that bit.
Coach said no.
Like that bit.
She's gonna do it anyway. Hey, Moses.
Off.
We're only human, it's a part of life. We've
Nice.
I still feel like that bit's. I feel like that's.
Thanks, Jax.
That bit is really fucking annoying me so hard. That one.
Shh, Mick, I don't know what you're talking about.
Still feel like that bit just needs to.
I don't remember.
I am worried about it. Don't you tell me not to worry about it. What do you reckon it's going to make me do? I'm not sure what that is. I think that's fine. That's better. Oh, except for this little bit. Okay, yeah. I'm getting there almost.
Nice.
Tell me. Look, it's a teeny bitty uneven at the back, but you know what?
That's
I don't
fine.
think anybody's going to notice a difference. Shall you show everyone? Don't do that.
What?
Stand up, just like turn for a second. See what I mean? But here,
Don't worry about it.
that'll be fine.
Oh, yeah.
My barber gives me a full head massage, otherwise I wouldn't give a shit. How's that? Sorry, your hair, I fucked up your hair, but hey, I'm going to give you a massage and you're not going to know the difference. And you're going to go home and be like, oh, fuck.
Whoa. Oh.
What do you guys reckon? Just... Hang on. That probably needs to come off a little bit, but it's fine.
No,
I'll
it's
leave
fine.
it.
It's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
I reckon I do that pretty good.
You did.
So every time you're like, oh, I don't trust her.
I know. I've never once said I don't trust you.
And then we're going to shave all that off soon.
Maybe. Or we could just keep doing this.
Self 5.
There we go.
And what side punk style, right? We've got 174 people here.
Watching you cut my hair?
Do you want to cut mine?
No.
I don't want you to cut mine either.
Maybe get up so you don't drag the hair everywhere. And I'll
Oh
move like
God,
this.
there's hair everywhere.
Yes.
Yo, Primal. Prime AI. Thank you for the follow over on the green side. I just gave Simon a mohawk. I'm not sure. You should be proud of yourself.
Absolutely.
Do I have a new career? If you think about it, right? Would you say that like hairdressing is sort of, this stream has given me subathon vibes and it has made me very happy? Yeah, Mel. I changed my mind. Give her a shoulder massage. Let's go. Simon. Like, now Simon will need suntan lotion to avoid this 100. You're right, Mark.
Alright.
Ugh. Oh, that hurts a little bit. Now lower. Can you do that with your... Never mind. No.
Calm down.
You know how you guys were all like, oh, Erin, you don't know what you're missing out on?
About what?
When I was like, I've never actually had anything that sounds like this. I've never owned anything that sounds like
Wow.
Mel's like, we'll see. I'm chopping. I've heard the rabbit. Didn't they say? I've heard like that Melanie from How to Build a Sex Room was like the rabbit is like the game changer. But I've never had one. It's meant to be a compliment, not a replacement. 100%. Brown chicken, brown cow. What morning stream? Oh. Keep your hands there. Simon, can I please have some dinner?
Yeah.
As I was saying, no, I appreciate all of your energy, you guys. It's
Hi, Hannah.
sexy Simon.
That's the first one, Schmick. I'll update that for the next stream. The next one is 500, which will be a
Jax, no.
meal,
This is my rabbit right here.
like a 2 or 3 course meal that you guys are going to decide on.
Oh dear. We are getting close to some very good goals. What do we got? We're on 255, so you need to change that now from 250 to 500.
Alright, just give me a minute.
Because the next one is, what did you say? Rabbits are the third most popular pet behind cats and dogs. That's very funny. I can't believe I just shaved Simon's head.
You did good.
I can't believe I shaved Simon's head. You actually look alright, to be honest.
See? And you were sitting there going, I hate this so much.
I do hate it so much. But if I have nothing else to deal with.
I like it. You're good. All right, so let's go 100.
I hate that I love it 100%. I would, although that bit is pissing me off, that bit right there.
No, I don't remember.
No, that bit needs to come off and it's really annoying me. Can anybody else see it? Just there. It's like that little bit needs to come off. Right? You know, that one, just there, like that line. Oh God, it's annoying me. I know, don't worry about it. I did good. We doubted for a moment, but you knew it. But I feel like after shower vibes, right? You can see it. I feel that's a very, very ADHD thing because I'm looking at it going, there's a small little part. I think it's right there, just there, just that line. But I also know it needs to. I'm sorry, it does need to go. It's going to annoy the shit out of me if I don't take it off, and then I'm probably going to fuck the whole thing.
Yeah, no, don't. Please don't.
Did that fix it? I should use a chalk. You're right. A chalk line would be better. I feel like, did that fix it? It was such a small part that I'm just like, ugh.
Why isn't that?
Yeah, Mel. Did that fix it a little bit? It fixed it a little bit. But I'm going to leave it at that because that's actually better than it was before.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I definitely feel like that's an ADHD thing. Yeah. I'm like, I wonder if even that should actually be more of a point. Like that should actually come off. That should come up and off and and then like zoom out. Like that should actually come more on a diagonal through. Like, look, it's fine. His mohawk is fine. I know, right? Mel is on the money. She's like, don't give him to your too much, Gene. I'm like, but just, there's just one little bit that I got to fix, and then each part, it's like my eyebrows. Like, they're actually fine now because I haven't touched them in months, actually. And that happens with eyebrows where I'm like, I've just got to fix this little bit that's out of line, and then you pluck one bit and it's just slightly fucks up the rest, and then you're like, all right, I need it now, just a little, I just need to pluck that extra little eyebrow hair that's in the wrong line, and then it ends up literally one piece, just one section, just literally one hair behind each hair, and it's like you can't even see eyebrows anymore. The struggle is real. 100% ice piss, first world issues, right? Just accept it. You are going to topple bald by the end of the night. Well, that was the deal. Simon was like, just shave my head into a mohawk, and then a few days later, we'll shave the whole thing off. That's what he wanted to be. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't it?
You look younger.
Uh-huh.
Do you reckon he looks younger? Eyeliner was my too much problem. Yeah, right. Oh my God. Do you reckon we'd get my mum's approval? More aerodynamic. Wait, what do you mean more aerodynamic? Is in his hair now? Wait, what does that mean? What does that mean exactly? You think it really suits him? Of course you'd say that, Lulu. You want him to sing Alice in Chains like this now, don't you?
I'm the man in the box. What? Ow, 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 ow. What?
What's that number say?
169?
Wow! You need a Harley and a leather jacket. We've got one of those.
I don't know why this isn't working.
Oh, yeah.
No.
We've got one of those. This is a Harley. Hey, Bubby. Say hi, Daddy.
Hello, mister. What do you reckon? What do you reckon of the hairdo?
Daddy, what did you do? What do you reckon, Bubby?
You reckon? Yeah, bud? What do you reckon?
Give Daddy a kiss? Good boy. Hi, Daddy. Love you, Daddy.
All he did was sniff me.
You're weird, Daddy.
Oh, wow.
Mwah. You can sit back down, Bubby. Shaky, shaky, shaky. You're a good boy.
Apparently we've actually got 190 viewers.
Do we have 190?
Oh, watching you cut my hair. Look at that.
Told you.
This is it. This is it from now on. This is what you're doing every time.
Does that bit, see, there's this other bit sticking out.
Don't worry. Could wait till I've watched it.
No, but look, there's this other bit sticking out. Can you guys see it? That bit.
And just wait till I wash it.
It's sticking out weird.
Okay, just wait till I wash it.
No, I can't. Look,
Yes.
it's sticking out weird.
Even
though.
Mel's saying, Erin, stop touching.
Mel, look at it. Mel, but look at that bit. It's sticking. You see it, right? Look at it. It's
And
sticking
just wait.
out.
Once I've washed it and done it a bit better, it'll be fine. Because this happens all the time when I get my hair cut.
But
It'll be fine, Erin. Because I don't want it too perfect anyway. I'm going to mess it up probably a little bit more than this.
oh, how would you mess it up?
Well, I've got to go do it properly.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
I know, I should stop doubting myself. Go put his hair in the sink, 2 minutes.
I'm going to have a shower. That's what I do.
How do you feel about it? Are you going to stop going to hairdressers and you're just going to say to me, Erin, can you cut my hair?
Maybe.
Do you trust me now?
I never didn't trust you.
Yeah, you did, because when I took off the clipper things, you're like, please don't.
Oh, then I was getting a little doubtful. No, because I thought you might slip or something like that. You should remember, it only takes a small distraction for you, and then all of a sudden it's all over.
Nothing that some mud wouldn't fix.
That's right, Waybug.
So what's the plan, Simon?
I don't know. What is the plan? It's nearly 8 o'clock. You've been on stream since midday. It's nearly 8 hours.
Mel, we've done nearly 8 hours.
Where are we? 7 hours and 36 minutes, apparently.
Yeah, right. Good one, mate.
Whatever.
Got one of those. I'd love to work with you on TikTok. And I'm like, I'm not even really on TikTok. Hey, if you're not, turn it off and enjoy each other. I appreciate that. I love that idea. It was okay when we finished, but after an hour of not talking, I am mildly concerned. Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're feeling it with the talky with your throat, a bit sore type thing. Is that what you mean?
I can tell you, Mel. Welcome to the 6 to 12 hour streams for 52 days.
Yeah.
We take some steam, get a bowl, chuck some hot water in it. Probably don't need to let it get too boiling so that it's bubbling like crazy, but just hot enough, and just put a head over towel, breathe it in through your nose. I'll be right. That's the way.
She'll be right.
No, I know, yeah. True, right? Jack's like, done a lovely stream today. Thank you. Done a long stream. I read that as done a lovely stream, and he's like, no, I didn't say it was lovely at all. It's just long.
No, he said I love stream today.
Oh,
Yeah,
then he put
don't know.
asterisks long.
Oh, sorry.
It was a long stream, and I feel like it was a lovely stream too. Still. We got to have a fun. Yes, it was a lovely stream. Yeah, what Mel said. Yeah. I really enjoyed it today, and I feel like I'd really like to make it. Probably, maybe not. Maybe not as long.
You need to have a rest with your voice.
Maybe not as long. Next time. Yes. I feel like the first one, because we were like, it was very exciting, and I was very happy.
Billy approve.
Yes. It was a lovely stream. 3 hours weekly or bi-weekly with guests. I agree with that. As a max. Thank you to everybody for joining us. We really did. Sneaks in and boops everyone's snoots and runs. Wriggle your snoots. Yeah, you did.
Hey, Fox. Ice Piss.
Thank you, Ice Piss. Tiff will check your ass if you want to end it. What does that mean? You want to check my butt? Yeah. Oh. Hey, Hal. We'll rest. Yes, thank you, Waybug. Yes. Good morning. Thank you for everybody joining in. Of course, thank you very much to Mel, because Mel basically, we've been talking about doing this ADHD stream for a while, and I was like, cool, let's do it. And I'm at a point in my life where I was just expecting Mel to just be like, yeah, like that's it. Like, but Mel pulled it together. Like, she took notes and was like, this is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna had, what do you call it? Like dot points. Mm-hmm. And organized and said yes. Like, pulled it together and was like, yes, let's do this. And I so appreciate that, because it did happen. I kind of got to the point in my life where, apart from Simon, I felt like, before, like during the COVIDs and just before COVIDs, was like nobody really got me. The structure thing I struggled with a lot.
All right, I'm just going to say one thing right now. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. But I feel like you're going to start talking for another half an hour when you should be having a rest. Sorry, I don't mean to be...
No, I know. I'm not going to talk.
Mel knows how much you love her and how much this all means to you.
Like, I suppose this putting him out, it was like just talking to a brick wall. Like, look, like, your stream, should do it again soon. Turn it off, he's loving. Yeah, no, we are. He's, I think that's what we're gonna try and do that from every Sunday. Like, basically from, what time is it now? Maybe from about 8 hours starting from 8 hours ago.
About midday.
About midday our time, which is 8 hours ago. Yo, Hunts.
Hey, Hunts.
And do this each Sunday or every second Sunday, just to talk about especially the ADHD thing, and because Mel's a bit more well versed and more educated on it, and I'm just starting it out. I feel like we made some really good conversation today. What Mel said. Yeah. We're creating a Discord channel, and like she said as well about... Shut up, Simon. I know. I'm sorry. What Mel said, the goal about chucking up on one of your social media platforms, whichever social media platform you choose, you want to, whether it's a post highlighting you at your best, or if you're struggling, you can put a post up about, what you're struggling about, and tag us in it. Chuck it in the Discord, share it with us. I'm going to do that. Hello, baby. MySpace. That's right. Thank you, Mel. What really happened this week? Because we're so accustomed to being like putting up posts that don't show what we're really doing or what we're really going through. Good and bad. Share socials, tag us, and check it in Discord. What really happened this week? We all seen the fake headlines and the headlines that don't matter, or the headlines that do matter but don't show the true story. Show us your true story, whatever that is. I'm going to do a few of them this week. I'm going to aim to do one a day. I really do. I'm going to try. I'm not going to promise that I will, but I would like to be able to do one a day. And what really happened this week? Monday. And then we'll be back. What story? I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll take a photo. What really happened this week? And I'll take a photo of Simon's head. Mm-hmm. I'll be like, Yes, World War III or not, we can love and encourage each other, 100%.
All
I
right.
really hope this starts something positive and something recurring that we can all relate to and help us all find our way through.
Maybe Schmick. But we're going to go.
I need to eat. I didn't even get
Right.
breakfast. You didn't even make me breakfast.
I didn't make you breakfast.
Did you? No. I ate tuna. You didn't make me breakfast.
That's fine.
Who are we going to raid? So I wanted to talk about ADHD about 30 seconds ago, but now I want to go ride a bike. Sweet.
So
It'll
for the
kill
kick, I think we'll go to Titan.
Yeah, cool. Let's go to Titan. Ilkira, yeah, go for gold. Go for a bike ride. But we did talk about ADHD. We started talking about it 8 hours ago. So,
I think that was a joke.
oh, was it?
As in ADHD.
Oh, because it was a joke. Okay. Look, I look so hairy right now because of all Simon's hair that I cut off is all over my titties. So I need to go and get that sorted. Thank you very much.
All right,
For those who are on Kick,
we're
thank
going
you
to
very much for
go.
hanging out with us.
We're going to go raid Titan Uranus.
We're raiding Titan Uranus.
Stay tuned. We'll probably be back either tomorrow or Tuesday. Maybe Tuesday. Waybug, I'll be doing a Shadow Queen stream this week as well. So stay tuned. Join us on the
Holy shit.
Discord.
7 hours and 45 minutes. This has been a long stream.
So those of you on Kick, we're going to head over to Titan Uranus. And
Everyone else, hang tight.
everyone else, hang tight for just a second.
Thank you to Mel and who else we have in? Maxi and
Ash.
Aussie Ash and Dan. Thank you very much for our mods. They're superstars. Love you guys.
Yep. So grab that raid call if you're on Kick, and let's shoot over to Titan Uranus and say hello.
Yeah, my favourite kind.
And we'll be a few minutes because we're just going to finish up on the Twitch as well. Love to you all.
All right.
Okay, so who do you want to raid on the Twitchy?
Another one. Let's go.
All right, he hasn't started yet. That's right.
I reckon.
What do you reckon? Ruff, ruff, ruff. Hey, Tupac.
Okay.
Who do you reckon? Who's on?
I don't know. I'm trying to see who's on.
Okay. The founder.
When all seems dark, pain is a skill.
Mr. Dollinger.
Featuring Mr. Dollinger and Cinemas Near You, April 1. Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Shh. Who's that?
Sorry. McDoodle's on. Kaya's on. Erica Nagashimi. Chill Rob's on. We haven't said hello to Chill Rob for ages. What do you think?
I don't know.
How's everyone feel about Chill Rob?
Hang on.
Cactus Room, Mark Ride said.
Cactus Room is good.
Yeah?
I mean,
I changed my mind. Okay, the one thing that I enjoy salty is like these fried hold on.
Yeah?
I
Tone
don't know
Castle.
why I'm not following him. I've seen him a bunch.
Bro, these
What do we
things-
think? What do you guys reckon?
Okay, this I don't mind if I taste the flavor of salt. In fact,
Chill
if
Rob's
you don't
good.
Taste the flavor of salt.
Is he doing
it's
music?
Like deep fried garlic,
Chill Rob.
jalapeno.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, no, I didn't mean Chill Rob. I just gave characters a follow. I don't know why I wasn't streaming. Chill Rob sounds familiar. Chill Rob is great. We haven't been to him for a long time.
Yeah, let's so I feel like doing that.
Okay, you do it.
If that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, grab the raid calls. Thank you, Mel.
This one goes out to the truly wanna know.
No, it's
This one goes out to the one I've left behind.
the raid has been created. Come and show Chill Rob some love. He's awesome. If you haven't seen him before, make sure you give him a follow as well.
Yeah. You guys have a great tomorrow as well. Thank you so
yes.
much, Tiffy.
We
lots of love to you.
may stream tomorrow, but most likely it'll be Tuesday. We might have a break.
I feel like I need a break tomorrow.
We've had a big weekend,
and
so
I've got another assessment tomorrow night.
yes. So let's say
Tuesday.
Yeah, if anything happens, I may do it Shadow Queen, but I doubt it. We might have a day.
I really do
Go to the
appreciate
beach or
every
something.
single one of you, and I do appreciate, and I really do thank you for hanging out with us during this stream, because it's been a big one. It's a big Kickstarter, and it's been a lot of stuff we've chatted about, and it really is really great that we were able to do it, and hopefully just providing a space for us all to kind of feel like maybe we have somewhere to go and openly discuss some of the stuff that may seem unfamiliar to some of you, and yeah, we'll get through this together. Thank you. Get out of my face. I'm in my house. Fuck. I think I need to think of a better exit line. It's not very nice.
No, it's not. But
It's not nice at all.
Bandit, yes, we're just about to go. Literally in 10 seconds. Loved you all again, and
Say
we'll see
hi
you
to
real
Chill
soon.
Rob.
Yep.
I may go pass out now.
Yeah, we may not make it.
Later, taters.